serving up hate with a cold vengeance. Fuck, but I hate it with canceling. Yeah, she's got me hooked, I'm down, I ride. Leaving, she tried to kill me, I can see it in her eyes. Yeah, she's got me shook, this my demise. I'm bleeding, can someone heal me? I can't deal with no more lies.
I'll never go on like this, so don't you think you got me up, yeah. I can't seem to deal with this. You try so hard to pull me on me. Didn't think you would ever believe in me. Now I see your colors, now they're in my dreams. Do I need a doctor? Do I just need sleep? Cause I've been up for almost 3 weeks. Ooh, you think you got to me? All you did was use me, round and round we go. We go. Baby, baby, now I'm trying to forget you. Baby, I knew everything that was about you. No, I'm joking, I'm looking for the bathroom. Round and round, yeah, round and round we go. Picture perfect, but so many flaws to stop you. I don't wanna ever see you in the same room. I open up and then you hit on all my issues. Round and round we go. We go.
Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you?
Will you know? Will you touch? Will you feel? Yeah. Will you know? Will you touch? Will you feel? Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Will you know? Will you touch? Will you feel? Yeah. Will you know? Will you touch? Will you feel? Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
When I was a child, everyone treated me badly, 'cause I was a little different. I just want to be belong. I won't let them get me down. I wanna be stronger, always remain true to myself. Let me explain. I'm so fast 'cause I'm hyperactive. Let go plus I think it makes me unattractive, but time goes fast, we should act like a fire, burning everything we know and what we require. I'm the last who maybe is a bit reflective. We're just facts of all self-destructive passion, but time goes fast, we should act like a fire, burning everything we know and what we desire. You get what I say. There will be better days. You get what I say. Start to make some peace, let yourself breathe. You get what I say. When you know there's a better place to reach. There will be better days. Don't get yourself seized, let your feelings ease. How can me finding myself? I wanna be here at the moment right now. I'm taking my fear and make it disappear. I'll make it work good and I'll show you how. I won't let them get me down. I wanna be stronger, always remain true to myself. Let me explain. I'm so fast 'cause I'm hyperactive. Let go plus I think it makes me unattractive, but time goes fast, we should act like a fire, burning everything we know and what we require. I'm the last who maybe is a bit reflective. We're just facts of all self-destructive passion, but time goes fast, we should act like a fire, burning everything we know and what we desire. You get what I say. There will be better days. You get.
What's up, and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. In the ruthless world of Siege, legends are born, they are not forged. Weeks of blood, sweat, and sacrifice have led us to this moment. Two Titan teams stand on the brink of glory, their journeys defined by flawless tactics, heart-stopping clutches, and unyielding resolve. One team commands precision, their strategies a symphony of destruction, the other lives in chaos. And tonight, they play it out. 5 maps for the BLITZ Season 2 Grand Finals. I'm here, Whiskey Glitter, host on the desk, joined by Sirius and Yali. Sirius, what are your thoughts? We're here, Grand Finals.
I mean, I'm very excited about this. It's been a long time coming for both of these teams, and especially Fluffy, who are looking to become 2-time champions of Blitz in general. It's just really exciting to see, especially since they've already made it 3-0 through Element 4. So honestly, just really exciting to see if Core can topple their just overall dominance so far throughout the Tier 2, Tier 3 scene. It's just going to be a very exciting show.
That's right. Yali, BLITZ Season 2, the teams have worked incredibly hard to get here. What are you thinking? Is this going to be an absolute barn burner?
Yeah, I think this is. I don't know if I could call it a barn burner, but I think these are two teams that both have a pretty slow and strategic play style. We're going to have some really interesting play types of strategies you may have never seen before, given the fact that the newest season just recently came out and there is money on the line. If either of these teams weren't taking any of the other games seriously, they're going to be taking this one seriously.
That's right. So let's take a look at the bracket. Let's see how we got here. Yali, Fluffy Aimers, unusual tactics to get some of these wins. Walk us through how we got here.
Yeah, I mean, first off with Fluffy Aimers, I mean, it's kind of iffy in terms of the bracket, just given the fact that they lost a map to Unks, which is the only map that Unks won throughout the entire season. So you say what gives, but I'm going to be perfectly honest. Neither of those teams used a single drone during that entire matchup. So I don't know how much there is to say as far as that, but their game against Outlast was convincing, with Fluffy Aimers averaging a 75% cost versus Outlast's 57, showing that more than likely it was a pretty dominant victory, just for the fact that if you're only getting 57% cost, you're not finding your trades, you're not as focused, whereas Fluffy Aimers, you got to be in the zone to make sure you're getting your kills, getting your objectives down, trading, so on and so forth. So Fluffy Aimers is looking locked to come and challenge the other side of the bracket.
So serious, right? On the other side of it, we've got QOR, this top tier team, proven gunners. Walk us through. What did we have to do to get here today? It seems 2-1s on both sides.
Yeah, it was a grueling match in the very first map of Chalet against Space Shoes, where it was a 9-7 victory for Space Shoes on that very first map, but then lights out for QOR Gaming, winning 7-3, 7-4 in the next two maps to follow that up. And then going into the first game against the Real Gods, absolutely dominant first map on Nighthaven Labs, winning 7-0, and then a much closer map as Cafe, but still overall showing their sheer dominance and just sheer brute force, punishing a lot of the mistakes of the other team, just making sure that if they spot any sort of gap, spot any sort of maneuver where they can get that advantage, they will be ready to capitalize and take full advantage of that. So honestly, that's going to be something that Fluffy is going to have to be aware of, just minimizing some of those mistakes, because QOR, if they do spot them, will be ready to pounce.
That's right. And interesting fact for tonight, someone here tonight, doesn't matter which team is going to win, somebody is going to be crowned a 2-times BLITZ champion, having a couple players, of course, played on that first team. Yali, it's the grand finals. What are your expectations for this best of 5 going forward?
Well, I mean, I kind of touched on it, and Sirius did as well. I mean, these are two teams that are going to be just absolutely slugging each other out. They're not going to be running in, getting aggressive off the bat, trying to find early picks. These are teams that are going to be using their drones effectively. They're going to be finding trades and just generally doing the best that they can to make sure that they stay together and cohesive as solid team units. I expect we're going to see a lot of really complicated crossfires being built, and especially a lot of plays being made later in the rounds. As you mentioned, QOR, they're going to be ready to pounce on any mistakes that Fluffy Aimers makes. That's a team that has a lot of playmakers, but how many mistakes are Fluffy Aimers going to make? I think that's kind of the question we're going to be seeking to answer throughout this grand final.
Yeah, absolutely. And two teams that have really kind of fought through the trenches to get here. I'm really excited for tonight's. We've got something special to start us off, however, right? A little bit of insight into some of the tactics, some of the gameplay that's going to be going on. Yali going to be bringing us an interview to give us a little insight on the match.
Hey, Rival, how's it going?
It's going good, Yali. It's going good.
That's good. You excited?
Yep. I'm super excited to play against JJ for 5 maps.
Yeah, for 5 maps? You
Yep.
think it's going all the way then?
All the way Infinite OT, but all maps. I'm super excited.
Okay. Yeah. What if we just get locked on the first map, infinite overtime for an hour?
I think having me and JJ beat the Empire record would be pretty fun. Coastline.
That would be perfect.
So
And I wanted to ask really fast before we get into the meat of it. How has your experience been with Blitz so far in this event, and as well comparing it to the first season?
Blitz, honestly, like out of all the T3 like leagues that we've played in, it's Blitz is usually ran pretty good. We never have like any bad ways to like scheduling matches or anything. So everything usually goes pretty smooth. And considering I've been on 2 different teams this season, it just went pretty well. So BLITZ has been good, and I'm glad we get to play in it this season.
Yeah, speaking of being on 2 different teams, you were on Fluffy Aimers earlier this season, right?
Yeah.
I'm not mistaken on that. Yeah. So you probably have kind of an understanding of the way that they work, just as a system, as a team. And what kind of are you expecting?
I'm expecting to play against like 4 to 5 morons on the same team. And I'm super excited to play against them because they're all my friends. So I'm expecting a bunch of beef to be on within the teams. I'm expecting a bunch of exciting moments. And I'm obviously hoping we come out with the win.
Yeah, and I don't know if you feel free not to elaborate on this, but why aren't you there anymore? Just out of curiosity.
It was just, I labeled it as like a change of scenery thing.
Sure.
I look at Siege as a business, and sometimes business decisions have to be made. So I just went to a different team. But there's obviously no hard feelings between anybody. So.
Yeah. No, that's it's good you know how to look out for yourself. Not saying that Fluffy Aimers is a worse team, or I'm not making any judgments like that, but you gotta look out for yourself, make sure you're keeping on track. And finally, I just wanted to ask, do you have anything specific that you want to say to them?
To Fluffy, I mean, let's have a good game, man. I mean, I'm excited to beat up JJ for 5 maps. Same with Kiru. I hope Leo does good. I want Leo to do well. Obviously, still lose. And I'm excited to play, and I want to get into the game, and I really want to match up well.
Yeah, no, I'm really excited as well. Really looking forward to just a slugfest here. So thank you so much, Rival, for joining on. Thank you so much for the interview, and looking forward to seeing you out in the server.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Okay, you heard it here first. There, it's the power of friendship going to go into this best of 5. The show off, the montage. It's all for pride. It's all for glory. Seriously, any takeaways from the interview here?
I mean, it sounds like a very kind of chill matchup overall. It didn't sound like there was any bad blood, which is not normally what we get to hear about in tier 3 or tier 2 either way. So it's kind of nice to hear that it's all good friends just trying to see who's the better team, I guess, overall. So honestly, still going to be a very exciting match, even if there's not exactly going to be like bad blood. Still probably going to be a bit of typing in the chat if I had to expect anything, but yeah.
Yeah. It's JJ.
Okay. Let's get into it. It's finally time to talk about the rosters. Let's break it down, okay? Fluffy Aimers, known for their lightning. Fluffy Aimers thrives on exploiting those gaps and getting that late style play style going down. It's a mix of speed and unpredictability, surgical precision. Yali, like this Fluffy Aimers roster is like incredibly goated. What are you expecting out of them today specifically?
Out of Fluffy Aimers, I've mentioned it before, it's going to be solid play. It's going to be a lot of team cohesion, and it's probably going to be pretty slow. Both these teams average an opening pick after 1 minute and 30 seconds, which is pretty late in the round as far as actually finding an opening. So we can expect, particularly from Fluffy Aimers, a lot of time denial. That was something that was particularly effective against QOR in their matchup versus Space Tubes. And Fluffy Aimers is a team that's going to be good at that. And I mean, having a look at their roster as well, just a few standout statistics from the season. I mean, Deity has been not on top of his game. He was -5 on entry and -13 on KD, which so far of Deity, who normally is positive on entry, +3 and only -6 on KD. That was what he averaged in XGS. But I also want to point out Kiru is +6 on entry and +26 on KD, which is more than enough to make up for anywhere where Deity has been lacking, which is one of the strong points of this roster. These are all members of this team that can pick up for anyone else who may not be performing as well as they would like to. Final thing I want to mention is that JJ has the most plants of anyone in the league with 13. Truly just a monstrous number here. I mean, I think the next is Scarping with 9. So the fact that he's got 4 more also shows very much how this is a goal-oriented team. They're going to be going through their checklist, making sure they have everything done, and their win condition 9 times out of 10 is going to be putting the bomb down on the site.
Okay, so going to the other side of it, we talked about it being experience. We talked about them exploiting the gaps. We talked about them having a phenomenal season. It's core, serious. I mean, these guys aren't no joke.
Yeah, absolutely no joke at all. I mean, like Yali was kind of highlighting, they're kind of just a bit of a slower team, but still overall much faster in comparison to Fluffy Aimers, who, while they just like to take their time, core really do, once they spot that gap, explode upon that fact, try to make sure that they capitalize on that mistake that the other team gave them, and then really try to make sure that they take that advantage and run with it for the rest of the round, which most of the time they really are able to do that, because once they get that conversion on the opening kill, they win 79% of their rounds. And so that is a very high metric that they have to uphold against Fluffy Aimers. So making sure that they get that entry, get it fast enough so that way Fluffy's time denial doesn't really matter too much later portions of the round. So really trying to make sure they get that early pick, try to move on quickly, and then get into a position where they can still win rounds on the attack or defense is going to be really important. And I mean, even though that they lost their game in the group stage 2-0, it's still going to be a very tough match considering the fact that the second map was a 7-8 victory for Fluffy Aimers. It's going to be tough no matter what it is.
That's right. So when the dust settles and the battlefield clears, it always comes down to the best of the pest. And we're going to highlight two of them: an unstoppable sharpshooter taking on the discipline and raw power. So what do you think, Sirius, this head-to-head? They're going to be, it's a clash of styles, right? Instincts, raw talent. I mean, what do you think here?
I mean, overall, their stats are very similar to each other. I mean, there's not too many differences other than Kiru just has so many more kills. He has plus 10 to his KD. Otherwise, it's pretty similar playstyles. Just, again, just highlighting the fact that their playstyles in-game are very different from each other. Kiru, with Fluffy Aimers, is a little bit more reserved, playing a little bit more closer to his team. Twist, at the same time, just kind of playing around his team, but also trying to explode upon that entry a little bit faster than rest of core overall. So overall, just making sure that, again, that these guys are going to be able to get in, they get these entries, make sure that they can find more kills upon that, give them their team the advantages very early into the rounds, and then try to use those advantages to win the round out from there. So hopefully for either of these players, they'll still be able to maintain these same stats going into the series.
That's right. Yali, anything to add on to this this head-to-head matchup here?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at those stats very specifically, what I want to point out is that Twist, even though he has pretty similar cost, he has a much worse survivability, and he has a much worse KD. He has fewer impacted rounds between survivability, KD, and objective play than Kiru does. But that means he's made up all that and more just by getting traded. Twist is the player who is going to come out, see a gap, and say, hey, yo, Candle, follow me in, come get my trade. He's going to be your playmaker. He's going to be the guy who's calling trade me, and really just identifying a lot of these moments that are really the thing that core likes to thrive off of: getting in, finding gaps, and exploiting those weaknesses in their opponents, and allow them to hopefully find the kills often later in the round, but usually successfully, given the fact that he's usually traded.
Okay, so plenty of VOD on these two teams, outside of Blitz and inside of Blitz, right? There's plenty of VOD. Do we see, Sirius, the same map bans that we've been seeing across the board? What's your prediction here?
I mean, we've got to see Lair and Border being banned by both of these teams. Either one can really take it, because Layers, they're perma-banned for both sides. It's not going to be an option whatsoever. Border is also very unlikely. So if we just go off of the most favored maps, it would probably be likely Cafe for Fluffy Aimers, and then at the same time Chalet for Core. So one of those two maps is likely going to sneak their way through, because they can only ban two maps and the rest are just going to have to be whatever else is left. So going into this, it's going to be very important to just see what does Fluffy actually ban, because I have to remind y'all that they did lose 7-0 against Core in the most recent SI qual. So that is going to be a very important factor if they do ban that. I think I saw a sneak peek of it that they did actually ban it. So unfortunate for Core that they're not going to take care of that advantage again.
Yali, we kind of got a little sneak peek there as it started to pop up, but any thoughts on how these map bans are going to be going?
I mean, what I've got to say is I know Sirius mentioned Lair is going to be a permaban pretty much for both of these teams. I gotta say it, I just hope they don't ban it first. Whichever one of these teams bans Lair first, the other team gets to pick their best map, which I should mention, Chalet is the best map for Core, one of the worst maps for Fluffy Aimers. And on the other side of things, Nighthaven Labs is one of the best maps for Fluffy Aimers, one of the worst maps for Core. Despite the fact that they did 7-0 the real gods on Nighthaven Labs, I still just don't think that that's going to be a good matchup. So whichever of these teams bans Lair is basically giving their opponent an entire map off of this map ban phase.
Okay. Chalet, Nighthaven, Cafe, Bank, Clubhouse. This is a goated setup. Last thing before we get started into the game, let's check out those predictions, right? Let's see what everybody thought about how this game is going to be turning out. Serious. On your side of it, you've got Fluffy Aimers at 3-1. Yali on the same side. Do I stand alone in the quest for the end? The 3-2 going to Core here.
I mean, yeah, I just really believe in the system that JJ has built within the last few months. I mean, he's been dominating almost every single league after Element 3. He really did very well in Wildcard Restart. He's doing very well so far in Element 4. And in this league so far, he's only lost one game overall, and he's 5-1 so far, and it's just been dominating ever since. So really ensure that Fluffy Aimers have probably got this in the bag, but I would imagine a lot of these matches are going to be a lot closer than you would expect.
Yali, same, 3-1?
Yeah, 3-1. I just think that Core probably wins Chalet. It depends on whether or not Fluffy Aimers watch the VOD versus Space Shoes, because there was a particular operator Core was really struggling with. She has a big riot shield held up in front of her face, and they just could not get past her. But outside of that, I really just think that Fluffy Aimers really statistically has the advantage on all three of the following maps. Just they are winning all three of those pretty consistently, and Core not as much. Core even going so far as to pick into Cafe, which Sirius mentioned, one of the best maps for Fluffy Aimers. So I gotta say it, I really think that Fluffy Aimers is gonna take this in 3, but Core's probably gonna win the first map.
Okay, you heard it. Predictions are here. The time is upon us. The game is set. The lobby is filled. It is time to get the Blitz Season 2 Grand Final underway. We're going to send it to our casters who are going to give you the goated play-by-play and the color that's going to help you understand exactly what's going on.
Thank you to the analyst desk for the wonderful presentation, and to Glitter specifically for those kind words about us, being joined by Goose, much like the last game in the playoffs. So you get to see us again, which hopefully is a duo you will appreciate, whether you're on one of the 3 co-streams that I know of for this grand final, which is really fun.
Yeah. They just keep popping up, and I think, everything that the desk really went into just goes to show on how this on paper should be a really good matchup. Even if it is a 3-0 or a 3-1 when we don't see all 5 maps, this is a matchup where you're not going to have a team run away with a map. You're not going to have them run away in the first half. You're going to have every single instance be fought for tooth and nail.
Certainly how I like to see it, and I do believe we have the game ready, so we can go ahead and throw it to that. As the desk said, Chalet is going to be the first battleground that we are going to see here, which is a personal favorite map of mine, so I think what better way to start it off, Goose?
Yeah, and not only is it a personal favorite of yours, but it is also a personal favorite of Core's. Having played it, I believe if I look at the numbers right, around 6 times. Fluffy not playing it nearly as much, and that doesn't even go into account on how many times they've played it outside of Blitz. This is notoriously just one of Core's not only favorite maps, but the maps that they're essentially known for, going all the way back to the roster with aim key. So I think this is going to be a very telltale sign of the entire matchup. If it is very close fought, which I do think it is, but if Fluffy Aimers are able to take this first map away, it's going to give some questionable warnings going on later in the series for Core. But again, going so far right into the bans, you know, a Deimos isn't an operator to see a whole lot. It is an operator that Core specifically have been banning notoriously relatively as of late. And then Monty, if you play the game, you understand why he's banned. He's just an almost unstoppable force, even with his recent change, maybe even some considering it a nerf, and then Azami. So going into this so far, aside from that Deimos ban, nothing really catching my eye, nothing too surprising as of late.
Certainly say I agree there. Fenrir gonna round out those bans, which is another one that doesn't really surprise me at all, as if you like hitting gaps, Fenrir is an operator that makes that very, very difficult, and that's something both of these teams like to do, so makes sense they don't want him on the board. I also do want to highlight that Monty ban as well, just because JJ is in the lobby, and he is very good at that Monty, and it's Core that banned it out, so it does make sense. We'll have to see how these things affect everything. I anticipate from that Deimos ban that Fluffy Amers are going to want to go for a pretty heavy roam game, just because Deimos is an operator that shuts that down so effectively.
Yeah, and one thing that already catches my eye going into this first round is the Tubarão and Cade pick from Fluffy Amers. Obviously, you know, they are plain and simple there to deny the wall, but usually when I first saw that, I would think maybe they're going for a basement defense. You do have teams that don't really put a lot of focus on denying those walls, whether it be inside of office upstairs on that vertical control, or whether it be simply on the dining position, just trying to keep that wall close to the site close. A lot of the teams, especially on the attack, waste a lot of that time on this top floor, and it allows for defenders to not really have to worry about that reach denial, is because the attacking teams already will waste their times in itself. But we can already see Fluffy Amers from the get-go taking an extra step to make this attack for Core hard.
It's also worth noting that with this bomb site, you have to take the top floor and then take that first floor. So there's a lot of opportunity to waste that time, and therefore a lot of motive to waste that time as well, as we can delay that for as long as possible. Gonna make Core's life a living hell. It does look like they want to circumvent a lot of that by going for a very solar-oriented take, which can be quite difficult, but it's certainly worth it if they can properly get inside of the building. But this position that we see Aditi occupying is a nightmarish one to get rid of, especially with Emilio getting that first pick onto Rival. It's going to allow the other mirror window to be relatively safe and also take a gunner off of the board as well, which all around is nothing but benefit.
And again, we're already starting to see right from the start on just how difficult clearing this top floor here is. And obviously you can see Core is going to try and put some pressure on that Solarium position, potentially trying to catch off some of the defenders trying to rotate back down to the bomb site. But it doesn't matter when Core's intel gathering is not on point, not understanding that this entire setup has been just made so that Fluffy Amers can try and hold on to this control for as long as possible. And you don't even know that Kiru's going to be jumping out, followed another one by JJ. There is just nothing in the favor for Core in this opening round, everything just falling absolutely short, and we can now just see IQ gathering a little bit of intel, even if it's just late.
Minute 19 seconds left to go. Core have plenty of time to try to work this, but they don't have the bodies. They're going to want to do so, especially with the utility that we have, this intel that Fluffy Amers have placed for themselves around the map. It's making it very difficult for Core to get anything done without it being known. And so if Twist wants to go fight these players inside of Piano, well, he has to move his position away first. That just makes his life more difficult. They're all going to be looking at him. Moses is going to get a couple, but it's a flurry of kills, all of which, or most of which, go the way of Fluffy Amers as they take a convincing first round.
Yeah, the very glaring situation there for Core was they tried to take a very aggressive push over into that Solarium position, trying to apply pressure onto not only the players playing directly into Solarium, but also the players extended over by Piano and then also in Bathroom. But the problem with that was, and the problem that you would see later on in the entire round, was Core's overall intel gathering. On top of that, just their simple understanding of how that defensive setup was they didn't realize that Fluffy Amers built that entire defense to counteract exactly what Core was doing. They had, that Tubarão, that Cade to make sure that those walls stayed open. They had, additional with that mirror being over by Piano, making sure they can hold that long angle onto Solarium window. And it's kind of a situation where every time that Core swung into a position, there were relatively 2, maybe even sometimes 3 Fluffy Aimers players ready to deal with that player. And then a very aggressive jump out by Kiru over inside of Library that they just weren't even expecting. It just goes to show that, at least for now in this first round, Core has a relative problem of just understanding what Fluffy Aimers are doing on the defense.
Yeah, that aggression backed by intel is something that Fluffy Aimers like to lean into, and it's something that Core were really struggling to deal with, as it always seemed like Fluffy Aimers were thinking multiple steps ahead just with the amount of intel they had spread around the map. Now, the Twitch is something that can alleviate a little bit of that, is if she can get to this utility like this default camera, then she can get rid of it on her own. And we also see a lot of droning being done by Core as well, just looking to establish cutoffs and make sure that if anyone from Fluffy Aimers trying to make a move, it's spotted. C4 could be thrown out, but nothing going to come of it from Kiru, which is a little bit of wasted utility, but does also give a little bit of a vert hole for them to look through if they so choose. But that does give up that dining position, which is something that is quite pivotal to this map.
And I also really love how they have an entire setup to just deny the walls, but then you have a player like Emilio who should relatively be in a position to deny those walls, maybe even Bandit Trick, but because they have those additional players like the Goyo and JJ on the Clash, he's able to roam around, play really aggressive. Even if he does lose his life, Core Gaming aren't going to be in a position to directly just flood the site, and it goes to show that not only is Fluffy Aimers prepared for this very aggressive overall playstyle from Core, but they have different layers, such as an onion in this entire defense. So if they do lose that opening engagement, if they do give control to Core, which they've just completely given up in this situation, they are prepared to deal with that control. They're able to prepare with all of this stuff in the side of Core's pocket, and you can see they're starting to struggle. They can't get that wall opened by water pipe, and it's kind of a situation where sure, you have so many options, but because of the deep defender utility directly onto the site, you can't really work it, because again, there's no Thatcher, there is no Twitch that can immediately get on the bomb site, and Core's just not prepared to get onto it.
Do see an opening pick come out from Candle, though, which is going to alleviate things a little bit. That boiler room wall is also getting opened up, although Tubro is going to put a stop to that. As now we're entering these final 45 seconds, the pivotal point in the round for Core if they want to take this. And now they have to punch through things like that Clash in these defender positions that they're occupying. And just that Clash alone is going to provide so much time waste, along with Recited getting that pick onto Rival. And now we see this ace try to make the entry into the bomb site. Candle's going to find himself another kill, but that intel from the Clash could be so helpful. But no, he's going to end up getting killed off. It's all left up to the cave, but he can't get it done as the execute from Core. It goes so well.
A phenomenal answer back from Core, and I don't want to necessarily say it was confusing, but in that situation, Fluffy Aimers had essentially everything prepared to deal with that. They had those walls stay open relatively late. It was only 45 to 30 seconds when those walls were eventually opened and allowed for Core to actually converge to the execute on the site. They had that Clash, they had the Goyo canisters on top of it, and still, after all of that defender utility, after all of that time wasting, Core still somehow found just enough time to find an opening to get that planter right into the bomb site, into a relatively safe position, having that covering fire. And then you had a couple of those Fluffy Aimer players, very aggressive players, like that one player over directly on like the wine table in front of main breach, in front of car garage. And it's kind of a situation where that entire round by Fluffy Aimers was set up, the formula to just waste time, play essentially the entirety of the map. But then once it actually came to the execution time, they got a little over aggressive, gave too many gunfights, which allowed for Core with those lines of sights that they set up in that execution to shut these players down in, 1v2 situations. And it's kind of a little bit of a misstep for Fluffy Aimers, but on the contrary, a great answer from Core.
Yeah, excellent setup there from Core in that late round to just dismantle that aggression that Fluffy Aimers tried to throw at them. Worked very well the first round, not so much the second, so we'll see how both teams adjust this round. Gonna see that Twitch brought out again, or no, yeah, we're gonna have the Twitch brought out again by Inrio, which is just a great operator to maybe not get this utility directly on the site, but a lot of things that are adjacent to the site can be picked off quite effortlessly. And if Inrio can get one into the site and get rid of either of those mirror windows, then that alleviates so much pressure that players like Rival are going to feel. That Frost as well going to be something that could come into play late round if they aren't droned out and if people need to jump in windows very, very quickly. But we'll just have to see how the time management from Core is before we can get to that point.
And it's also very interesting that round after round now, essentially 2 rounds in a row, Fluffy Aimers have players like a Mute or a Bandit that do have a lot of utility. Roam completely isolated. Twitch just missing the mark, not being able to get rid of that mirror. So aside from the Ash charge from Candle, Core Gaming isn't going to be in a position to deal with those mirrors. And as I talked about that isolated position, Inrio does deal with Kiru, removing that Nitro off of the board for the execution phase of the round. In a second round in a row that Fluffy Aimers have lost that opening pick.
Core is a team that really likes to find and isolate those gaps and those gunfights. And if you give them positions like that position Kiru was playing, they're going to take full advantage, like what Candle does here, getting that aggressive gunfight. JJ gets one back, but it's all Core Gaming in the kill feed. Everything's up to Emilio on those blue stairs. He gets the first pick that he needs, almost lands the second, but he's surrounded now. They know exactly where he is. They don't let him get anything done. This twist, he has that wraparound from the 45 hallway, and Core answer back on that amazing first round that Fluffy had twofold.
Yeah, going back to the point that I made earlier in last round, it's just now 2 rounds in a row that, you know, not only does Fluffy Aimers put a defender with so much utility on the roam, but in such isolated engagements. And whether or not it's on purpose of, you know, Fluffy overexposing their situation, or if it's Core going out and seeking those isolated players, they're always dying in those entry engagements. And now we've seen the 2 rounds that Fluffy Aimers have lost, they lost that opening engagement. It is a very important factor that not only in these first 3 rounds, but we've seen in their entire playoff and Blitz run. And sure, you know, every round and again, you'll have that aggressive player get that sneak jab onto, you know, an attacker, getting that opening pick. But now, essentially, especially with this being such a great map for Core, they've been just finding these players very early on, and Fluffy Aimers not doing a really good job of compensating for losing that player, on top of losing all of that utility. 2 C4s in both of the last rounds, lost in the first, you know, minute and a half. And that's important utility that you need for the execution phase that we clearly see Core is gunning to win these rounds on.
The last time we saw this bomb site be brought out, we saw a lot of aggression based off of intel from the side of Fluffy Aimers. They knew exactly what Core was going for, and they always had someone in place to mess with that idea. But these last couple rounds, Core have been shutting down Fluffy Aimers quite effectively, and so we'll see if they can adapt to that game plan that was brought out by Fluffy Aimers previously, and if they're able to work things in a little bit more of a favorable manner this time, as it looks like already we have more emphasis being placed on different areas of that map. We see an attempted aggression from Kiru, but all it really does is throw some damage in Rio's way, which certainly better off having him at that HP in a gunfight now, but we're not seeing Core fall quite as easily as they did before, at least thus far.
Yeah, and you could see that Kiru was trying to get really aggressive and get rid of that attacker very early on in that first minute to 30 seconds when the attack is setting up their entire push, setting up those claymores, figuring out where they want to push. And last time around that Fluffy Aimers got aggressive that early in the round, they won the opening pick. And it goes to show that if Fluffy Aimers are able to deal with these attackers very early on, they'll be able to win that last pick. But once that attack finally settles into their push, into their positions around the map, once they've cleared that map control, that's when Fluffy Aimers start to lose their life. And you can see that's going to be a common theme throughout these next 3 to 4 rounds on the attack, is that you're going to see Fluffy Aimers get very aggressive early on, but they also need to start to hold back once it goes later. And we can already see with Emilio getting that very first opening pick, the difficulty of opening this round, there's just not a lot of opportunities here for Core to take advantage of.
Yeah, that Grim is also just an awful operator to lose. He has so much area denial utility that was just so valuable during an execute or even just trying to clear out an extended position like this. It's going to force Candle to walk right into the middle of it. He's going to get one, but Emilia refrags that right back. Leaves us exactly where we were before. And now Kiru's going to get another pick, this time onto Candle. And Emilio, he's on a triple kill now as everything is left up to Moses, trapped inside of Office. He's trying desperately to find any gunfight that he can that could go his way, but Fluffy Amers are playing this smart. They're not giving him anything. They're going to make him work for every inch, but Kiru isn't going to give him anything. A buddy ace between him and Emilio, as yet again we see Kitchen Dining is the playground of Fluffy Amers.
Yeah, one thing I noticed, and, this is going to boil down to a very simple point, but, Fluffy Amers find a lot of success when they're able to not only set up these 2 to 3 player crossfires in an extended position away from the site, but they also find them very comfortable in these situations when core have to attack from just simply one direction. We saw over inside of Library just a couple of rounds ago that they lost that entire control because they were being hit from multiple different angles. The balcony on Library, over by top Mez, and the entry point from Piano, but that time around, Fluffy Amers just had those core players coming in from that walkway into Piano, then potentially maybe a player on side of the breach, but there wasn't a multi-directional push that Fluffy Amers really had to worry about in that round, and that's why they had so much success. The problem with that, though, is, and you've seen in the previous round when they're not able to set up those 2 to 3 player crossfires, is that they're not able to win those isolated 1v1 engagements. So, you either have to push additional defender utility, maybe a second player next to that roamer, or just don't go for those early engagements on top of that. But then at that point, you're starting to play into Core's overall gameplay, their overall style of play. So it's a very complicated game to play. If Fluffy Amers aren't able to find an answer soon, then we could see a 4-2 half for Core.
We're going to see bedroom being brought out here instead of either of the other sites that Fluffy Amers attempted, which I think is interesting just because it's kind of like the top half of that kitchen bomb site. So they're hoping they can defend it like they did with kitchen, although there is a little bit less involved in attacking bedroom as opposed to kitchen. Yet again, we see Core trying to fish for these opening engagements, seeing what they can find, as thus far the opening pick has indicated who will win that round. So now we're going to see Twist start to poke at these areas and just see what he can find, along with the rest of Core trying to poke up at Solarium and just see who exposes themselves, which so far Fluffy Amers are trying to play this smart. They want to feel out exactly where Core are coming from, and they want to make sure they shut down whoever tries to go for those early fights.
Yeah, very early ping onto this player inside of dining or kitchen, and they already get rid of Deity so early on. An answer back where was cited exactly what I talked about, doubling up on that Roman extended position, solidified the effort for Fluffy Amers to trade back that pick. Sure, you did lose your Valkyrie with that C4, but you get the Nomad. All of that flank watch utility for the attack now completely gone, and because it was so early in the clear for the attack, they weren't able to definitively set up those air jets. A great opening round, and on top of that, Core not in a position to still get this control that Recited is still residing in.
He has a C4 as well, which means they need to worry about him if he's there. We also see a player, looks like at the bottom of West Main Stairs, potentially, which is another position which Core are now going to have to be wary of. They need to start making their way in towards Solarium, however, so they can start isolating these positions. We're going to see a little bit of that being done by Rival with his Ash charges just to make some vertical play on these players that are in unsavory positions, but so far they aren't necessarily having as fast impact as he might like, because we're now in the final 40 seconds of the round, and they have to start getting things going quickly because there are still a lot of power positions that the defense occupies, and the diffuser is even down by Recited. Now they have to worry about him and get this diffuser down. Twist is going to get one, but he's immediately refragged by JJ. And these last two core players, they can't do anything without that diffuser in their hands. Enrio's going to get one, but he's going to lose most of his HP to do it. But Rival, he's able to get one of his own. But now they need to go after Recited, and Enrio's going to be downed. There's only 5 seconds left, and he has to hold on. But Rival, from the top ropes, they throw it at the final second. It all looks so good. Oh my gosh.
If you were to boil down an entire round lost by just pure over-aggression and overzealousness, you'd look at that round. Not only did you have JJ over-swinging into Solarium in a 3v2, but on top of that, a 1v1 situation for Recited and a player, that being Rival, all the way upstairs in top Solarium. Recited knows he has defuse. He killed that player that eventually did drop defuse. He understood the situation at hand. He could have just ran right back down to the site, and they probably did have info, especially with that rappel, but that was just pure overzealous aggression. Recited going out for the kill, trying to shut down that player, but didn't realize that Rival was already fully rappelled down that building and was able to shut him down. If Recited just played back, rotated back to site, or at least maybe even hid in car garage, that round would have been a win for Fluffy Aimers, and they could have been in a position to get a 4-2 half. But now, from that pure over-aggression that has punished them in rounds before, has now led to them at best a 3-3 half.
It's a best of 5 as well, which seems odd to bring up on map 1, but as you get farther in, there can be some stamina issues for both teams, as it's just a lot to do. And little mistakes like that, if they cost you early maps, that really can have an impact on how things are going to go later. And if you listen to the desk, a lot of them agreed that this was Core's best chance to get an early stake in this game, is this Chalet map, as it is the first map they picked into. And so Fluffy Aimers, if they can deny Core that comfortability, puts them in such a good position. And so those mistakes, they just need to be rounded out. They need to be more careful here, as giving Core that kind of wiggle room is something they'll absolutely exploit.
Yeah, I think it's also very important to mention that, whether or not, if you look at the overall statistics for Chalet, this is still a defensive half for Fluffy Aimers. You should at least get a 3-3 half. They still are in a position to do that. But if they get this 4-2 half, if they're able to lose this bomb set, that, keep in mind, last time that they went to Barn Gaming, they lost because of these over-aggressive swings early in the round. Now, the mid-round that we see right in front of us, they're going to lose that 3-3 half. They're going to go down 2-4, having to go now onto their attack. And we can see that Core, they're still fishing for these over-aggressive players, but Fluffy Aimers reading into this overall round, understanding that they don't need to push so far. And with no definitive intel on this player over on the top Mesmira, they can't really say for sure if he's playing there.
Looks like they're going to try to get rid of it with that ace, which is going to make his life a little bit more awkward, although he can still certainly survive in that position, but he has to be more careful. The Dokkaebi call is going to go up for some information, and probably because they see a gap as well that they want to try to exploit. So far, doesn't look like much is happening with that, as everyone on Fluffy Aimers is still just holding steadfast, and Core are wasting a decent bit of time here. We're going to see another Dokkaebi call go out, which Rival's going to try to make a move off of, but it's just going to be Core falling in that kill feed. 5 versus 2 now. Make that a 4 versus 1. As everything is left up to Inrio on this canine balcony, trying to fish for any of these players, getting over aggressive, but no one is giving him anything. They know exactly where he is. They just have to sit and wait and hold these crossfires. And he's so wary of them. But when they finally swing, it's the right time. Kiryu gets that pick and solidifies that 3-3 half going into the second half.
Yeah, very contrast round between both teams. Fluffy Aimers had a absolute whole knowledge of what Core were doing in that round. And on the contrary, Core didn't really have a good idea what Fluffy Aimers were doing. But you could see that they moved very slow that entire round, never even definitively getting off his control over by Solarium side, using those drones not only to get that, additional info on those extensions, but also in pair to kind of potentially bait out kills. You saw that player sitting right outside of double library window, just waiting for that player on top Mez to swing. Fluffy Aimers realized that if they made the first move, Core were ready to shut them down, so they just didn't make a move. They sat there, let Core waste their own time, their utility and drones, and by the time it hit that minute to 45-second mark where Core were forced to actually execute on those extended positions and eventually onto the site itself, not only did they have relatively no control on top mez or office side, but they also had no drone utility. They had no real up-to-date info on the positions of the defenders on the site, so they were essentially just swinging into these gunfights completely blind, giving the entire win factor in favor over to Fluffy Aimers.
So I think it's translate to the defense. Blackbeard is going to make an appearance if you haven't seen him yet, so we'll see how that ends up working out in the favor of Fluffy Aimers. Blackbeard is a great operator to take space now, just with the fact that, I mean, his shield works the way it does. He can lower it down and take gunfights with that rifle, but he could also get it in your face in a similar way to what a Blitz or a Fuse could do if Teddy is in the lobby. And we see Core, much like Fluffy Aimers, they want to meet their opponents at the front door. They want to be there when they try to go for these entry engagements. And that is something that works out in their favor quite a bit of the time, but that does mean that if Fluffy Aimers are able to read into these positions, we can get results like that with Rival falling early on to Kiru, who's now just going to duck out of the map because he's taken away the advantage that, or he's gained the advantage for his first team that's won every round so far. And that's going to give his team a lot of breathing room as they look to try to clear out this top floor.
Yeah, and we can already see that this is kind of like a little bit of a micro play, but like Fluffy Aimers is such a great team of just playing into the meta. The very first round that we've seen Blackbeard is being pulled out by Fluffy Aimers, and we can see just how powerful he is in just solo engagements, but Candle being able to find one, using that Vigil to his fullest potential, just catch players off guard, but 2 gunfights coming out favoring Fluffy Aimers. Now just a 3v1, and the only player left with the Boss G now turned into a 1v1.
Oh, it's a 1v1. And now we see Emilio is the last one left standing. He's going to revive Kiru, bring things back to a 1 versus 2, but that Boss G is going to be very dangerous, especially with that shot onto Kiru. It's all left up to Emilio in this 1 versus 1. He has the angle, but he's the better shot. Emilio closing things out, denying the clutch with a beautiful shot of his own as Fluffy Aimers take control of the series.
We now start to move and see essentially a little bit of a micro problem. I say it's a micro problem because whether or not it's just a problem that Fluffy Aimers are able to fix themselves, or if it's a problem that teams aren't able to definitively take advantage of, every now and again on the attack, Fluffy Aimers, when they are in a very comfortable position with the intel they have on the attack, they will move very fast into that execution phase onto the bomb site, sometimes a little bit too fast for their own liking and for what they have overall set up, whether that just simply being what intel they have or the map control they have. In that situation, they just didn't have enough intel on that player being on the Vigil over inside of Fireplace side. Having that wall open allowed for him to have essentially the best kind of situation for a Vigil the Boss G, a long-range gunfight where he was able to shut down those players on relatively only 2 entry points into the site, and with a couple of comms and pings from his team, he had full understanding of where those players were, and because Fluffy Aimers moved way too fast, they weren't able to get a definitive read on where that Vigil was, eventually putting them in a 1v1 situation.
It'll be a successful run out from Candle, making up for that last loss 1v1. And that's going to be Kiru on that Ashe, who's been great with his positioning so far. But that's also going to mean that any shields or bulletproof utility that Core have on the board is going to rest easy this round. And as I stated last round, the team with the opening pick has won 100% of the rounds so far. That's a great thing to get within the first few seconds.
Yeah, not only do you get that, but you get essentially the main entry player in this round and all of that utility on Ashe. Breach charges, not used. Ashe charges also will not be able to be used. But even after all that, you still have Blackbeard on the board, shutting down Candle. It is on a Frost, so he's not going to be getting rid of a whole lot of defender utility. All of those Frost mats will be placed down in the positions that they were meant to be. But again, it is still a great clear, as now it gives them man control, at least over on this library and top mid situation. Being paired with the flashes from DT allows for a great opening.
Gonna see them make their way in this top floor very, very quickly. They're gonna isolate these last couple defenders. And that's gonna be a 3 versus 2. Now 3 versus 1 man advantage for Fluffy Aimers. All left up to Twist on these blue stairs. Gonna make his way to try to find anything, but they vacated that premises. He gets the first pick that he needs, but Diffuser is gonna go down here, and there's nothing he can do about it. Because now he has to find these last 2 players, but they're going to know about where he is, and he has to do it quickly. He only has about 30 seconds left to do this. Almost gets 1, but Emilio is better in that gunfight, as Fluffy Aimers so far on this attack have done exactly as needed.
For the very first time in the entirety of the Snowy Mountains of Chalet, we have a team get the opening pick in the round and still go out to lose it. That team being QOR, obviously, if you just watched the previous round. And that is, in my mind, absolutely huge. Because not only did you get a huge player, but you got Kiru, who in a majority of the time for this attack would be in that entry position. But because they still not only had that Blackbeard, but they pushed such a heavy push and relatively a quick push. They had 3 players on that library balcony, and then you also had that Zofia over by top Mez balcony, laying in those stuns from Zofia. It allowed for Fluffy Aimers not to only get that man pick back relatively quickly, but also get all of that map control, set up that vertical with relatively no fight whatsoever. Those stuns from the Zofia were absolutely huge, just completely blinding that player over by top blue, allowing for not only Rival to get 1, but also a second one in a situation when he probably should die. And it goes to show that not only is Fluffy Aimers a great team because they play into the meta, but their overall coordination on the attack leads to such staggering attacks overall.
So if that trend continues, intel gathering done early on here, they've read into the fact that this player is going to be isolated over by those blue stairs, and that's probably going to be something they look to focus on early on. Is if they can isolate these core players and whittle down that man count that they love to rely on, something that can be quite potent for them, but they do have to try to find a way to get inside of library without getting killed off here, which even with that Blackbeard is certainly a tall task with a player on Mez working their position well. And then after that, they even have to try to work that top floor above the site before they can actually plant inside of kitchen or dining. And so this multi-layered defense that we're seeing QOR pull out is going to be to try to waste as much time as humanly possible, but that Blackbeard being in, it's going to make things a little bit easier for them, especially with Didi getting that opening pick. It allows him to take so much more space, but Candle's going to get him. So going to be up to that Blackbeard to try to find this pick, but the frag grenade is going to be what does it, not a gunfight, as Fluffy Aimers find themselves up top once again.
Not only has Fluffy Aimers put themselves into a very comfortable 4v3, but they have half of the round still left on board. I was going to say they still had that Blackbeard on the board, but Rival deals with that very early on, and that is a huge pick. Sure, you still do have JJ on the Blitz, but you won't be able to put him in an uber aggressive position that will immediately result in a kill. So now this allows for QOR to just continue to play very safe, and on top of that, Fluffy Aimers losing a lot of that overall utility that's going to be able to clear. But with that pick from JJ, this is a very crucial gunfight, and if I'm Twist right now, I got to go right back down to the bomb site, because I'm staring at 1v3 on top of a Blitz, and now going into the execution phase, QOR, they have to get a man advantage back.
They have to try to be aggressive here, and Fluffy Aimers are going to know that. This position from Twist might just be kooky enough to pull something out, but it's still going to be a tall ask, especially with Moses being on the HP that he is. Flashbangs are going to go out, completely blinding Twist, and now it's going to be all left up to Twist, actually, who's going to get killed off immediately by that Blitz, because Fluffy Aimers, they don't let off the trigger, they don't let off the gas. They make those last 2 players so scared to do anything.
I'm very. I don't want to use the words pleased. It is an easy point to point out, but also kind of like I really wish it wasn't this. In my opinion, I think essentially the formula that has allowed for Fluffy Aimers to run away with 3 rounds completely uncontested on the attack is their ability to play into shields very well. Obviously, if you not only watch competitive Rainbow Six Siege, but also play the game, you understand that shields right now in the current meta, even with the recent change, are a very oppressive force to deal with if you are the defense. And we're seeing Fluffy Aimers use it to the fullest extent. Not only did they bring a Blackbeard, who, keep in mind, even with Recited going 6 and 9, still putting him in those primary entry positions and always at the front of the entire push when trying to clear and take map control, but also last round pairing it with a Blitz as the spearhead. Even if you are able to lose that Blackbeard in the entry engagement, you have that Blitz to back it up. And right now, Core don't really have a definitive answer to deal with this shield play, and I'm starting to get worried.
We could have shield play on top of fast play now. We see that Sens and Amaru combination that so many teams love to use to rush into this site. And if they wait long enough as well, they'll have a Dokkaebi call to play off of as well. And they're going to know the way that players like Twist want to roam here, being far away from the site. And with that kind of positioning, it's very good if they try to go for something very, very expansive with that roam clear. But that could definitely play to the advantage of Fluffy Aimers. Depending on how they go about this, we're going to see this rush being set up here with Amaru going up that hatch. And if Core haven't read into this, if they don't know what's happening, that's something that's going to be deadly. We're going to see it go down now off of that Sense charge. Diffuser going down as well. Smoke's going out. Candle going to get the first pick, though. Diffuser is still going to go down and give the attack so much room to play with, as the defense have to retake onto their own site, but the gunfights have gone so well for them. It's only Emilio that's managed to get one so far. JJ now has to creep his way farther into the site, but Candle's gonna get him. It's all left up to Emilio, sitting inside of West Main, but he's not gonna get anything done because the retake from Core is exactly as it needs to be.
A little bit early on, I talked about how a small problem for Fluffy Aimers on the attack is they would work way too fast for their overall map control and intel that they have on board, and that was a textbook definition of the round, and why you cannot just simply go for that rush plant onto dining and kitchen. It's just impossible, especially with that vertical play and real no map control whatsoever, or even site control for Fluffy Aimers. Just allowed for Core to shut down those very aggressive players on the outskirts, like the players directly on the bomb site itself, dealing with JJ relatively early on. And on top of that, having that vertical to shut it down, it's just a relatively easy retake for Core if you know how to play it in Core. One of the things that they are known for is their experience and their structure. It's just around where I get it, you're up 6-3, there is real no reason not to try, but it's one of those rounds where there is real no setup for success if you are in the attack, and we exactly saw why. And now Fluffy Aimers are going to have to attack the exact same bomb site. The last time that they won this was a relatively, again, oppressive force being paired with that Blackbeard. More than likely, we'll see him have huge effect in this round yet again. But again, it goes back to that idea that Core have to find an answer for the shield play. Even with that Blitz still off the board, Blackbeard still will be a menace.
I'd like to point out that in the interview, Rival said that he was hoping Emilio would do well, and
yes.
Well, might be eating his words a little bit there, but that's how the cookie crumbles quite often. Fun fact, that's also why the rule to never do math on broadcast exists, because you will eat your words immediately. Yet again, we're seeing Fluffy Aimers look to set up the extremities of the map, get things open, locate defenders, and just see what is going on and see if anyone overexposes themselves. We see a player almost do inside a blue hall. As now we're going to see an attempted isolation on that position with the help of Deity, but they're not revealing themselves, at least not yet. But that Dokkaebi call could be quite dangerous if Deity is able to get into this position like you would like, or he's just watching this blue hall, so if they try to retake while that position was open instead of bar stock, well, they were going to get killed off. But now we have to see them try to take more of this top floor so they can fully work the map.
The really great thing about Blackbeard is he can essentially do this job all on his own. Sure, you do have an additional player that does help, and this allows for the rest of Fluffy Aimers to work the map. We saw 2 players in basement work that vertical, make sure that they cleared that position out, so there wasn't going to be able for any defenders to play in that position, and then you had another player all the way over by Solarium. But it doesn't matter if you lose the very first opening pick and lose your ace on top of it, and we can see the difficulty with clearing this position. But the Monty coming into play yet again, going to be getting this Frost more than likely, and now this top Mez position I thought was cleared, but the kill is not going to be able to be confirmed by Rival as Twist finds another.
4 versus 2 now, effectively with one body on the floor. Make that a 4 versus 1. We do see him get picked up though, so it is a 3 versus 1. There is a little bit of room to play with, a little bit of time to play with, and they can get control of the diffuser. But there's still a lot to do here. Twist almost throws his life away, but he doesn't end up quite doing it. No Dokkaebi calls in pocket either, so any information gathering tools they have are going to require time and manual usage, neither of which are things they're going to want right now. Moses has retaken blue stairs, which I don't think either of them have realized. Blackbeard's going to drop into games. This could be a position where Moses could shine, but he's going to get that pick on the blue stairs instead, along with a Capcan trap confirming the other one, as we see QOR start to hold on and start to figure out how these defensive rounds need to look.
Going into that round, comparing it to the last time that Fluffy Aimers did attack it, and when they won, is a very stark contrast, and it goes to show on how Siege is really just about the small details. In that round, we saw that Zofia or any other player did have no stuns onto this direct position over by top Mez. What did that allow that Frost to do? Well, it allowed her to simply just swing on a player. It is simple enough, but it is also a simple mistake that snowballed into a bigger one for Fluffy Aimers, because they didn't have those players in those power positions just completely be blind, have no position to actually get a direct swing onto any of the Fluffy Aimers players. They were allowed to just play their positions relatively comfortably, play exactly how they did, wait for the jump in, go for the swing and shut it down, being paired with that Wamai also as essentially additional backup, so they weren't able to clear over in that double window by top Mez. It's kind of a situation where QOR read exactly what they did, and because they just didn't have that small little factor, that being the flashbangs, the entire round, especially in the early half, fell apart for Fluffy Aimers.
Yeah, they had a convincing lead, which does have the benefit of giving some rounds to throw, but they've burned both of those rounds they can throw before things go to overtime. And like I was saying before, the desk has agreed that this is probably the best chance QOR have of getting an early map in the series. And Fluffy Aimers really want to make sure they can't do that if at all possible. Although now they're going to have to work extremely hard to make sure that doesn't happen, as QOR found their confidence, they found their stride. People have started winning fights they weren't before. And we've seen some players crawl their way onto the score sheet in ways they hadn't been before. And that's putting a lot of pressure on these Fluffy Aimers players to be even better. And especially Emilio, he really has been the standout performer thus far.
Yeah, it really does go to show that, you know, one of the main problems for the Fluffy Aimers roster, not only this addition with Kiru and Recited, is that they have a inconsistency problem with these frag players, and losing your primary fragger with all of that execution utility on the Lion is an absolute huge loss. The good thing, though, is Recited is in a position to potentially deal with Candle. But Candle understands his position. He understands that there is going to be immediate pressure, more than likely over by Bathroom, and with a ping paired with it, that is an easy kill on top of it, and Fluffy Aimers just allowing for Candle to just simply run away with this round.
He is picked off by Didi, but not before dismantling a lot of this roam clear that Fluffy Aimers had plans. And also just giving his team so much breathing room and wasting so much time as well. There's only 1:05 seconds left here, and that's not even all of the offsite presence cleared out. We're gonna see the Somai get into fight pretty soon here, and he's gonna win it as well.
That's a huge pick, and now you have DT and Kiru in a 2v4. They have to take these isolated gunfights, and if you give it to them, that's a huge opening. But Rival's there to shut it down, and now it's just Kiru in a near impossible job with 40 seconds left and 3 players to deal with.
It's gonna drop down, look to find anything. Trying to take these fights, but no one from Core want to reveal themselves. They want to secure overtime. He's going to try to get the first one, almost gets it, but Rival has the counter swing while he's distracted with the other angle. And that's overtime, as each team takes 3 rounds in a row.
Very telltale sign of how, in my opinion, this entire series will go, whether it be in overtime map, in every single map. And I think this is also a great opportunity for those who may not be aware, especially for our co-streamers who aren't up to date and everything on Blitz Season 2. We have infinite overtime for every single map in this grand final. So not only are we in overtime for the very first map, but with how that entire regulation went, in theory, this should go the distance just on map 1. And you know, as you talked about very early on in this map, the overall just, I guess you could say, the fuel in the tank of these teams, how far they can really go. You know, we say this time after time again, a best of 5 is not a race, it is a sprint. And both of these teams already being tested in the very first map. We've seen a lot of small mistakes on the attack for Fluffy Aimers, and now not only is it a great opportunity for them to fix them in overtime, but also it's a great opportunity to see if maybe new ones that we didn't see in regulation will pop up, and if Core are able to just simply fall back on that structure on the defense.
Yeah, we're in dangerous territory here on this first map. It's like we're saying, things are a marathon, not a sprint once you get into a best of 5. And both of these teams had fairly easy times in playoffs. No one really forced them to get that creative or to go the distance. But now they have to, on the first map no less, go into this infinite overtime, which is not really the position you want to find yourself in just yet. So we'll see if Fluffy Aimers can correct these mistakes they've been having and start to push themselves in a better direction, or of course end up closing this out as soon as possible, as now both of these teams are going to be gunning for that finish line.
Yeah, and this is where you start to see, especially on the attack, on how detrimental these opening picks are. And, you know, in contrary, you will see defending teams play a lot more safe, especially for the bomb site that we find ourselves in. So there aren't going to be as many opportunities for Fluffy Aimers to get these opening picks very early on. And it props up an entirely new factor of this map and of this game as a whole, is are you able to deal with that 5v5 man count? And as I say that, JJ finding the very first on a candle, sure, it is only a frost, but such an important player. The top frag for Core now off the board, and on top of that, Twisted in a very difficult situation, being paired with 2 teammates on top of that, though, as Moses does find one.
You see the Blackbeard now has made his way into the building. Emilio's getting one of his own along with JJ, as things are looking dire for these roamers, leaving everything up to Enrio. Tucked inside of Red Hall, 1 versus 4, and the attack has so much time to find him and isolate him, or look to keep him out of the bomb site to get that diffuser planted. Drone's gonna isolate his position. Blackbeard incoming, tries to get shots at the toes, but he's surrounded now, as we see Fluffy Aimers go up 1-0 in this overtime.
What can you do, man? I mean, obviously it's not as simple, and I think one of the more underlying factors that a lot of people don't understand about Blackbeard is, sure, he is the definition of an entry player. He is essentially a problem in the server, as not only is a shield, he can push people down just like a Monty or a Blitz, but he has an AR on top of it. But you also notice that Recited hasn't really grown in the kill and entry department, and that's for the simple fact that Blackbeard isn't always used for that pure entry fragger. He can also be used as just a pure presence throughout the entire map. If you see a Blackbeard, you have essentially 2 choices. Take that gunfight and trust that not only are you able to win it, but there's no flashbang grenades, Blackbeard also having grenades, or even additional attackers around that Blackbeard that, keep in mind, Fluffy Aimers continue to double up around this Blackbeard. And then it brings the second option for Core, is to just run away, save your life, give up that map control, and Also, on top of that, give Fluffy Aimers a relatively easy clear. And you saw that core, they wanted to fight for that map control. They wanted to try and give a difficult time on that top floor for Fluffy Aimers. But with that Blackbeard, it's essentially a round where you just have to make tough decisions. And there was really no place for them to hold it on top of, with that double window repel being held by Fluffy Aimers. It's just not a lot of options for them.
See how this attack round goes for Core. We haven't seen them there in, well, 7 rounds now, as things have progressed. I also do think it's kind of funny that the first 2 rounds of that previous half all went like that for Fluffy Aimers, and then they managed to do it again once they're actively inside of overtime, but sometimes that's just how things happen. Although Fluffy Aimers did have a pretty solid defense, if I recall correctly, of this site. And so we'll see how Core look to dismantle it. They're already starting to use that Ash utility to get rid of or weaken some of the utility on the extremities of this top floor, but they still have to look to break in and actually get Deity out of this position. And right now, he has the support to remain steadfast here, even with this other utility that's being thrown his way.
Yeah, and you can also see that this Dokkaebi doesn't have immediate effect aside from Twist simply just running and shooting a player. And look at this position that Twist has found himself in, just completely making his way through this Mez position that the player was holding, which also that Mez player now being dealt with by Candle in all of this early control. Not only has been taken by Core, but 2 kills have also fallen with it. And not only is Fluffy Aimers in such a dangerous and difficult position, but they don't have the man count to spare for it. And Core, so comfortable, it simply is going to rely on them having this additional intel and hoping that these last 3 players of Fluffy Aimers cannot catch them off guard. When with a flank buy recited, that looks like it could potentially happen.
1 minute left here for Core to finish working things. We see some aggression from these defenders onto the outer edges of the map, but it's immediately refragged by a player on Salant, but one does slip through the cracks. So left up to Recited, however, who's inside a bar currently nowhere near the site. As now we see him get picked off immediately by a rival while trying to go for that flank. As we've begun the tour of Infinite Overtime. And for those of you who don't know the rules for Infinite OT, you have to win 2 rounds. You have to win by 2 rounds. So we can't just get an 8-7 here for the win. It would have to be a 9-7.
I also really love this Core timeout, because not only do they realize that this essentially is going to be a back and forth, it could go on forever, and they want to not only fix that, but I also presume that they will potentially change something up, whether it be their entire play style or just slotting in maybe a couple extra utility, maybe a different operator. They want to change something up that Fluffy Aimers not only has not played against, but also in pair is not prepared for it. We also saw a very different problem for Fluffy Aimers. Those small problems I talked about earlier, when Fluffy Aimers were in a 3v5 situation, they understood that they had to get aggressive, that they had to overswing to try and work that man count back down to maybe an even 3v3 or at least a 4v3. But the problem with that is, if you're in Core's position, not only are you prepared, but you're expecting for those players to get uber aggressive when you have 2 players just running right in the middle of highway window and top Mez. It's essentially an easy kill to work down. It's never really going to be in the favor of Fluffy Aimers, and this timeout could be an absolute huge warning sign that we will potentially see something completely different that we have not seen before come out from Core, going now into our second phase of overtime.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
If you watch Cohen back in his super light days, or if you've seen interviews with people who he's coached, then you know he really likes to be strategic with how he does things. He likes to have deep pockets when it comes to his strat book and things that can pull out. And he's definitely the type of coach who can absolutely just cook something up that throws a complete wrench into things and just gives Core a little bit of edge. Although it is worth noting that Fluffy Aimers also get access to their coach,
10 seconds remaining.
which means that Archer, I think it was, who's on Fluffy Aimers, is going to have the opportunity to rile up his troops as well. So we'll see whose timeout ends up being more impactful in this situation. Now, so far, the strategy that we're seeing to defend the site isn't super abnormal, though I would say I would expect the Tubro to be closer to the site. But other than that, things are going to be pretty standard. But I'd imagine the way that Core are going to play this is going to be where we see that timeout come into effect.
Yeah, we can already see that, sure, you do have a very aggressive player. Putting Candle in that position is well paired, but he also has essentially an escape route. Even Twist also having that escape route. And if you can see the overall utility, having the Goyo, the Smoke, the Cade, and even that Clash, this entire lineup is prepared to just fight essentially the majority of the round in that execution phase. But when you lose your Tuberao, essentially being paired with Cade, your main breach denial player, that turns everything upside down. And now Twist completely all alone, disconnected not only from his team but also the bomb site itself. You can see that JJ is potentially trying to catch him off guard, but they don't have that, up-to-date info that he has rotated back down to that basement floor. And now comes in the second phase of this entire setup, especially with that barricade being paired with those head holes, is that Fluffy Aimers are going to be wasting a little bit of their time. But not only with getting a player off the board, but getting that tuber out, it's going to allow them to get these hatches, get these walls, and set up this vertical relatively quickly. And that overall time-wasting ability won't really come to as big of an effect if you lost, or rather won, that opening engagement if you're Core.
Now we see this utility from the Brava, or from the Ram, excuse me, start to rain down on the site in this final mid 15 seconds. Along with those Lion scans, as now they just want to get onto the bomb site and start working things. Use that Maverick to start opening walls. Use that Blackbeard to knock people out of position, or in Deity's case, get shot in the face by Rival in an awkward position on a shield. And that's going to free up a little bit of, well, just worry that Core don't have anymore. Although Twist could potentially be isolated in this position if they know where he is, but it's all Core in the kill feed so far. Emilio is able to get a Constellation pick back, but it might not mean anything, especially with that Clash knowing exactly where he is. Doesn't have control of the diffuser either. And he would have to waste time to go and get it. Tries to find anything in this 1 versus 3, but no one is revealing themselves. No one is occupying a bad position. They're just letting the Clash sit up front and try to find him and tell them exactly where he is. He makes his way into the bomb site, gonna try to find this player inside a connector, but there's so many angles he has to look at and he chooses the wrong one. Rival's gonna finish things off and give Core the round advantage and put themselves on map points.
I think one polarizing factor in that round was Core. Obviously, we said it and you could see it, that they had both a Cade and a Tuberao. They put a lot of effort and thought into denying the breach. But Fluffy Aimers had 2 can openers and a Maverick. Not only did they not have a Thatcher, they didn't have an Ace, they didn't have a Thermite. So that wall denial from Core, it didn't even come into a factor. Not because they lost their lives very early on, but because Fluffy Aimers, for some reason when attacking basement, did not have enough hard breach utility. And that was essentially, in my opinion, why they lost that entire round. They weren't able to set up those crosses over by a boiler wall, and then also the wall looking directly into Wine. And it allowed for not only Core to play very comfortably in the bomb site, but also being paired with that, just simply entry denial like the Smoke in the Clash. That entire second half, that entire execution phase of the round was just in every bit in the favor of Core, and in my opinion, obviously a great timeout from Core, but a huge misread and misstep from Fluffy Aimers that may have cost them this map.
See if that ends up being the case. Core do have to win this attack round before that is the case, although they did win the previous attack in overtime, so that does bode well for them. But it is the kitchen bomb site that's being defended by Fluffy Aimers, which is one they won pretty handedly both times. We saw it in regulation. So far, things are going pretty slow here. So I think Corp kind of realized that they can't go too fast in the beginning, as Fluffy Aimers are very good at catching people in bad positions or mid-rotate if they have to rotate around a lot. So we're seeing them put effort into trying to figure out exactly where Fluffy Aimers are so they can start to isolate them and start to whittle down their utility.
Yeah, that is a very important factor of just not only this entire map, but this bomb site in Rio could get huge use out of this Twitch drone, and he does. Getting rid of that Mira off the board so early on is going to be essentially a huge factor, not a factor that will decide the round, but that entire hold, that line of sight that Fluffy Aimers put a lot of effort in trying to hold, now we'll just not be able to hold whatsoever. No entry pick thus far, and you can see that a lot of the overall importance of this round is on this top position. Fluffy Aimers bringing out that tuber out yet again to deny this wall. But aside from the ace, the only direct hard breacher that's going to be trying to get this wall open, essentially, at least for now, just get a line of sight, is going to be that Maverick. With that clock, that sixth man for the defense starting to trickle down, it's going to be waiting on QOR, but with no opening pick, no essential like lines of sights onto these players direct, Fluffy Aimers, they just have to sit here and wait for QOR to come to them.
And they're doing just that. They're just sitting and waiting because QOR are really not making good use of their time so far, especially after Medio gets that opening pick onto Candle. He's going to take that gridlock off the board and also neutralize the top fragger for QOR. As we see a flurry of kills with QOR getting something out of it, but it's overwhelmingly going the way of Fluffy Aimers, with Ingrio managing to get one back. But now this position that Rival's occupying is so awkward to play in. There's so much he has to look out for. And Rio's gonna repel in to try to help him, but there's just too much to look at as Rival is now gonna try to walk into Piano and isolate these kills. Beeper gonna go off and give away his position with the floor holes being all that Kiru needs. And that's gonna be us tying things up yet again and delving deeper into the waters of overtime.
Yeah, one of the major factors of that entire round is that QOR wasn't able to find the entry pick early on. And not only did that not give them an advantage, but they didn't really try and force the effort when trying to take that top vertical. And they were, again, we've seen in rounds previously on the attack that QOR will kind of wait for Fluffy Aimers to overswing, be very overzealous in their positions. But we're very deep into this very first map, and Fluffy Aimers are well aware that they don't need to overswing, that not only do they not need to, but that was essentially the main factor of why they were losing rounds on the defense. And when QOR wasn't given essentially these easy gunfights to shut down, they didn't really have anything set up to take anything away on this top floor. So then, in turn, the entire round was decided by just QOR not having immediate pressure. Sure, they had that wall open, they had lines of sight, but when you don't have Fluffy Aimers peeking into it, there is no direct pressure to push those defenders out, essentially letting QOR just dwindle down that time and lose the entire round on their own.
Defuse a bomb.
Oh, I'm looking forward to seeing how this goes with Infinite OT. I've not casted this in so long. We'll see how this goes. Early aggressive peak being brought out by Twist, although we're seeing the starts of these rounds kind of slow down a little bit here as we get farther in. And we're seeing the Blackbird being brought out yet again by Fluffy Aimers. I think absent in only one of their attacking rounds so far. They've really liked to lean into it, although it has not always had the impact they would like it to. But it is still something that, if used correctly, can absolutely pair with that blitz and just make the lives of the defense an absolute living hell. And I think we're seeing something a lot less direct than we saw before as well, just with Fluffy Aimers putting a lot of emphasis over on Solarium, as that gives them a little bit more foothold inside of the map before they actually have to clear anything.
And we can also see that there is a really big importance on clearing this position over by Piano. But if you notice the outlines, there's no one over here from QOR. Aside from these barricades, it's a little bit of phantom pressure being set up that Fluffy Aimers have fallen into as sort of a trap, just wasting their own time. They thought that a player might have been over here, but with no definitive intel from those drones, they weren't able to say that there isn't. And now they've essentially not, wasted a whole lot of time, but now going in this minute 20 half of the round, paired with these smokes, a great operation to cut the line of sights off for these two players over by top Mez and Blue, but Recited not really trying to push up, being a little bit scared because he doesn't have definitive info. This is going to cost time, and Fluffy Aimers, they're just clawing to get that first opening pick, and they find one, but it's answered back.
The answer back is hung up on, however, as we see Kiru get one of his own. And now we see Twist look to try to get aggressive over towards lobby, but the Blackbeard's going to make things a little bit difficult for him. Now he's going to try to walk up Blue instead. See if he can find this pick onto the Zofia, which he does. That's Deity knocked off of the board. As now things are tied up in a 3 versus 3. Moses is in a good position to catch someone off guard, but he isn't able to land the shots to get the kill. And now he has to get back to the site. And there's only 20 seconds left here for Fluffy Aimers to get in and make all their magic happen, which so far isn't happening, especially with that Capcan trap. As they hold on for just long enough, the time dwindling down, causing awkward decisions. As QOR yet again retake the lead, as the defense has been so dominant this overtime.
Yeah, one factor that is really surprising to me is now we've had 2 attacking rounds for Fluffy Aimers because they simply were not able to read into the defensive setup that was put in place. You know, previously they didn't have enough hard breaching utility on their attacking lineup to just deal with these walls, set up these lines of sights, and allowed for QOR to sit in the site comfy. And in that time around, they saw those barricades, they saw the reinforcements over by Office, by Solarium's side, and essentially thought to themselves that there was a heavy extension by QOR. But there wasn't one singular player over on that side the entirety of the round, aside from when they wanted to barricade the doors. Again, going back to the idea that Fluffy Aimers are having a little bit of a troubling time reading into where this defense is not only being held, but how it's being held by QOR, allowing for them to essentially waste their own time. And by the time they actually get to the bomb site, not only do they not have the drones to get that up-to-date info on those defender positions, but they also don't have the utility or man count for the execution.
Rivals now on the Blackbeard, taking a page out of his former team's book. We also see a Thunderbird on the board, which is not a sentence I've said in a cast in a little while, so it's interesting to see that being brought out. We'll see how Fluffy Aimers, or QOR, excuse me, look to take this, as we see some presence below the site here, but not really a ton. Although it looks like the plan is just to find a gap and then just kind of send the shields at it, if I had to guess, just with that Blitz in combination with things like that Nomad and that Grim. But I'm not in the comps. We'll have to see, and there's a lot they'll have to crunch through in order to get to that point, as there's some pretty strong positions being held by Fluffy Aimers here. With the Blackbeard taken off the board immediately, but immediately refragged. QOR are in charge of the fragging department right now, and they have so much more health than their opponents. This Blitz could do a lot to prevent this flank, but no! He only manages to get one. Recited gets a pick of his own, but there's a player on this solar window that'll make it difficult for Recited to get back. But the attack doesn't have the diffuser right now. They don't have the control of it they need! But Recited, he gets one. It's all left up to Kiru. It's all that stands between QOR and a map win. Tucked inside of Office, trying to find the angles he can walk through, but they're gonna deal a ton of damage. Those sounds, however, gonna give away his position. He has to get through this crossfire, being held on this big window. Diffuser has gone down. He only has about 33 seconds to do this, to win these 2 fights, to isolate these 2 gunfights, but he can't even get one. As that's going to be QOR finally locking things out, securing map 1.
Again, it's just a round where Fluffy Aimers, because they weren't able to read into what QOR was bringing that time on the attack, not on the defense, they weren't prepared. Only having essentially 2 definitive people in the bomb site, 2 players over by Trophy and Solarium Stairs, and not only did that allow for QOR to put direct pressure with success on the bomb site, but you saw very early on, paired with that drone intel that was up to date, QOR fully understood the positions, fully understood that this bomb site was relatively soft, and they had a position, an opportunity to take it very quickly, being paired with those 2 repels on Solarium and double window over in bedroom, and then having a Blackbeard in a blitz, and for the very first time having that additional utility like the bees on Grim, something that we didn't see Fluffy Aimers bring out consistently when they had shields. It's kind of a situation where Core just read the strat book of Fluffy Aimers, and Fluffy Aimers, not only did they not have the positions, but they didn't have the defender utility to deal with that aggressive shield play, just as they did in their attacking rounds.
A lot of excellent reads coming out by Core there, and a lot of good understanding of the map as well, which enabled them to get that far and ultimately claw back a lead from Fluffy Aimers, then dog it out in overtime for a bit, and you have a map win for yourself. And quite a crucial one, I would say, is, I don't want to belabor the point, but just winning your maps, I would say, especially in a best of 5, is going to be something very, very important, something that Core are going to cherish going forwards with how good of a team Fluffy Aimers usually is. And if you look at the desk as well, most of them actually predicted that Fluffy Aimers were going to win this 3-1. And Core have already gotten that 1. They've already met their technical quota for the series if we go by the analyst desk. So we'll have to see if that ends up being enough for them, or if this ends up being the only one. But regardless, they're in a pretty solid position now.
Yeah, also just, one more point we talked about. This is a map that not only has Core played a lot, but they also have won consistently. I won't give the exact number because I don't want to take too much away from the desk that we will have up next shortly. But I think that is a very great sign for Core. Nothing too worrying for Fluffy Aimers. I don't want to, throw them out of this series yet. Not only is it not their map pick, it's also Core's best map. So I think this is a situation where this match will continue to look relatively even matchup-wise.
Think so as well. That being said, though, we do have an analyst desk, so let's not keep them waiting. We're gonna go ahead and throw it over to them: Whiskey, Glitter, Yali, and Sirius.
Map 1 is over and done, and it was an emotional roller coaster, a back and forth brawl for all. And it was a pivotal map that, as mentioned before, Core needed, right, to stay alive in this series. Yali, Siege is a game of intel and opportunities, and Fluffy Aimers seemed fast and loose, albeit a little bit chaotic at times. Was it the small mistakes or the big adaptations that made this one so close?
Honestly, just starting it off, okay, I say starting it off. We're actually going to start on round 7. We're not actually starting at the beginning. But round 7, I think, really speaks to a lot of what happened and this back and forth. And that is that, in round 7, it was a Fluffy Aimers victory, but it was really, really close. Fluffy Aimers went in, and they had players in K9, one coming in through Coat, and they actually got a kill on a player that they knew where they were. But then they didn't know where the Malusi was, they didn't know where the Capcan was, they didn't know where the Capcan traps were, and they didn't know where the Vigil was. And at the end of the day, all 4 of those things got kills, except for the Malusi. They managed to take out the Malusi, that Blackbeard hitting the flick and pushing him down into a corner. So kind of lucky on that one. And that's a good thing too, because it did come down to a 1v1. If they didn't get that Malusi, which they didn't know where they were, that was entirely reaction time, then that would have been a Core round, which would have, ended the match in regulation time rather. And so I think a lot of this just came from Fluffy Aimers not really being super well informed on the positions of Core. And I think they looked at that Sirius and Glitter, and I think they said that we should do something different. And so they switched to kind of a more one-dimensional play style. They grabbed a shield, and instead of putting, a player in K9, a player downstairs, and then trying to sweep over from Solar, they put all 5 players on the library side of the map and just walked straight through the entire defense on the top floor behind a shield. Just all the way through. And what happened is it made Core panic. They basically were just like running around like chickens with their head cut off. Well, Mai ended up being forced to make a play, a risky play, where he placed himself into West Main, and it didn't pay off in the slightest. They figured out where he was pretty quickly. So I think that was a great adaptation by Fluffy Aimers to get behind those shields and utilize that that opportunity they have in this day of Siege.
I mean, at the same time, though, just Core really adapted well towards the very end of that game, especially once they realized that they're just bringing one or two shields almost every single attacking round that we've seen so far, and we're just going to be trying to go more, a little bit more, like kind of expand the roam game a little bit, hide those roamers so that way, whenever we find out exactly where those attackers are coming from, we're going to explode upon them, throw every single bit of defender bodies essentially as we have as the problem, and just make sure that whatever Fluffy is doing, they can't really get into the bomb site, get that execute down as effectively as they want, because that's what really worked well for Core. Having that information on both the attack and defense is when they really shined. When they didn't have that information is when things kind of got chaotic. They started to flounder. Fluffy were just dominating a lot of those rounds, and several times Core also got very lucky or almost very close to winning rounds out in clutch fashion, but Fluffy were able to take those rounds and still secure them. Mostly round 5, especially when all of a sudden Core had the case outside Solarium window dropped on the floor, and then out of nowhere Resida dies to the guy just trying to get off their pelt to get the case to still have a chance to win that round. That's just one of these small examples of Core just having the tenacity to try to keep this game close, but still when the rounds get chaotic, they just seem to just struggle that much more.
Yeah, absolutely. It was incredible back and forth, and there was definitely some individual heroics that kept this going for as long as it did. I mean, Emilio just having an incredible game. We'll call him the win condition for now. Is that going to translate, do you think, for the next map? Because, right, we head into a little bit bigger of a space, so is that fast and loose play style still going to be a kind of that valuable factor, that impactful play style?
I mean, I certainly think so. Because I mean, Candle on the other end for a large portion of the early game was dominating, especially on the defense when he was just lighting up the scoreboard. Once we got to overtime, he was starting to fall off the cliff a little bit, but the rest of his team started to step up. So really, a lot of these players are just stepping up in big performances, and then the rest of the team is just slowly trying to get a little bit more warmed up, try to keep up on the scoreboard. But then overall, it's still a team game. A lot of coordination on both ends of this was really why we got all the way to 18 round slugfest between these two teams on map number 1. So going into Nighthaven Labs, that's going to have to be kind of the same idea, and it may still be a very long day for all of us here, including the players. So it's just going to be a matter of, can both of these teams keep up this level of coordination, just keep up this level of information, and try to throw in elements of chaos, especially for Fluffy. They need to keep throwing in things that Core aren't necessarily expecting, because when they are able to introduce those elements, that's when Fluffy really shined.
So we
Yeah,
talked
and
go ahead.
no, you're good. Yeah, I do want to say though, that gives me a little bit more concern for Core though, because Core was, pretty consistently just kind of struggled to get there on time. I mean, there were a lot of rounds that the entry pick didn't happen until, like, as you mentioned, round 5. Entry pick didn't happen until 45 seconds were left on the clock. And there are so many rounds with similar time amounts. Core was just slow, and that forced them to put themselves in, chaotic positions.
Okay. Well, there you the strats ready, the lobby filled. We are going to get on to map number 2, and it is going to be Nighthaven. Fingers crossed for some more of that unlimited overtime, right? Send it to the very end. The best of the best will succeed here. Ali, Goose, take us away.
Man, if he's advocating for infinite overtime again, I'm going to have to pull up my frickin' kettle, bro. There's a tea that I have that just, like, I used to soothe my throat when I'm doing things like casting, which I actually started using when I worked in a haunted house, in fact. We're gonna have to fire up the industrial kettle if we have another infinite overtime and coming at us, because it's definitely fun, but I do have a voice that I need to look at, or look after, rather. However, though, we should probably get back to the game. So, Goose, why don't you give us the rundown on these bans?
Monty, obviously coming out that is very expected. Originally, I did think we were going to see a Blackbeard ban, but because even if it took to the very last round, Core finally were able to play into the overall shield meta on their attacks. That shouldn't be a problem. Deimos also going out. I think Deimos is simply just a ban where they don't want to have a direct line of sight, or I guess direct intel on their roamers. We can see that Fluffy Aimers, specifically very on the last match, love to play very isolated in the roam, so just removing Deimos is a little bit.
I don't know if Goose is dying on my end or on everyone's end. Alright, so I've been informed that Goose has gone back to the pond, so you're gonna have me for a little bit as I'm gonna round out these bands. Tuberl, like you were saying, very good at keeping walls closed, especially in conjunction with a Cade. Valkyrie as well, just a ton of information, and with how well Fluffy Aimers played her last defense, she's not an operator that they want to leave up this time, even though it does mean sacrificing that for themselves. I'd wager that Fluffy Aimers probably used that a little bit better than Core did.
Yeah, I also think we just didn't get to see as many opportunities of Core leaning into the shield meta throughout that entire first map. And now going into Labs, which historically throughout the entirety of Blitz Season 2, both teams have played it twice and won it twice. I think that is a very important factor that we are looking at. Obviously, there are external factors like SI Quals, Element 4, but it doesn't pertain exactly to what we're seeing here. So I do think, again, this should be a relatively even map. It's just going to depend on who can really play into that shield meta better, and so far we've just seen it more from Fluffy.
Yeah, I believe that the last... All right, well, that's interesting. The last game I casted in Blitz was Core on this map, and they 7-0'd TRG, I believe it was. So they certainly know what they're doing here. And Candle, well, he is starting that off strong as he gets that opening pick, and he takes out that Dokkaebi as well. Along with it being Kuro, who has been pretty good at getting into some very advantageous positions on these attacks. So we'll see how that ends up working out for them. But Recited and JJ brings them back immediately, as now they're in the man advantage instead.
Yeah, I think that is a very important factor to look at the overall operator lineup and how Fluffy Aimers are playing these operators. Recited being on that Blackbeard can play in these entry engagements sometime by himself with no additional support. And on the contrary, JJ also can play relatively isolated because he has that EMP charge with the can openers, can apply pressure onto the wall without anything else. But again, the problem of just no up-to-date info could punish, but the Blackbeard essentially just saving Fluffy Aimers from that. But as I say that, Rival is still able to find one.
He is shut down through the floor, but the fact that he got that Blackbeard off the board is really going to make their lives harder. It is a 3 versus 2, however, with plenty of time and plenty of map control for the attack to work with, but this pre-fire from Twist evens things up just a little bit. And these last 2 attackers are in pretty similar positions. They don't have that external overwatch that they were happy with before. JJ is going to try to get this plant down, but a C4 is going to cause him to move a little bit. Although Fluffy, well, they're going to bring things to a 1 versus 1. JJ is just going to hard plant this diffuser. Pros don't fake until they do, as Twist has forced them into an awkward situation as they both stare each other down. JJ does not have the health for this fight, as Twist confirms. And that's going to be Core taking a very close first round.
Yeah, we also just never really saw any direct pressure onto those walls. We didn't see anyone go over onto that storage wall, even though it situation where it is a 3v3. There is really only so much that you can do as an attacking team, and that also goes into my other point that Fluffy Aimers really just simply needs to work on their overall consistency in gathering intel, making sure that they can find that up-to-date info when they eventually do go for that execution. It has costed them a couple of rounds and also a couple of situations, so if they can just fix that, you know, micro problem so it doesn't lead into losing that man, that also contrary leads into just not being able to put your players around different positions, taking away that multi-directional push. I think that would be great. And there is still plenty of time for Fluffy Aimers to fix that, but it's kind of worrying that that was a big problem in the first map, and we saw it so blatantly in the first round.
5 seconds to insertion.
I think as well, it's important to keep in mind that the players on core have all warmed up by this point. For the first like little bit of the first map, a lot of them are trailing, but I mean, Rival had 18 kills last I checked. Actually, let me just pull up the final scoreboard. Rival ended that map 18 and 12. Like, he warmed up as things went on. And now they're going into this map with all these hot hands on core, well, just warmed up, like I was saying. And so that's going to be something else that compounds on that intel game. That means Fluffy Aimers need to be more careful. They're not going to be able to just take and win easy fights nearly as much as they would have before.
And again, small mistakes like just putting the Selma too low on the wall, allowing for twists to impact trick it, especially when you don't have a thermite on the board, obviously isn't, you know, end all do all for getting the walls open. You do have a Maverick, but it does slow down just your overall early half of the game. Getting these walls open, it shouldn't be relatively a problem. You know, a little bit of a misnade almost causing the life of Hiru, but it does slow down Fluffy Aimers, and it allows for them to just burn the utility and put core in a relatively safe and winnable position, because they just have to worry about these shield players. They don't have to worry about these nades and these flashbangs. And it's kind of a situation where Fluffy Aimers, they need to make a move soon, and it's exactly what Recited is doing over in Raptors.
Try to gather information with this Blackbeard and just capture some space, but Moses, what a beautiful C4. He's able to get one and a third as well this time with his gun. As he's completely dismantling Fluffy Aimers all on his own before Kiryu gets two back of his own. But then Twist and Inrio have the save. That's gonna be Fluffy Aimers yet again falling to the defensive core, but this time much more convincingly.
It is really just polarizing to watch these first two rounds from Fluffy Aimers, because they're just making so many mistakes. And on the contrary, Nighthaven Labs is a relatively very difficult map to attack. So obviously, we more than likely will start to see Fluffy Aimers working back these rounds, starting to make it a little bit closer. But it's the way that they're losing them, not only making these huge crucial mistakes, but losing a 2v1 engagement, just that Blackbeard missing a couple of shots, and because of that, allowing that C4 to go out, losing 2 lives in a relatively one-dimensional push. You had connector open, there was no one over in top water, so you weren't able to apply direct pressure onto those control players. It just feels really messy for Fluffy Aimers in this first half. If they don't change something up quick, then that's the time you need to start worrying.
I think it's also worth pointing out that in the previous game we saw core on this map, we only saw one defensive round, or no, we saw 6 defensive rounds from them, but something they were very good at in each of those rounds was controlling the external walls, especially for that top floor site. They were very, very good at locking things down and preventing the attack from getting the space or util uses they wanted done efficiently. And that is exactly what we see in that previous round. They have to go for that one-dimensional push because they're just blocked out of everything else because core locked everything down so well. Now we're seeing early on in this round, not so much util game coming out from core as it is a lot of aggression that's just making these Fluffy Aimers players worried for their lives, justly, as Candle's going to take the life of Kiryu after walking down those lobby stairs. As this aggression and this map knowledge that we see from core after that first map, it's coming in hot.
And yeah, and not only is Fluffy Aimers doing a relatively poor job at intel, not exactly sure what Candle was doing there, overswinging his position, the definition of being over aggressive, but on the contrary, core has such a heavy lineup in the intel department. You have the pulse, you have the default cameras on top of that paired with those bulletproofs, but you also have the Solus. But even through all of that, a huge gap spot, not only by Fluffy Aimers, but DD on top of that to give them an opening and essentially completely disconnect the extension from upstairs onto the players on the bomb site.
4 versus 2 now, knocked out of 3 versus 4. Zenrio's gonna get one back. JJ is immediately gonna go for this bomb plant, but this D4 could be all they need. It's gonna be shot out of the air, or excuse me, a different C4 is gonna work its magic instead. No diffuser for JJ. And Deity is on such low HP, the UMP could do it. Inrio's gonna get one. Emilio's gonna get one right back, however. We find ourselves at a standoff. Moses and Emilio, with Moses hitting that pre-fire and getting us 3 rounds in a row for Core as they look so good.
It is very just... It is confusing because it does look like, again, that Fluffy Aimers, not only in the micros of just not being able to consistently use these drones to find info that can directly contribute to getting those picks, to getting that map control, but on a much bigger scale, it just looks like that Fluffy Aimers isn't prepared for how Core's playing, not only in these 2 maps, but overall, their overall playstyle and theory of Siege. And it's kind of a situation, and you know, obviously it's just the second map, it's just the first half of Night Haven Labs, but if this continues on, if you're not prepared as a team to deal with the playstyle of your opponents, a lot of the time there isn't a whole lot of work you can do in the server, and you're simply being beat just at the strat, at the preparation phase, even before the game starts. And you know, just as I said in all chat, Fluffy Aimers not taking a timeout, I really do think they need it, because if they don't change up something quick, Core, they're going to start running away with this.
Attackers must locate and defuse the bomb.
Yeah, timeouts are a pretty tricky thing, I think, having been on every possible end of a timeout as a player in IGL and coach. And so I kind of get it, I think, because they don't want to give Core Cohen.
Yeah.
Although, by the same token, you also don't want to deny yourselves to your coach. But we'll see how this ends up playing out. And I do think that a couple of these rounds have been close enough that if 1 or 2 decisions were made differently, that it absolutely could have gone the way of Fluffy Aimers. And that's what they're going to bank on here, I think, is going for a game plan that's probably similar, but a little bit more refined. Which so far is what we see JJ pulling off as he gets that opening pick onto Candle, who has so far in those early engagements been an absolute menace to deal with.
Yeah, great opening pick. You're able to get rid of that info player, and we can see again Fluffy Aimers just moving so fast.
Oh my god.
Everyone's dead. They're still vertical above. But now the problem is, sure, he did get that kill. He did get rid of the planter, but they know exactly where he is. They understand how he's going to play. And with a minute 50 on the timer, there's only so much time wasting he can do.
The control of the diffuser's been regained. Plant is going to go down the first of this map as he's trying to find this player tucked inside of Animus, as he just has to find something. He has to find anyone. There's a player outside a control room that's going to try to hunt him down here, but he is already wasting all the time on his own, just trying to find a gunfight that they're just not giving to him. Everyone except for one player is on that bomb site guarding the diffuser, and if he tries to get back through control, then you have the player inside of the control hallway that's gonna waste his time, or is currently wasting his time because he knows that player exists. Emilio's gonna close things out, however, as, like I said previously, the rounds were close enough that all Fluffy Aimers have to do is adjust a couple things, find a couple gaps, and voila.
That really has been essentially the theme of this entire matchup, is that those little things that may seem not important can lead to an entire win, or rather losing a map like we saw on map 1. The last time around that Fluffy Aimers did attack this basement bomb site, after they got that map control and in pair they got that man count advantage, they slowed down a little bit, used their drones to get that additional info, and that allowed for that player over by top blue to creep his way up Animus stairs. Sure, he didn't kill the Blackbeard, but he did kill JJ, getting over aggressive, trying to shut him down. But that time around, the last round where Fluffy Aimers attacked this basement bomb site, they made sure they acted as quick as possible on any info they got, not giving the chance for not only for Core to react to what was right in front of them, that being the push from Fluffy Aimers, but also not give the chance for that Capcom player all the way in storage enough time to flank and shut down that attack in a great read, whether or not Fluffy Aimers knew it.
And then we're seeing an attempt at being made at the same bomb site here from Core. And I don't think we had the Blitz on the board last time, but I don't know, I looked away to check my notes, and then everyone was dead, so who knows, I could have missed it. As now we're seeing things switched up yet again by Fluffy Aimers, as although that strategy worked very, very well the previous rounds, it's probably not going to work a second time with how adaptable Core has been. Moses, though, is going to get that opening pick, which is immediately refragged by Recited, as JJ has made his way in towards control. And he is going to give away his position by stepping on an electrified hatch, but he has a potential confirm on the ground. He's able to get it, along with a potential other pick onto this Cade, but he's on such low HP now. It's going to be quite difficult. Recited does manage to find another one, or rather a secure onto an already downed player. And now that's going to inspire a rat play here from Rival, just sitting inside a control room. They don't know he's here. If he gets up at an opportune moment, that could be all that Core need.
The Gideon Recited so low on health. This all just falls down to Rival just getting it down to the right exact time. He doesn't want to wait too long to allow for these Fluffy Aimers players to flood the site and win this 4v2, but he also doesn't want to act too fast, losing his life, completely removing that external factor of the flank. So many decisions in front of him, and now is the time that he chooses to act.
He's gotten up from his position. He's relocated a little bit. If he could get behind this Blitz, that could be absolutely huge. But none of these players are aware of his position at all. None of them are in control, but he can just walk up behind any of them, getting up the first pick and the second pick that he needs to reverse the man counts. And now his team, they sit in the advantage. They sit in the majority, and Didi and Emilio, they have to go for this big rotate because the wall's not open. C4 sits in the hands of Rival. If they try to pick him off from control room, they're gonna try to isolate him now, but that low HP comes back to bite Didi as Rival almost single-handedly Supermans this round, and he secures a 4-2 or 4-1 half at minimum for Core.
Talk about a player not only using his individual position, but also his just raw mechanics to the fullest extent. And yet again, even with a great opening round, from the simple fact that Fluffy Aimers didn't have that consistent drone intel because they didn't do the due diligence to this fullest potential that they could, that one player that slipped by shut down their entire round. That has been the main factor for this entire series, is that Fluffy Aimers have been losing these rounds, potentially a map or two, simply to just these small mistakes. And on top of that, Core still have so much up their sleeve. You can see that they're bringing a Cade on top of the Bandit, hiding the Cade, trying to give the idea to Fluffy Aimers that the only breach denial defender that they're going to have to deal with is that Bandit. But with no drone over by this Cade, it looks like that Mirage may have worked.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
See if that comes to fruition once the actual round has begun. I'm interested to see how Fluffy Aimers is going to react, because last time they just couldn't get any walls open, which forced them to just walk into Moses throwing the funny plastic explosive. And I'd imagine they don't want that to be the result again, because just that kind of one-dimensional push off of none of your walls being opened is just a bad time, regardless of whether you win or lose the round. Twist is in a very aggressive position here over towards the top of the lobby stairs, because he just wants to make Fluffy Aimers scared of these map extremities and just waste as much time as he can with them actually getting physically into the map. which Deity has done on that blitz, which is what they're going to use to try to clear out this connector position and fully get this wall open, which thus far has worked out, which means they're doing better on this map clear than they did previously. Although now they have to see if they can open up the IT side wall so they can use that. And they still have to get the Blitz into a better position here, but Candle is going to do so much work for them by killing Rival.
Yeah, on top of that, 2 C4s off the board, but somehow, some way, Twist is able to shut down that Blitz. That is a huge opening as he finds another, but Fluffy, JJ, he's able to be there and shut him down. And with no pressure on Raptors over by Storage, no one on top blue, this looks like a very front-forward push by Fluffy Aimers. With the C4 below, there is more than there meets the eye for this execution.
Once this C4 is blown, it has the potential to take 2 lives if they look to go for it. They're going to be listening for the sound of that plant, but the C4 missed. He threw it in the wrong spot. Mercedes gets the pick as well. Although he ends up getting down, the diffuser has still gone down. Like JJ, or Kira rather, he's in a 1 versus 2 now. Even with diffuser down. 1 player on Overwatch, 1 on the counter defuse, but he's able to get them both in 1 mag because he's down on the floor. He can't see him.
I understand the play there from the Vigil. You want to prone so that player doesn't immediately see you. You pop up and then you shoot him. But what he was not in taking was that player was ready. That he was ready to flick right onto him. A phenomenal 1v2 coming out of Fluffy Aimers allowed them to essentially, in my opinion, escape that half with a 2-4. There were so many problems. And on the contrary, in that last round, a huge problem with that C4 just not hitting its mark, missing that plane, but just by a couple of seconds. If they had that C4 go off maybe 3 to 5 seconds before it did, it could have caught that planter. It could have essentially shut down that entire round. But because you had that player from Core go down below, try to potentially play spoilers from that flank, it allowed for Fluffy Aimers to take that man advantage in that execution, a 3v2 at that, and just such a difficult round. And in my opinion, a round that Core made difficult, essentially in some positions on their own, as Fluffy Aimers made a lot of mistakes, but were able to still come out of it.
I want to know how that round would have gone if Kendall hadn't shot his teammate in cold blood on the streets. Because that round was very, very close, and arguably if Core had played that 2 versus 1 better, they probably would have won it. But just losing your teammate to yourself, it's a bit of a 5-head moment for sure, but those happen sometimes. The 4-2 half, though, is nothing to scoff at. And based off the sample size I've seen of 1 singular round that I've seen Core on this map this season so far in Blitz, I'd say they're pretty good at attacking it. And they're also going to lean into this Blackbeard that we saw Fluffy Aimers love so much previously, which is going to give them a lot of power both in the roam clearing stage of the map and in the actual execute, as you have to worry about not only a shield, but a man with an assault rifle behind that shield as well. But he's gotten himself really far into the map here, and he can look to try to fight these players that are on cargo and just try to keep them out of position.
Yeah, and the really good thing about having a Blackbeard just push these positions completely on his own, not only does it allow for the rest of the attackers to just do work on other points in the map, but you have them apply pressure at other directional points. And Fluffy Aimers, they have realized that this Blackbeard is by himself. There is no immediate pressure, but they're just wasting their own time right now. But this also does allow for Core to just do that work around the map. But with DT inching his way up Animus stairs, that call will allow them to know his position. So he just has to waste enough time, just draw enough attention to him so that Core are forced into a very awkward execution with relatively no time on the clock. But with the Blackbeard still on the board, it could still lean in their favor.
There's a lot of awkward work that has to be done by Core here just because of the utility. But that Blackbeard you mentioned, blown sky high, blasting off again like Team Rocket. As now we've entered the last minute of this round, and Core still have a lot of work to do, which has only been made harder by that opening pick being thrown towards their enemies. And another C4 goes off as well for good measure. That's going to be Twist off of that vertical play. And they do have a wall open. They do have some hatches open. They do have a lot of the floor open. But there's only 30 seconds left, and they haven't gotten any sort of foothold that could allow them to get into the actual site yet. We're going to see Candle trying to make an opening for himself, and Diffuser is actually going to start going down. And it almost actually does go down, but JJ has something to say about it, as when the last two attackers try to rush into the site, nothing good comes of it, and that's going to be Fluffy Aimers taking their first defense.
That default plant there is just really confusing to me because it should in theory be a relatively safe plant, but the amount of times I've seen just one defender shut down both of those players, one on double window and the one planting, a little bit confusing. And again, it goes to show that Fluffy Aimers just had such a great hold on that bomb site, and because Core wasted essentially a lot of their time. You saw, obviously they did get a lot of that vertical map control with relative ease, but that was because Fluffy Aimers gave it to them. They allowed for that map control to be given to Core. They allowed for Core to set up that vertical because their entire lineup was prepared to just shut down those engagements in the initiation, essentially forcing Core to just go into the bomb site in a 5v5 man count because they didn't have an over-aggressive player, an over-aggressive roamer, give away that first opening pick, and allowed for Core, just as I predicted, to put that bomb down with relatively no site control and no time on the clock whatsoever.
I think it's worth noting, though, to kind of add on to your point about that plant going wrong a lot more often than you'd think. There are so many angles on that site, and when you're down bodies, especially really down in bodies like Core were, there's a lot of uncertainty in what you should actually be focusing on at any given point in time while you're trying to get that down, which can make the overwatch on that plant position quite deadly, which I think is probably what happens in that position. Although we're going to see the Blackberry being brought out again, and he's going to use the frag grenade to get rid of two of these frost mats immediately, which is going to alleviate a lot of late round pressure, as that's typically when the frost mats are most potent, is when people are trying to scramble to get inside of that site. That also means that whoever's on Raptors, most likely recited, has to worry about a jump in from that window because he doesn't have the certainty of those frost mats anymore.
Oh no, I'm not sure if that nade was supposed to not get the barricade. It did get that barbed wire over by the entry point, but not going to be able to directly make his way inside of Raptors though. But with this Maverick just trying to catch a player off guard, that clash though is going to be there. But Blitz may have found a huge opening, but isn't prepared for the swing by Kiru. Deity allowing these defenders to play very aggressive, play very comfortably, and their overall positions in this crossfire being set up, and just not a whole lot of opportunities in this round for Core to get a jump, to even get their way into the map.
And the aggression off of the clash as well has been so good so far, with Inrio butting the dust as well off of that swing from Emilio. And they do still have the Blackbeard on the board, but the man count has dwindled so much, and it's gonna dwindle a little bit more. Candle though, Candle though, he's on a 3K, evens things up exactly, and they have control of this diffuser. If they can get in towards server, they can start getting it down, but the turnaround from the clash is unsuccessful. He's on for the ace. If he can cover this diffuser successfully, Twist is in position to get it down, but he's gonna fight the frost, but Candle's down. It's all left up to Twist. He has 35 seconds left to find this fight, but the positioning from Kiro is good. Almost loses his life. Could get Candle up here. He could bait the diffuser. He has so many options, but Candle's going to bite the dust. Diffuser is not going to go down. Only 20 seconds left to make this work for the attackers. Diffuser is going to go down. 30 or so seconds left to get onto this counter. Diffuse. Gonna tuck himself on the server pillar. Wait for Kiru to swing. Try to dance around, and he's gonna get it successfully. His Candle carries his team to the finish line.
To start things out, I do want to give a lot of props to Fluffy Aimers for, playing that Clash so well. A lot of, teams play Clash in a sense where they just have the Clash isolated, no player with it, and in turn don't play that Clash aggressively. And they had those players playing off of that Clash, getting aggressive, shutting down those picks. But this entire round, this quad kill from Ash, from Candle in that situation, just, in my opinion, just screams out that Fluffy Aimers are not all there today. And I don't want to chalk up this entire map going this way simply because they're just not showing up. There are a lot of different factors, the overall intel game, just really relying too much on that Clash, allowing for that opening over by E-Box, for that Ash to just kind of clear the way. No one over by Pillar inside of servers to shut her down. And it's kind of a situation where you not only can you not let that happen, but you can't let 3 kills, 4 kills go untraded and put yourself in such a difficult position. And again, Fluffy Aimers, they need to change a lot up very quickly.
The Clash as well, trying to take such an aggressive fight with Candle, and he wins that one as well. And I think that was when the round truly died. That was when Fluffy Aimers truly lost. Because at that point, there's enough control to get that diffuser down, even if Candle does, well, bite the dust like he did. And it just makes the job of Kiru so much harder. But like you said, there's a lot they have to change, but there's a lot of time left to do it. We still have 4 rounds left of regulation before we get to yet another infinite overtime, potentially. Which, we all love those. We'll have to see as well if Core can step on the gas. As Candle, he's going to be feeling good after that one. He's brought himself to being damn near even after being 2-7 for much of the game. And Core as well, they're just going to feel good after stealing around, committing highway robbery right in front of our eyes.
On top of that, Core have identified very early on that this bomb site is essentially soft. You will have a player, that being recited, jump down back to the bomb site, add an additional player count, but the problem is both of those players are over by pool ball in games. No players directly on the bomb site, a majority of the defenders in these extended positions. So if Core are able to find a gap, whether that be getting that single window plant over by storage down, or potentially finding 1 to 2 picks off of this blitz, it could just play complete spoilers, especially when you have over-aggressive players. Doesn't matter though if Emilio wins it.
Kiru's gonna tag on for one as well, and well, Candle, if you want to commit more highway robbery, First World Bank just came out in Payday 3, so might as well. Only a minute left here if he's gonna try to pull something like that, or if the rest of Core are gonna try to team up with him to make something like that happen. They have a few vertical angles into the site, but nothing substantial, as Twist bit the dust quite early on. Deity is going to be down, but whether or not Inrio can actually claim that kill, well, not up for discussion anymore. As now Rival is going to take over that duty of vertical play and try to get these things down. 40 seconds left. Down onto Kiru from Candle. If they can secure this, then they've achieved man equality body balance, as Whiskey Glitter would call it. As there's 25 seconds left for them to get into the bomb site and start making things work. Enrio's made his way into storage. The other two are inside of control, just trying to find any gap they can. Diffuser's gonna go down here. Candle's gonna be on Overwatch. He's gonna get the first pick he needs off of this. He's gonna get the second he needs as well. And now the Diffuser's down with a man advantage for Core. They can play these positions. They can rattle. They need is now 2 versus 1. Probably gonna see Recited get this pick onto Rival. 1 versus 1 is their vert on the Diffuser. If there isn't, this could be the opportunity. He's gonna stick it, but there is the exact vertical play need as Core have secured themselves map points on their opponent's map pick.
Core getting that map control very early on. Sten and Pair setting that vertical up. Even through all of that, in the heavy rotations from those extended players on the second floor over into games, Fluffy Aimers were still able to find 2 picks. One on water with that blitz, and another on the other spot of the map. But the problem is, with a 5v3 and around a minute 40, minute 30 still on the clock for Core to work with. You had one player, that being Deity, overswing into that single window inside of storage, and then the Legion overswing onto the vertical. Getting way too over aggressive. I understand you do have the man advantage, but with so much time left on the clock, not only did that allow for Core to completely reconstruct their attack, but because they were essentially given those 2 picks, allowing them to have an evened out man count, and on top of that, those Fluffy Aimers not fully being able to rotate back down to the site in time, giving Core the man advantage, it's a round where Fluffy Aimers made it too hard on themselves by just not understanding where the attack was, and in pair, getting aggressive with it.
Yeah, Core seems to like those kind of minimalist plant spots, I'm going to call them. They liked the Animus plants on, well, the site we're currently on right now, as well as that plant they just went for. Kiryu, though, he's going to like that early pick onto Twist. And vertical play is very, very important on this side for the attack. And so getting that buck off the board, in a lot of cases, that could be the round victory right there. And speaking about shields as well, as we've talked a lot about them being as powerful as they are, but I would say that power lessens with each body your team loses, as they don't have a gun. Well, they do have a gun, but they have a pistol, which when you're going against somebody like the TCSG or the MP5 or the MP7, those aren't great odds unless you have the mechanics to back it up or quicker on the draw.
Fluffy Aimers still in a very comfortable spot, still getting rid of Twist, getting rid of a primary player who are, in those very early aggressive entry positions early on. That's why he lost his life. But more importantly, losing that soft destruction on a basement bomb site is just so important. Sure, you do still have that Ashe, but she is now forced to use a lot more of her utility than she previously would have, with that buck still being on the board. And when you give a Blitz isolated engagement to 3 defenders, that's exactly what you just don't need to do in this time of need if you are Core. So many mistakes are being made, and Candle, yet again, he needs to go huge if he wants to start to give Fluffy Aimers, or Core rather, something. But Deity shuts him down.
He missed the pre-fire, and now another player is going to try to walk down the forbidden staircase. He's left at a 1 versus 5 now. He has a minute left. Control of the diffuser, but will that be enough? They know where he is right now, and they're covering all their bases. Any move he looks to make will be met with ample resistance. Player's actively inside of Animus with him right now, but he doesn't know it. He doesn't know exactly where these defenders are. They're holding all these aggressive angles. They're trying to fight him anyway. He looks to come in. He has to take this fight and he has to win it, but there's another player going prone, making sure that he can't just have the one-on-one that he needs. As that's Core faltering in this attacking half for the first time in a little bit, and Fluffy Aimers clawing their way back just a bit.
And yet again, a round where Fluffy Aimers fix a very big mistake they made in the previous. You talked about how Fluffy Aimers were just getting way too aggressive in that 5v3 over in that storage bomb site. That time around, after getting 2 kills over by Animus Stairs, having 3 people even doubled up on that Blitz when he initially pushed, they fell back. Sure, you still did have JJ in that corner, but it wasn't very uneven gunfight because you had a player on pillar. So even if JJ did lose his life, that player going down the stairs was going to be traded back. And it's kind of a situation where Fluffy Aimers, they well could have gotten very aggressive. They could have tried to walk their way up those Animus stairs and just being completely shut down by the remaining Core players over by vending, but they didn't. They understood that they got the man advantage, that Core had no real useful control on the map to directly go into the bomb site, no pressure on the walls, and that allowed for Fluffy Aimers to play very comfortably. And again, a really good read, but coming very late in the map.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Yeah, the Core is kind of a team that struggles when they're not presented with a door, so to speak. Because when there is a gap in the defense, a hole they can poke their finger through, they're very, very good at just tearing open a hole, using that to walk right in and get what they need done. Even on an individual level, like we've seen Candle pull when he got that 4K a couple rounds ago. But more so on a team level as well. And Fluffy Aimers, if they can work to deny that from Core, that's when Core is really going to start to struggle in these rounds, is when they don't have that easy way in, and when they have to puzzle solve a little bit more than they have been, which so far, Core have been good about finding those gaps, but Fluffy Aimers, if they can replicate that previous round and just not let them in, then that's going to be their ticket to, well, booking us another overtime.
That is just a huge overall Flores round, and so far in this first half of the round, Core is doing a phenomenal job of just dealing with this utility and the walls, getting both connector and IT walls within 1 minute, also getting rid of that shield inside of E-Box with the Flores really early on. Not only does this allow for Core to get rid of this defender utility, they don't have to worry about it going into later in the round, but also it forces Fluffy Aimers to use their defender utility earlier than they would like, allowing for Core Gaming to go into this execution on the bomb site with the defense having relatively little to no defending utility.
Oh. JJ is going to get aggressive. He almost gets that first pick, but it's only a down. It's actually Rival to get the first pick onto Emilio.
Ooh.
As it looks like Moses is in a position that he can be secure, and that's exactly what Twist is going to do now. And they have a lot of work on the site done already, and over a minute to work with here, provided they can start trying to dislodge these players. The Thunderbird's going to make it difficult to get a definitive HP advantage, especially with JJ healing himself back up to full and immediately reclaiming his position inside of Electrical. But look at this. He's found a gap. He's going to sneak up. Oh, he hits the flick! JJ evens out the man count, makes the other team so uncomfortable, but Candle, he's inside of E-Box now. He's taking up that space that JJ left. Moses is going to be wary of this positioning from JJ. They have to try to get this player outside of server, but Deity is going to make that difficult. 3K with the shotgun, and now Kiru's going to get another one as well, and that's going to be Fluffy Aimers. Yet again, we see the 6-3 lead dwindle as time goes on and as the defense gets smart.
One of the most important and underlying factors of this entire Fluffy Aimers team that isn't really talked about is JJ's role as essentially the team captain. I've heard a couple of rumors that he potentially isn't IGLing, but that's not where my point is going. We've noticed that going down 3-6 on the defense, Fluffy Aimers have yet to take their timeout. And we've noticed in that early half on the defense that they were getting very aggressive when having these man count leads, or even when they needed to regain the man control or at least even it out. But in these past 2 to 3 rounds, the Fluffy Aimers have really just slowed themselves down. They've allowed for Core to take what is needed, and they've been able to read their positions very well. We saw that the Ella got aggressive right when she needed to, was able to get that flick. A little bit of, lucky timing. Obviously, it could have fallen a very different way. But then after that, those defenders on the bomb site play their positions very well, and it does look like that JJ has really just rallied this team together, has talked some sense into them, and essentially has completely changed this tide of the game without needing that timeout.
The ability to steer the ship inside of the game is, I think, one of the things that separates a great IGL from a good one, and well, it's exactly what we're seeing right now. And this is where Core is going to look to try to rally things a little bit and just make that final push over the finish line. Unlimited OTs, it's really cool, especially if you're an analyst and you don't have to say as many words as I do, but something that you want to avoid from a player perspective, because you don't want to give Fluffy Aimers a second chance at victory. You don't want to give them a way to get back into things and to make your life more difficult. And that's the road we're going down right now, is Fluffy Aimers getting that second chance. And so this, I think, is going to be potentially the make or break round for this map.
Yeah, we can already see that yet again. This entire site will be held in this storage bomb site. We can see that there isn't really a heavy extension on this top floor from Fluffy Aimers. With this C4 prepped paired with the pulse, they could potentially get a very early pick if they just get that timing right. And this allows for Core Gaming to just waste their own time. There are no extended players they have to worry about. There is no heavy extension or pushback. Even with that C4 being missed, Core are not in a position to directly get a pick onto a site player.
They do have a lot of vertical holes, and they do have utility to make more as Rival. Oh, he almost bites the dust, but not quite. As now we're seeing the Ram make more holes. We're probably going to see Rival make another attempt at a breach charge or two, maybe even use some more of those Selma charges. As now they're trying to, well, open up the round as Inrio does just that and gets the opening pick on Kiru.
Yeah, that's a very just pivotal pick, a very aggressive player that you're going to lose. And now Fluffy Aimers, they have a very pivotal decision to make. Do they want to over-aggress Rival, catching JJ off guard? And again, Fluffy Aimers, their sights are blind and they've been punished for it.
Punished fairly indeed. Oh my god! He gets the pick recited. He's read into perfectly. 5 versus 2 now. Deity and Emilio are all that can stop Core from going up 2-0. Deity is going to get one through the floorboards onto Candle. Flashes are going out onto the site. The execute has to start now. There are only 15 seconds left. Emilio is going to get another one. Deity as well. It's a 2 versus 2 now. The lead is dwindled. There's only a few seconds left. Deity's gotten another one. There's no way into the site. He has to get this bomb down, but there's just no way it can be done. Core, what are you doing?
Fluffy Aimers reading yet again for now a 3rd round in a row to push us for the second time, for the second map into overtime, reading their positions so well. That Castle just reading perfectly onto the lapse of judgment. We've seen this time and time again. When Core get that map control, they completely restructure their attack. They reset when they go for the execution, and it allows for not only their opponent, but specifically in this matchup in that round for those Fluffy Aimers to retake that space, get the kill on that Buck who was not suspecting a player to go right under his vertical where he got a kill before, shut that player down, and because no one was holding that vertical over inside of control, or servers rather, the Castle was able to slip right by, go into the bomb site, and because there was no additional drones in the bomb site, no up-to-date info for Core, they had no idea he even made his way into the bomb site. And it's an aggressive position that they weren't really expecting him to make, allowing him to shut down that planter and never fully having a line of sight to shut him down, and essentially allowing for Fluffy Aimers to claw back, as now we go into our second overtime.
In the words of one of my personal favorite casters, we're going to OT, Dez. Yet again. As now we see things resume their previous positions, as the teams are going to remain on the sides they were before. And I'm interested to see if a trend repeats itself, or the attack finally figures out how to close things out after being on that point for 3 rounds. But we'll have to see how that goes, because the parallels so far have been funny, with both of these teams now having thrown a 6-3 lead, bringing us into overtime. But we'll have to see how that manifests itself here, as Fluffy Aimers now have the second chance I was talking about to claim their own map pick and to get themselves equalized in map counts.
Yeah, not only do they have that second chance, but at least, you know, if we go by the halves in overtime, that being 3 rounds, or 2 rather, they have a defense out of those 3 rounds. And now it's kind of a situation where you're seeing Core be very cautious. They don't want to overstep. They don't want to make a mistake, lose a player early on. And Fluffy Aimers, they fully realize that. And this overall slower attack has allowed for them to not only hold this control for a little bit longer, but play a lot more aggressively.
We're going to see this wall get open, which means the Blitz is going to be running a Deity in just a second here, which is probably going to prompt him to move, although we have seen Blitz meet an unfortunate end on the staircase before. Immediate backup coming from JJ for Deity here onto this staircase. And there's also a player, looks like over by a lounge or control, that could potentially have an impact on this position as well. As the goal of Moses here is just going to be to pressure these defenders, try to, in combination with the hatch being opened, get people outside of Exosuit. But Kiru, he's in a great position here to waste some time to potentially get a pick, provided he hasn't revealed himself with that shot. As now we're going to see Moses tiptoe down the staircase. 45 seconds left. They have to get onto this bomb site and get enough control to start making that objective happen. But look at this. The opening pick has gone the way of Fluffy Amers. Recited's on a great flank here if he can pull it off. And he has the support of Kiru. Core not reading everything they need to properly, but Twist, he reads that positioning from Deity. There's only 20 seconds left here for them to make this work. There are 2 players off site. One's caught in an awkward position as well, but there's so little time left. Once this diffuser starts going down, it's just going to be a pick for this player up top. Warren with the SMG-12, that's all he needs. Diffuser's going to be relocated, but the shotgun can get the vert down that's needed, and JJ's in the perfect position to shut everything down, just sitting inside of the corner.
A phenomenal read from Fluffy Amers in that round, understanding that a majority of the presence from Core on that attack and that very early on push and map clear was over by main and kitchen side, trying to take that control over by top soda. And because they had 2 of those walls inside of freezer, not only reinforced but also electrified, it forced Core to essentially just pick one side of the map they wanted to focus on, because there was such a heavy extension from Fluffy Amers and in pair a lot of defender utility on that first floor. Core were never able to definitively clear out multiple points around the map. We saw there was real no presence from Core over in that storage and second floor side that allowed for those players on top of storage stairs to just play very comfortably, being paired with Doc and JJ. And on top of that, they were never able to fully get control, fully open the walls inside of sight, because they had to deal with this wall right where Rival's reinforcing right now. And it is just a kind of a simple fact of Fluffy Amers gave so much and almost too much for Core to really deal with.
Core are now back on the defense, which they were very successfully on previously, getting themselves a 4-2-half, although I think Fluffy Amers could probably pull this out here just with how some of those rounds played out, but we'll have to see. Seeing yet again a lot of early pressure being applied onto this Arsenal wall, as they just want to get it open as quickly as they can, just so there is that pressure onto the site and so they don't have to worry about it later. Although the utility being used to hold these walls, with it being a Cade, is going to make the Maverick a little more unwieldy to use. But so far that has been a problem for the Animus wall, but the real treasure here is going to be that Arsenal wall, as you can use that to cut so many valuable rotations, or they might just look to jump inside of Animus itself.
This has been a factor of this Fluffy Amers attack throughout both of these maps. If they find an opening, if they find a relatively soft site, they will essentially take a shortcut. But with Deity off the board and a questionable knife that allows for Core to shut down every single player. And now it's just Kiru all alone. Twist deals with him. It's a flawless round. And yet another round where Fluffy Amers, they're starting to get tired. This second overtime weighing on them. They try to take that shortcut out of this map, win it right there and then, but Core was able and prepared to shut it down.
I think after the last map, just with the way that Fluffy Amers played a couple rounds, they're very aware that Fluffy Amers aren't afraid to see an open door and just walk in, just see what happens. And so with that preparation, once they actually try to go hard and fast into that room, they just all get killed off. They all fall one by one. And especially with the Blitz being killed off in another area of the map, that's a lot of your distraction gone. That's a lot of your displacement gone that normally makes rounds like that function. And it just leads to this domino effect that causes Fluffy Amers' attack to crumble.
I really do think crumble is the perfect word, because a lot of the times we saw it a lot of rounds in the first map that, you know, when Fluffy aimers are in a position to take that easy way out, they don't have a lot of other avenues. There is just one simple win factor. If that factor is shut down that time around, it was the plant going down, it was the quick rush into site. They don't have a whole lot to do afterwards. Yet again, we're seeing Fluffy aimers go to a site that they previously had lost when defending it, yet again bringing out Deity specifically on that clash, and that is a purposeful decision. Deity is a very aggressive gun-heavy player, and putting that player behind a clash allows for not only for him to play very in-your-face, right in front of the faces of QOR on this attack, but also if he so does choose, play aggressive, take that gun out, and shut the players down.
Seeing JJ play aggressively on this position again, but it's a Legion who is going from one trap op to the other, but he has a lot more traps to work with now. And they also, I think, have a much more tangible impact on the gunfights, as it forces you to slow down and take damage over time until you can run away, and you have to actively take it out, whereas the L lines just wear off after a little bit. So we'll see if that ends up, or how that ends up changing the way that this position is played here. As last time, we saw Fluffy aimers get an advantage that was then thrown to the curb, which is, I guess, a good way to put that. But this pulse pick here, well, it's already going to pay dividends from Kiru, as JJ gets one of his own as well. Although JJ does end up being down, he probably can be recovered here, or at least the confirmation can be denied, which is going to make the man advantage sting all the more for QOR.
Yeah, Fluffy aimers getting a lot of use out of this clash, but JJ essentially is dead. He's not going to be able to be picked up, especially if Moses playing so aggressive. Being now in a 4v3, you still do have Kiru potentially being able to play spoilers down below with the C4, and as I say, that rival shuts him down. So yet again, even though it wasn't on purpose in this round, QOR finding the better of those players in those positions, a 5v3 now has dwindled down to a 3v3 as QOR. They start to reset their attack as they look to go for the execute.
40 seconds left here. Clash being used much like a mirror window. As now we're seeing the final bits of util destruction the QOR have left in their pockets coming into play. And we're going to see a lot of those goo mines that JJ placed down before his untimely demise come into effect as well. Diffuser's gonna start being planted by Moses. It looks like they're gonna fully get it down. The Raptors player's gonna get one, gonna get two almost, as he ends up getting two in the end. As off screen, the other player dies, and QOR, they secure themselves map point going on to the defense.
One factor of that bomb site specifically, and in my opinion, it is really the definition of a 50-50 bomb site. It can be in some ways, depending on the positions in the defenders, the defenders being banned, it can weigh in the favor of defense or attack. It is really just, kind of a 50-50 game. But the problem with that site that, favors the attackers is it's essentially completely cut off, or rather, it is a bomb site that an attacking team can essentially just isolate those players all the way over inside of the A bomb site. If you're able to get that connector wall open, get a player inside of that player position to try and get the bomb down, you have a player inside of either IT or Raptors, you can completely cut off the entire defense from the other bomb site, essentially making it a disconnected map that really isn't that disconnected. And if teams like Fluffy aimers, like they did before, give too much map control to that IT and connector side, that's exactly what happens, and is a very dangerous dual-sided sword to play with.
Thus far in this overtime, the defense has dominated things, but QOR managed to squeak one out on the attack. And that puts them in a pretty good position to win this, unless Fluffy aimers look to buck that trend this round. Seeing a very similar setup to what we have before all around, with QOR still wanting to lean into keeping those walls closed and putting up no trespassing signs to keep Fluffy aimers as far out of the bomb site and as constrained as they possibly can. Twist is still going to get aggressive on these two meeting windows, just looking to make sure that anything Fluffy aimers do to try to catch him is, we're going to have to be done swiftly, but He wastes a bunch of time here as well, provided he's not caught off guard like he was before. Ace charge going out on that IT wall is going to open things up at least a little bit. The next goal they're going to have will be connector, especially with Twist getting out of there, as the Blitz is going to make his way in and hold this ground.
Deity just getting so much control, just pushing himself so far forward. He doesn't want to overstep and lose his life. With that shield, allows Emilio to shut down Twist, get the very first entry pick, even if it is halfway through the entirety of the round. But now this entire half of the map over by E-Box and Connector has been cleared out. And on top of that, you know, Fluffy Aimers in a relatively good position to try and clear this IT position. Emilio going below to apply some external pressure on to the Raptors to try and get this pick as soon as they get this player, if they can. They've essentially just crunched this defense into the bomb site.
This pinch could be deadly, although the Raptors player has vacated the premises. As now Core gonna look to fall back a little bit, and especially after that, try to find anything they can to just get a pick going to their side. As this really isn't a round you can afford to give up, but it's a 4 versus 2 now, as Fluffy Aimers are gonna collapse onto the bomb site now. Candle has to do everything, but he can't do anything, as Fluffy Aimers answer an attack with an attack and deny the map point from Core.
Little check-in. It's not looking good for us or the teams. We are on now 8-8 overtime on our second map. Almost 9:30. And, you know, that little point that we talked about in the very first map of, you know, a best of 5 is not a race. It is a marathon. You just simply have to see how far you can go. Try and conserve as much fuel in your tank as possible. And as of now, both of these teams not letting off the gas whatsoever. That round just absolutely clinical from Fluffy Aimers, dealing with those over-aggressive players, more definitively Twist inside of E-Box, just overstaying his welcome, allowing that 2v1 to be won by Fluffy Aimers. And then also the Core just not really having enough utility or player count to have that heavy presence inside of Raptors, essentially allowing for Fluffy Aimers to just completely smush Core inside of the bomb site, eliminate a lot of their positions to move around, take control, set up those, you know, overall crossfires. Just not a lot of options in that 5v3 on the bomb site for Core, and that's why Fluffy Aimers just completely shut it down. And now Fluffy Aimers yet again get to fall back down on to that storage bomb site in a very heavy, a very pinnacle hold on this top floor.
Let's see how Fluffy Aimers like to go about this. Well, they denied that attack that Core got. Core's gonna be feeling a bit salty about that now, but we'll have to see which team can carry themselves across the finish line, see which team is able to hold out for that little bit longer. As both of the first maps going Infinite OT, like Goose was saying, that really does take a toll on you after a little bit. I mean, I'm already starting to feel it as a caster, and I'm not even in the game, man. I'm not in the server. If I'm having to IGL in an Infinite OT map like this, that's being this close consistently, that's something that gets more challenging as time goes on. And if the third map goes Infinite OT, then I can only imagine how things are going to turn out.
Yeah, on top of it, you know, a little running joke I've had personally as a caster covering JJ is he'll just randomly have pop-off games on Nighthaven Labs for no reason, and that meme will continue to stride on as JJ having 17 kills. The most kills by 4, only Kuru being right behind him, and I think that is such a pivotal factor for this entire map for Fluffy Aimers, because not only is JJ the head honcho of the team, but also he is predominantly in these entry positions, the very first positions that Core Gaming will find themselves in. And if JJ is able to not only rally his team together, but also shut down those entry engagements, shut down those kills, and give his team these man counts very early on in your defensive rounds, you can't really complain.
Wall's getting open on external parts of the map now. Only about a minute left to go here for Core to get into the bomb site and start to break things down. They're going to start poking at, well, the top of the site here. Site is going to open things up for his team and take out Candle. That's a lot of vertical play that's going to be left on the table here, which they do have a buck, but Ram can do a lot very, very efficiently with very little effort. And there are still players on this top floor that Core need to worry about. Notably, Didi playing on the smoke. He's going to start expending those now because there's just not a lot of time, especially with Didi getting that pick onto Rival. Because now there are only 30 seconds left for Core to get in and start doing things, and they haven't even fully cleared this guy. Didi is still sitting over by Aqua Stairs on this smoke. He has a player at the top to help him as well. They're both wasting so much time. There's only 50 seconds left to try to make this work here, and only 2 bodies, 1 body to do it with, as he's just gonna get swung out from Control Hall. And that's Fluffy Amers working the map, working the time, taking control, and locking in another map point.
And this really does, in my opinion, feel like a different match point for Fluffy Amers, because one thing that Fluffy Amers have done, translating over to overtime from regulation, is they have changed essentially on how they play entirely on Nighthaven Labs. We saw very early on, especially specifically in that storage position, that they did have a couple of players on that top floor over by Control and servers, but they gave respect to Core. They gave that map control very early on. But now going into overtime, Fluffy Amers bringing a very extensive and heavy defender hold, both with man count being 3 to 4 players on that top floor and a lot of defending utility. And Core were not ready for that adaptation, didn't bring enough attacking utility, just simply their entire attacking plan was not prepared to have a heavy clear on that vertical upstairs. And because of it, they wasted essentially the entirety of the round, 15 seconds. When they went to go to the bomb site for the execution. And a great adaptation for Fluffy Amers, but if they want to finish it out, they just have to keep it going on to the attack.
Objective is to defuse a bomb.
We'll see if that ends up being the case here. I'm interested that we saw, by the way, just the Blackbeard so predominantly from previous Fluffy Amers lineups, but it's been very absent recently, and it's actually been entirely absent, I think, from this overtime. Is just from the way we've seen him used, we'd expect him to be seen a lot more, I think, but there has been an upper limit to how much we see him, and we have seen the Blitz come out quite a bit here, with Didi mostly taking it on this map, despite that normally being JJ's forte, with Candle getting 1 pick before immediately being killed off. He is going to take out the Dokkaebi, though, which is a lot of information denial from the attack. The Pulse to C4 are going to have little impact on any of the attackers at all as well. We'll see how the top floor has been taken now for Fluffy Amers. They have to start working onto the first floor, however. And this position that Kiru's in, combined with where the others are and where this Blitz is, this is where the execute's going to come from. And Kiru is going to try to cut things off, which is being done successfully thus far. We are going to see the Agumite, however, come into effect. It's going to cause Didi to lose his life, as we're at a 3 versus 3 with 1:35 seconds left. Attacker's still trying to get onto the bomb site, but so far nothing successful.
Just not a whole lot of opportunities, and as I say, that twist gives one to Emilio, but you still have to worry about the C4 from below. You have to worry about Enrio, and they may not be aware with the retake above.
Activating the diffuser.
Plant goes down. 2 versus 2. I'm not sure if they know where that diffuser is, but it'll be a hell of a challenge to try to get it down, or try to get it counter diffused rather. Moses has made his way up from the basement. He's unable to directly duel this player inside of Control Hall, but he's gonna try to make it difficult to predict his positioning. He's gonna get that pick on to Kiru, as now it's a 1 versus 2 for JJ inside of the bomb site. Gonna try to make it a 1 versus 1 as soon as he can, and he's gonna do it. Only has to kill Moses! And he's gonna get the map with a 1 versus 2 clutch! And evenings out for his team.
Both maps now being taken by the respectively teams that picked them, both in a 10-8 fashion, and both teams going absolutely the distance, to put it the least. And again, my running meme that JJ just for some reason turns into prime LeBron James on the Miami Heat on Nighthaven Labs lives on. A 21 kill game for JJ. I don't want to, be rude, but that is relatively unheard of in the definition of a team captain rallying, not only getting his team together after going down 3 rounds on the defense, just completely shutting down and catching QOR off guard round after round, spotting these gaps, taking advantage of them, but on top of that, being the main entry player, shutting down the entire map in a 1v2, playing that situation absolutely perfectly. If you needed a player to step up, it's JJ, and that's exactly what he did in the second map.
I think it's also worth noting that Fluffy Amers had 2 1 versus 2 clutches that game. Which, with how close everything was, just that's the type of thing that starts to sting a little bit when you're letting the other team get those sorts of, or when you're getting those advantages for yourself, and then letting the other team be the one that claims them. And just, I mean, those mistakes start to add up as the series goes on. And well, JJ and here are going to be proud of those rounds that they won, but QOR are going to have a little bit to think about here as the analyst desk happens and as they have a little bit of time to just sit and think, and as Cohen can talk to people between maps and just get them sorted out for this next map.
Yeah, you know, obviously we don't want to say too much. There's still a lot left to be played. There is a analyst desk to get to, but I think this is essentially now going into the third map, a clean slate for both teams, taking their own map pick in a 10-8 fashion. It can't really get more even than that, and on top of that, both maps relatively being a completely different play style. Overall, just map-wise, I think going into now the third map, essentially we're going into just the first map. We don't exactly know what to expect, but if QOR is not able to deal with that adaptation from Fluffy Amers, then that's when you start to worry.
Certainly is the case. Let's throw things over to the analyst desk, though. As you've probably heard enough of Goose and I, you've gotten, what, like 36 rounds of us so far. It's been one hell of a ride thus far,
yeah.
But I think Whiskey has some stuff we'd like to say.
Thank you, Ali. Thank you, Goose. No, we want more of that caster gold. Well, we can just say serious and yelling. This was a map of all time, right? Nighthaven, where strategies go to die and chaos decides to throw a party. We could take a moment here, reflect on the carnage, the comedy, the collective. What? That we just experienced together. Yali, I'm going to start with you here. The attacks were a bit unconventional, I guess we could say. You think it was planned, or is this shooting from the hip, and why did it work?
Yeah, no, honestly, I think the attacks were pretty spotty. In particular, coming from QOR during the first part of their attacking half, they decided to go fast, which, to their credit, we were talking about how they were probably going to go too slow and start running out of time. And during the first 3 rounds of their attack, they decided to go fast. But what happened? They lost 4 entries in a row. That being said, they still won 3 of those rounds, 2 of them in a clutch post-plant fashion. And the question is, you said it, why does that happen? Well, the thing is, Fluffy Amers are expecting an extremely typical Nighthaven Labs, which normally you would expect to see, you know, players coming from one lane and also players coming from this other lane, and you just have to lock down basically those 2 lanes. And so what we see is moments like during round 7, where you get a clash and then a zombie and another player all on rafters, watching the Blitz walk up rafters, killing the Blitz, and then Candle walks in through IT, kills 4 of them. His teammate put the plant down and ultimately winning that round. And you know, at the end of the day, they're just over dedicating resources to a problem that they think exists that doesn't really exist because is a little bit fast and all over the place.
Yeah, and that kind of translates, Sirius, it kind of into what we were talking about while that map was going on, right? Individual heroics. You talked about it a ton while that was going on, and you made a great point. Which team will have the player that's going to come up with the 4-piece? Do you lean into that? Do you send the gunner in and just hope for the best? And how does that translate to the next map?
I mean, hopefully you don't have to rely upon it to get you a majority of your rounds, but 7 total clutches for both teams. QOR leading it with 4 total clutches, I think, just throughout this entire series, or just that map. I'm not exactly sure. But in general, kind of like Yali was saying, just so many moments where Fluffy Amers were hyper fixating on one portion of the map and then completely letting a major gap be apparent for Core to just take, where Candle, like you said, walked in IT, found 4 kills because nobody was paying attention to him. And then even just a few rounds prior in round 5, where they just let Rival lurk around in control and then find 4 kills on the roam when nobody's expecting him. And then conversely, the exact same thing happened to Core, where several things were just they're taking way too long to actually go clear the map. They don't fully clear any of those roamers, so those roamers still able to stick around, have a big play to either get the planter down when time is very minimal at that point, and then just really just let huge plays happen. Because like I think Alias pointed it out that Fluffy Amers had 2v5 plays happen in that game.
Okay, so we're not going to lean into that strat. Yali, we're going to
No.
Cafe next, right? And this is kind of a fun map, a giant square, lots of rappel actions. What's the prediction? What's the win condition here? As Goose said, they're kind of starting over at 1 now.
Yeah, I'm gonna stick with Fluffy Amers winning the next 2 maps. Admittedly, I didn't do an extensive amount of research during that last map on this. I was busy enjoying the game, but I haven't found a time that Fluffy Amers actually lost Cafe. And that's over, I think, 8 different plays of Cafe, so they're 8-0 over it. I believe they have one. I believe they are fallible. But I couldn't find, at least in just a little bit of research on that. So I would not be surprised to see Fluffy Amers coming out on top of that, especially since so much of it is, it's an old map. It's been tried, and we figured out what's true on it. So Fluffy Amers is going to have a big advantage being a strong, meticulous team, while Core are going to have to start working on some of those executes from room to room, because right now I don't feel like they have a specific spearhead player leading the team into an area.
And to kind of capitalize on top of that point, I mean, Core at the very end, going back to when they were still Thrive, going back to like Element 3 and I think a little bit of TPL Season 8, they've not had exactly a great history on Cafe as a map overall. Combining with them now as Core today, they're 2-2 on this map, whereas, like you said, Fluffy Amers are 4-0 as far as we can all tell from the history of them playing this map. So it's kind of not a great map for Core to go to, where it seems like a very comfortable map. It's like number 1 or 2 for Fluffy to go to. They're very comfortable going here. So that's kind of another big problem for Core going into this. They may now lose 2 maps in a row, threatening to go down 2-1 in the series overall. And now you have to just think about how much is the shield play going to actually be a factor, because we've already seen a lot of shields, either the Blackbeard or the Blitz, happen. Monty has not appeared because he's banned every single game. But if he somehow managed to slide through, it may still be another shield fest where both teams on the attack are just going to try to utilize those shields as much as possible. And Fluffy have been doing very well with them so far.
Yeah, so it seems like the chaotic nature that was these last 2 maps going to probably come to a standstill here on Cafe, right? It's so incredibly default now, and you're talking about those linear approaches. We're 36 rounds in. That's not going to work on Cafe now. Do we start to get to that mental chalk point here, since we're only heading into map number 3?
I mean, as I think one of the casters pointed out, we're already 36 rounds in, and we just finished map number 2. It's already tiring for us as the analyst desk, just being like, oh my god, how much longer is this going to go on for? I can't imagine how the casters are feeling. I can't imagine how the players are feeling, because 36 rounds is a lot just in general. So hopefully the fatigue isn't settling in just yet, because we are still expecting a very good matchup out of this from both teams.
That's right. So let's speak one more time. Win conditions here. It's gonna take a combined effort. It's gonna take a cohesive effort, which we haven't seen kind of really out of either team on coming into these next 2 maps. What do you think, Yali?
Yeah, I think win condition during that first map, there was a very strong correlation between opening kill and the team that won the round. There's just a very strong conversion rate from both teams. This last time, not so much, but I will say every single time a plant went down, that team won that round. So I think in this case, in particular for Fluffy Amers, win condition, it's going to be getting that plant down.
Okay, well, you heard it here. Pro Strat, plant and don't fake it. We're sending it to Cafe Alley. Goose, it's time to take us in for map number 3 and another 18 if we're treated right.
Yeah, laugh it up, man. Laugh it up. All right. It's past my bedtime, man. And we're still going. We haven't even finished the 3rd map. Like this at Amelios, and this is Goose, and we're on Cafe now, which is a personal favorite of mine, mostly because I really like playing Buck and Ram. But it's also just a big box with a lot of different floors. And there's a lot of tomfoolery you can get up to with those different floors if you know what you're doing, I would say.
Yeah. And, you know, one thing that Yali pointed out that I absolutely loved was that Fluffy Aimer's entire game plan on the attack was a lot of the times focused on getting that plant down. And going in our previous matchups, before this game started, Fluffy Aimers had a total of 22 plants, 13 of those plants coming from JJ, and in total for QOR had 15 total plants, only beating JJ himself by 2. Goes to show that not only in this matchup, but in the overall style of how Fluffy Aimers plays the attack, a lot of the importance comes down to getting that bomb down. It also adds a lot of depth to the entire attack, because if QOR isn't able to win a couple of these rounds in the gunfight department, what is there to say that they're going to be able to get that plant down and then on top of it cover it?
All right, now I know I mentioned it previously, Goose, right? But I was here the vertical play when this map is utilized, because with every site except for the one that is on the first floor, you can attack every site from above and below. You can get vertical play on just about everything. And I feel like a lot of teams don't really lean into that nearly as much as they should. And, well, I feel QOR and Fluffy Aimers are probably the team to buck that trend, if you're catching the operator that I'm attempting to refer to. Which we'll probably see be brought out on this site just because, well, you can rip open the floor, and then if you want to attack from that bakery side, then you can deny a lot of very powerful positions. But that Ram that Rival's bringing is also another operator that I anticipate seeing quite a bit on most of these sites, just because, like I pointed out last map, she can make a lot of vertical very, very quickly, and it's not very precise vertical, but the amount of it is often more what you're looking for with her, with breach charges or Buck on, as Twist is playing, doing the precise work.
Another point is, on paper, this is a very difficult map for QOR. Last time they played it was in the semifinal against TRG, where they only won 7-5, and in part was because they had a lot of difficulties on their attacks, and in pair with that, they had a lot of difficulties on focusing and getting that vertical control. More specifically, on this bomb site of Kitchen itself, we saw 2 to 3 rounds where there was no actual real vertical presence from QOR. Not only are they bringing out the Buck and the Ram, completely changing up that trend for last time they played this map, but they also have that additional utility. They have the Nomad to get those flanks down, and they also have Moses. Most importantly, in my opinion, aside from the Buck and the Ram, on the Osa to safely get that plan down. This allows for QOR to not only take the bomb site, clear and get this map control from multiple different angles, but then on the contrary, also try and get the plant down and try to attack the bomb site itself in a multi-directional push.
Also, and this is a fun tidbit, if we see Blitz, we will have, not Blitz, Fuse, we will have seen every shield operator in the game.
Yeah.
So, Rival, I must ask a favor, although you're not listening to me anymore because you're no longer in VMix. Just bring it out, see what happens. I mean, hell, you could use it on this side, and I've seen a lot of people use that Fuse to try to displace people, much like they're trying to do with Ram right now, just opening up a ton of that flooring. So any of these positions the defenders want to occupy are just gonna be really, really scary, as cats and dogs aren't the only thing that rain down through those holes. In fact, it'll usually be bullets, and it's a little bit worse for your health to get a bullet to the skull than a kid.
Yeah, we can already see that Fluffy Aimers has read into this attack absolutely perfectly, giving Core a lot of respect in this early round, essentially just not only allowing for Core to get this vertical setup, but allow for Fluffy aimers to not only sit in their positions very defined and hardened, but also, if they so need to, have time to just rotate around. But if you look at the time, 30 seconds on the clock, Core is going for a really quick execution to try and get this bomb down.
JJ, though, has something to say about that. In fact, he wins the argument with Candle and puts him 6 feet underneath the earth. And those coil canisters are going to be so effective, especially with JJ playing the angle that he has. He is killed off by Moses, but those flames, they keep going and they don't ever stop. We have less than 10 seconds left, and Tachanka can still waste so much of this time. There's so few bodies left. There's so many bullets from Fluffy aimers, and they all hit their mark as they win this opening round off of the clock.
Going back through the entirety of that round, Core wasted so much time just simply setting up their vertical. What they didn't do was clear those extended positions. Not one Core player tried to put any pressure onto Bakery or Small Bakery. No one on side of Red Stairs trying to put pressure into Coat Closet or Red, and most importantly, no pressure onto that Christmas Shield player, essentially allowing Fluffy aimers to just shut down that plant, having a dual crossfire, one being behind that shield, that being the Tachanka, which also doesn't even have to swing, just has to shoot the fires out of his launcher, and then JJ right behind the little counter there, shutting down the drop. And with 30 seconds left on the clock, on top of all that, that is a round for Fluffy aimers where you just look at one angle, when you see a player, you shoot and you win the round, and you cannot allow for Fluffy aimers to get these easy shutdowns, to shut down these easy engagements. If you're Core, you have to do a lot more work around the map.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
Well, my wish isn't going to come true. No buck is on the board, which means we're probably going to see something pretty conventional for this site. Now, we're going to be on reading and dining here, which initially the lack of a buck might look a little bit disturbing, but the defense makes a lot of vertical holes for this site typically, just so if the attackers try to run in very quickly, there is contingency for it. But that also does mean that there is going to be a decent bit of vertical play already in effect that the attack can latch onto and claim as their own once they have control of that top floor, which is going to be easier now that Emilio is, well, dead from Candle, who no longer falls the opening pick this time. As now the goal of Core is going to be to work this top floor as much as they can, and then try to use that control to isolate a spot on the site where they can safely get the bomb down.
Yeah, a very heavy extension from Fluffy aimers on this top floor. Originally having 4 players, decided he will fall back down right below that white window, and still a heavy presence from Fluffy aimers on this extension will essentially send a message to Core that they still have to work. A swing essentially baiting Candle into just exposing himself to JJ will now even out the man count, and with that time ticking down, this defender utility still denying this vertical control on the top floor. There's so much that Core needs to do, and a great start with 2.
2 versus 4 now for Fluffy aimers, with about a minute 20 seconds left to go. We're probably going to see that execute come relatively soon here, just because of that extreme man deficit the Fluffy aimers have to work back from. We are going to see one player look to get a little bit aggressive and see if he can alleviate a little bit of that pressure, but we're already right into this type of potential play, and they're going to lock off that area. As now we enter the final minute of this round, Core are going to be working the site in any and all aspects that they can, just getting rid of a bit of utility here, opening some floor there, and gathering some information on where these players are. They have 4 drones actively on the map. They still have some ace charges they can throw down, and they're going to use these things to set up that plant spot that Moses is going to go for right now as they try to lock out these players. But Recited, he's able to get in, and then he almost gets the 3rd that he needs, but it's all left up to Deity. In 1 versus 2, there's potential cover for the plant from this player underneath Hell Balcony. He's gonna make his way into reading, tries to get the planter, but he isn't able to get it before the plant goes down. Then Twist gets the swing off of the bomb plant. And it looks dire for a second, but Core remain in control the whole time.
Again, another round, in my opinion, essentially lost by Fluffy Aimers not only holding that map control over by top white and bar, even with a little bit of an extension over into the head holes by bathroom, also controlling freezer. But when you have that control, when you have the man advantage on top of it, you then start to see Fluffy Aimer players overswing, JJ in particular in that instance. And this is a problem that we've now seen for 2 going on 3 maps. It is a problem that they did fix in that second, eventually winning it 10-8. But it's these small mistakes that can essentially cost an entire round. In my opinion, a lot of these rounds are lost simply by the fact that Fluffy Aimers goes out of their way to lose it. They go out of their way to overextend. They try to force the issue too much to get even more kills, to dwindle that man count even lower. But in turn, what that does is give Core an opportunity to shut down those players that they're in positions preparing to shut down those overswings. And it's a situation where if you're Fluffy Aimers, sure, it's just one round, you made a mistake, but they cannot let this continue to happen and snowball.
I mean, if we're gonna get the series that we have with just small mistakes leading to 2 18-round maps in a row, those are things that you want to try to nip in the bud as soon as you can. As the longer you let these games go on, just the more tired you are. And that gets you to a point where you run the risk of your opponents having more stamina than you do. And if they have that longevity when you don't, then they can continue making less mistakes and making better decisions. And that puts you in a really bad spot as you start to get farther in towards these games. I think it's also worth noting that this is a map the Core wanted to go to. Just doesn't want to rush into the site. C4 goes out, but it's just a little bit too late. As Moses gets that opener, bomb almost goes down, but there's a Legion in just the right spot. Diffuser now surrendered inside of the site. Castle as well, gonna get a pick onto one of these attackers. That's the Blitz down. And they've equated the man count. They've equalized things as much as they can. But the Diffuser is still downed inside of that site. And if someone looks to put it down, that's going to be another gun that's down. It's going to be the Dokkaebis in this case. But it doesn't look like they realize the plant is going down. The plant is successfully placed down. And there's a Blackbeard in a position to cut these rotates and make things awkward. But Didi has the better of that engagement. As the rest of these players, now in the man advantage, are going to look to collapse on this Diffuser and make it work as much as they can. But look at this. It's a 1 versus 1 now. Enrio versus Deity. As Enrio, he's able to play off the sounds of this Diffuser. He's able to bait things out. But Deity, he only has 7 seconds to work with before he loses this round. And Enrio knows it. Dancing around the Diffuser delicately, forcing a bad move, but the round's already won. Any kills are just a consolation prize. As Core, they take control of this map and win the first 3 rounds, or more of the first 3 rounds.
It's getting light. It's getting light to say the least. It's not like we're on a 3rd map and past 2 maps were 7-0s, 7-2s. They're pretty much the maximum extent you could go. But overall great decision making there from Core, and specifically from that Blackbeard. I talked about over all the way on Chalet, a lot snowier. I'd say even as snowy it is here in Cafe. But the map on Chalet, I talked about a little point that Blackbeard itself, obviously he's such a polarizing shield player. He has an AR that is probably the most polarizing part of him. But one part that a lot of players and people don't understand is that he doesn't always have to be used as a fragger. He doesn't have to be used as an entry player. He can simply apply presence, phantom presence even, and that's exactly what he did over by bottom white. He just shuffled, made a couple of noise. He never really made a real push to get those players over by closet and dining, and that took the attention away from those 2 Fluffy Aimers players, allowing for that plant to go down all the way over in mining. And again, just an instance of a great read and a great overall play from a singular player on the attack.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
This is the round that Fluffy Aimers won previously when they played this site, and a lot of that was down to the fact that Core didn't watch the clock closely enough, and there was just so much utility packed onto the site in layers that they had to crunch through in those last few seconds. This time, however, they've already brought some things to try and alleviate that. This Brava has thus far gone unnoticed by Fluffy Aimers, which has allowed 3 pieces of utility to be claimed by QOR. And along with that Blitz, if they can get into the site quickly, then they can circumvent a lot of that time denial that was so potent for them last time. They're going to quickly send the Blitz in towards Kitchen. He's going to try to get this first pick, and he's able to successfully get it. There's a player trapped inside of Prep now, but the crossfire, it's going to be better for Fluffy Aimers. They come out on top of these engagements. As now there's a lone Blitz tucked inside of Kitchen, trying to worm his way around, see if anyone will expose themselves, gather any information he can. But no one is exposing themselves just yet. As now we're at a little bit of a standstill, as QOR now has to recuperate and try to find a way back in.
Another instance of QOR just trying to find the easy way out. They've been given one, but Fluffy's there, or Kiru is rather there to shut it down. But now a flank by DD shut down. It's just a 1v2.
1 versus 2, one player on the ground, but not gonna come into effect. The Blitz has the better of that gunfight. As we see QOR circumvent completely the time denial measures that Fluffy Aimers had put in place as they take control of their 3rd round.
It's also very important that we mention that Cafe is kind of an out of meta map. A lot of the time we do see Cafe lean into the favor of the attack. And obviously that's what we've seen here. It's not simply just how the map has played. I can now definitively say there are 2 rounds where Fluffy Aimers, they have a man advantage and they overextend. They overplay their positions, sometimes even just like with that flank over into Small Bakery. They just go away from where they're holding, try to retake and get in a new position to try and, I guess you could say, catch QOR off guard, but there was a player on side that Small Bake window. He was more than prepared to shut down that flank. And it's kind of an instance where if you didn't see Fluffy Aimers overextend, they already had lost control of Bakery. They then tried to retake the control over inside of the little corridor there. It's kind of a situation where not only did they not need to do that, but if they didn't, it could have been a completely different round.
Certainly could be the case. We'll see how things progress thus far. I like the pick of the Twitch, by the way. Just with the amount of utility that Fluff Aimers have tried to bring, specifically just to be funky with the time. Now the IQ, gonna read into this player on the bottom floor on their phone, playing a little bit of Angry Birds. And that's gonna give a lot of information over towards the attack on the composition of the site itself. Now they want to try to kill this player, but they also don't want to waste too much time doing it, and they don't want to take too many risks in doing so. Although Twist is gonna get that pick, gonna get the first pick of this round, open things up for his team as well. And it's gonna make things a little bit easier, especially once his Dokumi calls start coming in.
Yeah, that is a very important player to just get rid of. Not only do you simply just have that pure aggression from Pulse off the board, but also in pair, you don't have to worry about that phantom aggression. You don't have to worry about just worrying about that defender around the map. And on top of that, with only a minute 40 on the clock, almost another pick, JJ. Over aggressing, but it does eventually lead to a successful pick. Now an even 4-4 man count, and this bomb site's all the way inside of Kitchen and Mining. There's still so much work to do on this top floor for QOR. But Fluffy Aimers, they've given the respect. They've completely vacated this top floor, and they're just waiting now for QOR to execute this execution onto the bomb site.
Yeah, a lot of the piano control that you need to start doing vertical play is surrendered, although there is not much vertical play on the attack to do just yet. Cap can, though. He's placed the trap in just the right spot, and Twist is going to walk right into it. And going into this final minute, that has given the man advantage over towards Fluffy Aimers. And that, combined with the lack of utility to directly get people out of the site, is going to make things more difficult now for QOR Gaming. Now, they have started to get rid of a little bit of this utility the defenders have, and Inrio has gotten a pick over towards Deity, which has evened things out. but there's still only 35 seconds to work with. And in the grand scheme of things, that is so little time. But Moses, he's gonna make the best use of that time that he possibly can. But Emilio's making things worse as we go about it. This round has been so close, but still the control of the site that's needed to plant, there's only 15 seconds left to get it. And JJ's in a great position to win this. Only has to hold out for a little bit longer. These Sabana pellets aren't going to go off in time, but Candle does. He hits the headshot that he needs. And that's Core dominantly taking control of this first half.
Yeah, that is an instance where now Core have a winning half. A 4-2 at the least, a 5-1 at best. Fluffy Aimers in a very dire situation. It's just kind of an instance where, again, their over-aggressiveness, whether it be they need to get over-aggressive when they're in a man deficit, or when they have a 4v3, that then eventually dwindles down to a 2v3 and then a 1v3 and then eventually you obviously, you know, you watch the round, you understand what happened. But the problem is, it's instances where Fluffy Aimers, not only do they get aggressive, but they're in positions where they don't need to. They have so much control. They don't need to do anything the entire round. If they just don't swing, they play back, they hold their positions, Core lose it. Core has to come to them at the end of the day, especially when you have a man advantage. And it really does feel like, in my opinion, that Fluffy Aimers are getting way too greedy in the kill department in the late half, and that's what's costing them these rounds.
Going back down to Kitchen, again, trying to lean into so much of this time denial. But Core, they know how to circumvent it, and they're comfortable taking that risk to try to circumvent it. As they brought so many operators that can just take space quickly, fly into the site and fly into the map, and just make the defense's lives an absolute living hell. And they are going to take a bit of time to set it up because they do want to make sure that they cross their T's and dot their I's. But once they figure things out, they can just go. And it looks like the plan this time is to isolate that Tachanka specifically over inside of VIP. And if they can do that, that is so much time denial that's just taken off of the board. Now, the Elemines are going to make things a little bit risky to do, but this drone that Twist is looking at is in such a good position to get someone inside of the building and allow them to take these fights. But the fights so far are gonna go the way of Fluffy Aimers, as Emilio's gotten himself a double kill, with it only really one player on Core managing to find anything. We're in a 4 versus 2 now. The quick play has not paid off, with it being Inrio that has everything to do here. 1 versus 4. Scanning every possible angle that he can, trying to find anything. But no one's given him what he needs. No one's given him the gunfights that he wants. Diffuser is completely outside of his control as well, and if he goes for it, he probably dies. Trying to find anything he can, but these players, they're just stucking out. They're just taking pot shots. They know they're in control. They know they have the lower hands. Back and forth as the shots ring, and it's finally recited that clears things up and secures the 4-2 half for Fluffy Aimers, mitigating the damage that can be done.
That was a round where Fluffy Aimers just read perfectly into what the game plan for that attack for Core was. They had 3 players over by the main entry point that Core was trying to clear early on, as you said before, trying to do their due diligence, trying to mark off every little point on their checklist. But the problem was you had 1 player over by Christmas, 1 player by Gold Stairs rather, and then a player inside of Coat Check. They were more than prepared. They had a Goyo, Maluzi, all paired with it. That was an entire extension prepared to deal with that very aggressive push early on. And no matter how much attacking utility you have, when you're just losing drone after drone, you're not able to definitively and quickly get direct pressure onto those defender positions and push them out. You can never really clear that part of the map out. It was just, you know, kind of a round that failed all the way back right before when Fluffy Aimers just read into the attack. And I think it's kind of a situation where on that map, or that site rather specifically, Core just tried to take these very aggressive, quick rounds, and it's just simply not going to work, as Fluffy Aimers, they find themselves with a 2-4 half.
This defender would be brought out here, which is a pick that I do quite like in general, but for this bomb site specifically, as I do feel there are a lot of really good choke points that you can throw those on, especially positions like someone trying to take into bakery or in through that delivery area. But it's an operator that Moses likes quite a bit as well on this site, although the floor is gonna make keeping utility up a little bit difficult, as Kiru has a lot of great utility to just fly the drones in and get rid of things like shields, and even some Goyo canisters or those Malusi Banshees if he so chooses. And all this time denial now that Core has brought is being undone within the first minute of the round, and that's going to alleviate so much pressure from this attack and just give them a lot of breathing room, especially when combined with that pick that Recited just got onto Twist. As now, they don't have nearly as much time denial utility to work out during the execute, and they have a man advantage.
Yeah, that's, in my opinion, the most important factor, is because not only have you cleared these top 2 floors, you're able to set up this vertical, but you've gotten a pick with it. So if they so do choose, they can go and try and clear this Christmas position where the smoke is playing. On top of it not having a shield, you're able to use that man advantage to your use for pressuring this player or any other player extended away from the bomb site and just get rid of it. And this entire execution does look like it's going to be coming over into this drop, but JJ somehow just making his way even without dealing with that player.
Oh. Get a 2K for himself along with a 1K from Deity, but Diffuser has been shot down. The planner is dead, and he's gonna get another one as well. Candle in a great position to try to solve this yet again, committing highway robbery in front of our eyes, along with his teammate Candle, or whoever it was, I didn't catch it. As now, Core, despite everything going wrong, somehow comes out on top.
I think we really are starting to see those crucial mistakes that shouldn't happen. Like, you shouldn't go for that plant without clearing that Christmas player. You had man advantage. You had time to clear him out, and we saw exactly why. And on top of that, not only was the smoke allowed to play spoilers, but he was allowed to run through white stairs, no one on there, go below breach, or not below breach, but below the freezer hatch, also no one there, and then also the player inside of the bomb site, somehow also letting that player slip by. That was a round where essentially Fluffy Aimers lost it to their own faults. There was 3 opportunities to shut down that smoke, taking none of them, and not even a position to shut down that player. And again, it's these small mistakes that snowball into bigger ones that you're just going to see happen later in the map. But when you're down to 5, it's probably the worst time to have those mistakes. Still an opportunity, but this map of Cafe continues to look more and more grim for Fluffy Aimers.
Well, something I do want to point out is that in the interview that I did with Moses in the previous playoff game where they won this map versus TRG, he said they struggled a lot with extreme aggression that was being thrown at them by TRG. When TRG were getting in their faces and making them take those early aggressive fights, they weren't winning a lot of them. And I think we can see some practice based off of that realization come to fruition here. It's even though they are losing a lot of these fights, they are more than comfortable just slipping in between the cracks when they see the opportunity. Candle especially has done it multiple times. And that comfortability and willingness to be uncomfortable, I think it's really been benefiting them quite a lot here as we've gone on to this 5-2 half that they've now, or scoreline that they've now secured for themselves. Deity, though, gonna make things a little bit more difficult this round. The Blitz gonna run right in. It's a 5 versus 2 now already. These things are going very poorly for Core, as it's all up to Inrio and Moses, with Inrio being on the first floor, not anywhere near the site. And it'll be an awkward ride back up if he wants to get to his teammate and make anything happen. But there is a potential opportunity. No, but the 4-3 moment, he misses it, but no, he gets it! 2 kills in quick conjunction, as these last 2 defenders started to lock things out. But the plant is going down, and the coverage is too good. Deity's able to get himself a triple kill. Diffuser's gonna finally go down, and now they know exactly where Inrio is. His road to get to the bomb site is going to be oh so difficult. They're not giving him any room here to breathe at all. As everyone, aside from one player at the top of white, is just vacated. They're just wasting his time, but he's able to get the kill onto Deity. He only has to find 2 more, but they're both in such good positions. And he has to move so quick with so little health. He's going to try to stick the defuse, but he has to get off of it and carry that DMR so good against such low HP as Fluffy Aimers clean up their mistakes and solidify a round.
A fantastic, and I say fantastic, opening round from Fluffy Aimers, not wasting any time clearing that shield over by Piano and Bathroom and getting 3 kills on that top floor. They essentially saw that there was no immediate danger aside from that player behind the shield, then tripled up on that player, getting rid of him, and on top of that, allowing for the Blitz to make his way into Freezer, shutting down the Bathroom player, and then also catching the player trying to rotate back down to the site off guard. And it's kind of a situation where Fluffy Aimers, they saw exactly what was in front of them and had such a clinical answer for it that QOR, because Fluffy Aimers moved so fast in every single push they did, whether that be the shield over by Piano or just getting the plant down, it really did leave little to no time for QOR to react. And both on the attack and defense, it is a problem that teams really do give QOR. If QOR don't have time to react, they don't have time to restructure their positions as a team, then they don't really have a lot of options left on the board.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
I'm interested to see how the rest of this half progresses, just because we did say that Cafe can often lean towards the attack, and that is what we saw in the first half with how well QOR did for themselves. And I want to see if Fluffy Aimers can recreate a little bit of that success. I'm also interested to see how this Scopos pick goes, just because she can be a very interesting opportunity for flanks, but a potential rush is shut down quite thoroughly by QOR Gaming, as Twist gets a triple kill off of some beautiful mechanical aim. And that fast play that Fluffy Aimers wanted to use to catch their opponents off guard is red. QOR are ready for it, and they've forced Deity and Emilio into a very awkward situation here. They can quite easily get inside of the building here just through this red hatch, but that doesn't give them a lot of control to work with.
I mean, in both DT and Emilio, they have to take these isolated engagements with that drone, an absolute huge one. Puts this player in such a bad position, but it's a Scopos. So he's allowed to just go right back down to the site. Another instance where Fluffy Aimers on the exact same bomb site moved way too fast for their own liking, even with a cam on Deity. He's able to find that player with a minute 30 left on the board, a 2v3. This is almost definitely winnable for them.
They have plenty of time to work this if they could get control of the diffuser, but looks like it's been surrendered in quite an awkward position as they disarm Rival for a second, but manages to find it. Manages to just tucked it in the wrong pocket. Diffuser's tucked outside of Laundry here, and Candle's in a great position to protect it, especially in combination with Rival. Last player drops the Laundry Room hatch, gets killed off by Rival on that Scopos. As now we see, yet again, a 6-3 map point claimed by one of these teams. Now, normally this is the situation where they throw 3 rounds in a row, but we'll see.
Well, we'll see. This is not only another instance, but this is the second map in a row where Fluffy Aimers are down 3 rounds. This time around, they are on the attack, which if we do look at QOR's half on their attack, it should be statistically favoring Fluffy Aimers. But again, there's just been so many mistakes from Fluffy Aimers on Cafe, more mistakes than we've seen on Chalet or Nighthaven Labs. And it's a situation where if you have a team in front of you like QOR, because they are so structured and they have that core of 3 players that's been playing for so long, it is very easy for them to not only spot these mistakes from their opponents, but also take advantage of them. And Fluffy Aimers just making mistake after mistake. I think another situation, there's just a bad judgment by whether it be JJ or another player calling that round, doing the exact, not exact same, but a relatively exact same pace-wise, going for a very fast take on the exact same bomb site 2 rounds in a row. It kind of was just... the writing was in the wall that it was a Fluffy Aimers round to lose, as QOR, they're now just 1 round away from winning this map.
Bomb diffuser has been dropped. Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
A very familiar situation for both of these teams, as I was saying before, but we'll see how that ends up playing out this time. I do like that we're seeing the Echo pick here being brought out by Inrio, as I do feel if they can keep him alive towards the late round, they keep those drones alive, that is something that'll be quite valuable for them. But at the same time, Kiri is also on that Brava, and if he can take control of those, then especially if they take control of them without realizing it, then good freaking luck trying to make this work. That being said, though, that is quite a tall task, and Echoes, good Echoes, are usually pretty protective of their drones. It's like a cat lady, but with technology.
We can already see that, you know, because of this overall very defender utility heavy lineup from Core, they're going to give Fluffy Aimers all the respect on this map control, just letting them just run away with all of it, kind of like a kid in a candy shop. And as I say that, Twist, in a very curious position. Not only is he on the roam, a very aggressive, ratty position, but with that Vigil will allow for him to cloak himself away from the rest of Fluffy Aimers. But you can see from Emilio and the rest of the positions, they may be somewhat aware that there could potentially still be a roamer, but they're not exactly sure where. With this blitz right over by Twist's position, unless he exposes himself, which will not happen. It's a situation that he should be able to win, but somehow Twist is able to make his way out of it. Hiru eventually over by bottom Freezer to shut him down.
A little bit of poor judgment on that retreat down White Stairs, but that blitz is a huge pick and a trade that I'm sure he's more than happy with. Just because that kind of space denial and displacement is not something that comes cheap, but Deity is looking to make things so much better for his team. He just walks in and gets two. It's all left up to Inrio. He has 45 seconds left, and he has those Echo drones potentially still up. But unless he can start getting some kills here, that's not gonna be enough. Now, Diffuser is going down, and he's gonna look to start getting rid of it. But these drones, there's a finite supply of them, and that's something Fluffy Aimers are aware of. They've destroyed the first one. Now he has to take these fights. He wins the first, he wins the second! He only has two more to find, and he has an Echo drone that can just feed him information. He can figure out where these players are and learn how to position himself. His teammates can watch that, but Emilio, he is on just the right angle because both of these players tuck themselves up cleverly. And we see the dominoes start to fall on the lead once again.
Honestly, it is really funny because we've seen this now 3 maps where Fluffy Aimers will just make so many crucial and easy mistakes, and then once they go down 3 rounds, they'll just turn into a completely different team. First of all, dealing with that roamer, just having a lot more due diligence on clearing the entire map. You saw even with Twist hiding his position, Fluffy Aimers were still relatively aware that there was potentially a roamer on the 2nd floor, allowing them to just be cautious enough to deal with that player. Sure, you did lose your blitz, but it allowed for an opportunity for that Ashe to just waltz their way down bottom white over into Christmas, deal with the smoke, and almost get a triple with the player over by dining double. It was an easy enough engagement to shut down. And now Fluffy Aimers, dealing with probably one of their biggest problems, but now going on to a completely different bomb site, a whole bundle of new problems, defenders, and an entire new bomb site to deal with. Sure, it was a great round, but there was still so much to be done, and with an entire execution phase still on the board on top of clearing the map, it's still looking a little bit dire.
I do think some of these rounds have come down to which team commits less mistakes. Which is certainly an interesting thing to cast sometimes, although it is a little bit mean to say that out loud, but you know, that is my job. That is what they're not paying me for at over here at Blitz. And we'll see how well if that holds true in this round. If this round is just whichever team commits less errors. And I think we're going to see Core try to shore things up a little bit, as this is a position they found themselves in last map before throwing it away. And you really want to take your map in this sort of situation. And especially if they can take it quickly, that gives them a little bit of breathing room going into the next map, which is the Fluffy Aimer's pick. Candle's going to start things off well before he's picked off. A Vigil for an Ashe. A pretty even trade, I would say, but still a fight he would have liked to win, especially with the amount of control that Fluffy Aimers have now taken.
I really love this overall just presence and focus on not only clearing this top floor, getting this vertical setup, but also making sure that this bottom white position, putting this back pressure onto the bomb site is just so important. Making sure not only that core are not comfortable throughout this entire second floor, but also that you give yourself as an attacking team so many different avenues around the map, so many different avenues to try and get this bomb down on top of this vertical, allowing just a little bit of shots to go on to Moses, but he's going to be able to escape with his life, as now not only is the attack resetting, but now the defense, as recited, looks like the main spearhead just as of now.
He's going to try to hold off on any flanks towards white, something that Twist will learn. But it looks like these two players, this Blitz and Emilio, they're going to drop down this hatch and then try to run their way in towards dining, or potentially in towards train, more likely, and just try to isolate as many of these players as they can. And that's why Core is starting to try to push back and lash out and just displace as many of these attackers as they can. Recited, he's on such low HP, but the defense has almost no man count, but they bring it right back. It's even now. Now they just have to get rid of this Blitz, and they're basically home free. There's a shotgun to potentially do it. Diffuser is going down. It will successfully go down. And now there's a shield on Overwatch, but they isolate this player inside of Dining, and Twist! He's better in this situation. Now, take a sec to pause, type in all chat, and they've secured their map in regulation, the first of the series.
An outstanding and crucial, not only round, but map from Core Gaming. Not only do they get their second in the series, putting them only one map away from winning the entirety of this grand final for season 2, but also changing the mark, changing the adaptation and overall repeatedness of 2 maps going 8 and 10 back to back. We will not see regulation for the third, and also spinning the overall narrative completely on its head. Going into this, a majority of players, aside from Whiskey, or Glitter rather, who's not looking too crazy anymore, having this game going 3-1 for Fluffy Aimers. Sure, it's still definitely a winnable series for Fluffy Aimers, but it will not be a 3-1 winnable situation for them. And a lot of those mistakes and the lack of adaptation from Fluffy Aimers that we saw in those previous 2 matchups not only has costed them the map, but a map that on paper they should have won.
It's not all dire, as this was a map pick by Core, which means that Fluffy Aimers going into this kind of have to accept that there is the possibility that they lose it. And they get their own map choice next, which is going to be Bank, which is a pretty good Fluffy Aimers map. And an opportunity to catch things up, although Core at this point are going to be gunning for it as much as possible and just looking to rip out any sense of security that Fluffy Aimers may have, false or otherwise, to just try to close this out in as quick fashion as they can.
Yeah, and I think no matter what we, or specifically Sirius has said, this looked like a much better map for Core than we originally thought. So now going on to that next map, I do believe a lot of those mistakes that Fluffy Aimers specifically made on Cafe will not be there going into now our 4th map. But I do feel like we're still going to see small mistakes that snowball into bigger ones. And if we don't see that adaptation, if we start to see Fluffy Aimers, whether just get tired or even lazy, it could cost them this entire series.
Certainly could, but for more breakdown on that, let's send it over to the 3 Stooges on the analyst desk.
Thank you very much. And there it is, right? Compared to the first 2 maps, absolute domination, it feels like. Map 3 was less a battle and more a showcase on how to play Cafe. From the very first move to that final takedown, there was one team that, of course, made it abundantly clear who was in charge. Serious, let's address the elephant in the room. It's pace, baby. What's happening there? Is it hesitation, over planning, a lack of confidence in the execution, or just setting up for that 3-2-1 collapse?
I mean, really, for Core, it was more of recognizing what's working and what's not. Kind of like Goose said, making those small adaptations to kind of fix what's going wrong with overall game plan and ideology. First few rounds, Core were going very slow, very methodical, trying to go for a very long clear, and it was taking up a large portion of their time to actually effectively clear, go for those executes. And first round, it did not go very well at all. I mean, you saw it. That first round was absolute domination by Fluffy. Then the next few rounds, they kind of shift gears, try to go for more of Blackbeard and Blitz to try to just overwhelm and bully the crap out of the Fluffy Aimers defense. And it worked to absolute perfection. Just that one shift in pace to just go a lot faster than what they're expecting. Because, again, tiredness is probably a factor at this point. So if you just kind of go embrace the fact that we probably have the better guns, we have the better coordination, we still feel very confident in ourselves, it's going to be going well for Core. But at this point, Fluffy just not quite able to shift on those same gears.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, Fluffy Aimers has been showing a few cracks. One of those that I want to bring up, and this relates to pace as well, is round 7, starting off their attack. It looked really strong, right? They had a Flores outside just immediately right off the bat, getting a lot of value using Flores drones to clear Goyo canisters in the freezer. And then they had one player droning all the way up from the top floor, and then 3 players clearing, taking map control. So every single second of that round, all 5 of their players had positive value and positive impact. And then right at the end, they're getting ready to plant. They've got a player on the site literally putting the bomb down, and they forgot to switch from clear into hold mode. They still had players running around looking for the defenders instead of just saying, we could just sit here and wait for them to come to us. And what happens? Candle gets another 4K. Another one. And these are just kind of the mistakes that we just can't be making. And I think Goose brought it up as well. Just another thing, just Fluffy Aimers not really adapting, just trying to play their own game, watching how Core has played and just saying like, they're gonna go too slow. We could probably hold pretty strong. We can, we can swing into them, and nothing really changing, right? They're just playing their game and kind of going through the motions. And I think that led to Fluffy Aimers' demise during this map.
So does it come to like mental chalk now, right? You were the favorites coming into this, and now you find yourself down in the score line. Now we do go to bank, which is notoriously, right, a good Fluffy Aimers map. So and it's quite spread out. It's got a lot of chance for spotting those gaps and taking advantage of those mistakes. But I mean, now that we're on the 4th map and it's kind of a do or die situation, I mean, let's start talking win conditions here. Are they going to lean into that, or are they going to have to change? They're going to have to adapt.
I mean, they're going to have to adapt, right? Like, they're going to be skilled at this solid play, setting up crossfires, in particular on bank, right? It's a map that requires a lot of 3-2-1 goes, a lot of execute from room to room, and that's not something that I think Core has really exhibited. I kind of joked about it early on, like a lot of the play style that Core has started to adopt rather, is just, well, if we can't execute from this room into this room, let's just execute the whole map at once, right? Let's get into the building, put the bomb down, and call it good. But I can tell you right now, that is not going to work on bank. Fluffy Aimers is most likely going to read into that, unless they're more tired than I think they are. But I mean, they're a strong team. They've got a good coach, so I expect they will do fantastic in terms of just reading into these aggressive plays that Core might try to make out of desperation, trying to fill a gap in their weaknesses.
I mean, for me, it's overall just trying to make sure for Fluffy that they can start to slow Core down once again. Because going all the way back to Chalet, when they were running very stall-heavy defensive lineups, those were working very well against Core, and even worked for a little bit against them on Cafe 2, where you're running at the Chonky, you're running Malusi and Goyo to really try to slow things down very much for Core on their attacks, where they can't really get anywhere close to the bomb site, try to go for those executes. And so for a big map like Bank, really lean into that ideology once again, and I'd almost say like ban either Blitz or Blackbeard, just add it onto the Monty ban, because those two things are just absolutely steamrolling through the defensive lineups with both of them on the board. Yes, if you kind of ban both shields at the same time, there's still going to be possibility of blitz and then a fuse shield. There's still shields, don't get me wrong, but you're limiting the options that core can have later on. So it's going to be a matter of what can you do to start to slow them down, get back into what was your original game plan and what's your win condition, and then start to go from there, because your attacks kind of were just looking like it was absolute desperation because of how down you already were.
Yeah, and Bank being spread out. I'm it feels like that this could be a Fluffy Aimers map, right? It plays into all the sensibilities. It plays into that gap spotting. It plays into taking advantage of the mistakes. But that's not what we were talking about for map number 3 here, right? It wasn't Core making those mistakes. It was Fluffy Aimers. So what we're really, I think, going to need to see here is that Fluffy Aimers needs to switch tracks from being so reactive and being a little bit more proactive, right? And taking advantage, getting those early engagements, or, I mean, best of 5 over in 4 potentially.
I mean, at least 2 of us predicted that. I mean, granted, we flipped it to the opposite team, but still, I mean, you're right. It does kind of feel like it is a bit of a gap spotting map, especially for Core that has been so good at spotting those gaps and really just punishing Fluffy for really leaving those things available to them to take. It's definitely going to be a big problem for later on. So, I mean, there's still the potential for it to go to all 5 maps and end up on Clubhouse, but it's really just going to be a matter of, can Fluffy adapt? Can they make those small adaptations to really fix what went wrong? Because kind of like you said, they're being very reactive. It's not like they have a full thought out plan, whereas Core still feels like they're kind of having the wheels turning. They have a cog going. They have a sense of an idea of what the plan is, and then they execute upon that. Fluffy trying to see what works and just kind of just overwhelm Core has not really worked, at least on Cafe, but we'll have to see how Bang turns out.
That's right. So we're going to be looking to check off those Yali boxes, right? When we get as far as the execute, it's something that that Yali talks about, is that you've got to get yourself clear out the people, get yourself set up for the execute, and then hold your cross, right? And then when they have to get past that part, right? They're getting in, they're checking the boxes. Bank is a great map for that, right? And can be very, very default in the way that goes. I'm not sure how this is going to play out. I'm personally thinking that momentum is shifted. We are up 2 maps. I think Core is on the precipice of potentially pulling this off, maybe with just that 4th quarter gut check power. Yali, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned it. It's so much about the checklist, right? You said it's a checklist map. I tend to agree with that. Bank in particular. As I said with Cafe, it's been figured out for the most part, right? So there's going to be a lot of checklists, especially when you start talking about the lower floors. It's, well, let's make sure this floor is clear. This floor is clear. We've opened up the hatches, for example, if you're attacking basement or the main floor. And, just making sure you get all those checklists off and you get people in position. Assuming you haven't lost your players, then things start to get a little bit more complicated. Which truly could be it for either team. I mean, you mentioned it too. If Fluffy Aimer starts to get a little bit more aggressive, start coming out of the gate swinging, maybe they could put Core in a bit more of a headlock than they have so far.
Okay, well, we got to get to map 4 for it, but first we got to get everybody in the lobby. So it's time to refill your snacks, fill your drink up to the tippy top, and when we come back, we're going to bring you the 4th map.
I'm not ready yet, ready to forget now. I'm not ready yet, ready to forget.
fucking beeping after aliens. We on top of the world, we the sapiens. Do you understand massive complication there? Do you really think you know what I'm made of? My flow is so magical, I'm old, call me Gandalf. You can shine, but I'm about to go off. Heard me wanna believe what I'm saying, but I cannot do this at all.
I hope you took the advice of our host, Mr. Whiskey Glitter, and got some water and got some snacks. Looks like we're in this one for the long haul. We're gonna need a director's cut by the time this is over, but you won't catch me complaining about it. This is the first best of 5 I've casted in a hot minute, and The first one with infinite OT as well, so definitely gotten to thoroughly enjoy that.
Yeah. You also got use out of it. You got 2 maps over time, potentially maybe a third if we're going to this 4th. But coming off of Cafe, a lot of mistakes from Fluffy Aimers alone. And, a lot of people, even our analyst desks, and myself alone too, also thought that was a relatively good map for Cafe. And a 4-7 loss says otherwise. And so now I think going into Bank, which is Fluffy Aimers, not only their map pick, but a map they are notoriously relatively very good and solid on, this is a great advantage for them to claw back, put us on a 5th map. But the problem now is, I think there were a lot of mistakes in Cafe that you couldn't really simply draw back to just them not being prepared for what Core is putting up. There were mistakes that we saw on the previous 2 maps that Fluffy Aimers continue to make. Most importantly, being just simply being way too over aggressive when having either map control or even a map lead, specifically on the defense, which just essentially just forfeited rounds, just giving away man advantages, a 5v3 turning into a 2v3 for Fluffy Aimers in instances where it shouldn't have happened, and that's going to be a very big mark they want to fix now going into the 4th map.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by
Yeah, we're starting to get into the territory that like the tiredness we talked about before will really start to materialize.
Yeah, and go ahead.
Especially with the fact that Fluff Aimers were making so many mistakes already, and Core were fairly competent at capitalizing on them. If that is a sign of Fluffy Aimers starting to run out of gas, then if Core is able to continue just remaining that little bit ahead, then that could potentially be all that they need. And
5 seconds left before insertion.
if I recall from the other grand finals that I've seen Fluffy Aimers in recently, all of them have been 0-3 losses, mostly to Packers Star. And so we're entering a territory that they really haven't had to exist in for a little bit, of infinite OT 4th map in a best of 5.
Yeah, it really does help when Packer gets poached.
Yeah.
But yeah, now I think one of the most potent situations, or I guess little small differences here, is if you saw that Mira put one of her just Mira's windows on the single wall over by default plan inside of servers, it's essentially a way, like, you cannot get that open. Fluffy, or not Fluffy, but JJ rather, is not going to be able to get that wall open. There is no ace on the board. So now Fluffy Aimers are going for a very straightforward plan. Obviously, it does add a little bit of a line of sight that, Fluffy Aimers are going to be able to take advantage of. But the solution for this in this round is Fluffy Aimers is attacking the site directly. With that hatch being closed and not really an overall heavy presence from Core directly onto this plant, they can just directly take the site relatively early on, of forcing Core to waste their defender utility and essentially allowing Fluffy Aimers to get this plant down relatively safely. With that smoke canister coming out, just recited, just baiting it out, baiting defender utility after defender utility. And if Core aren't able to properly manage their utility and time, Fluffy Aimers, they're going to shut this down relatively easily.
We have 2 smoke canisters left, as well as 2 C4s, but JJ, excellent shot in the wrong direction, takes out his teammate. And he also surrenders the diffuser inside of the site with there being no shield to get it from, which means that someone just has to walk into the site and, well, there's some utility, let's say, that's designed to prevent that sort of takeover.
Yeah.
Deity is flirting with the idea of dropping down this hatch and just seeing if he can make anything work by doing so, and this has prompted a lot of rotation outside of, or from Fluffy Aimers outside of their normal positions for this round. But Candle, he's in a phenomenal position to try to shut this down, because it doesn't look like they really know that he's here, and so he's just going to tuck himself on the edge of the range of those beepers and just wait. Wait for them to make a move, wait for them to make a mistake, because there's only 20 seconds left. They have to go now. It's now or never, and the bodies to burn are on the side of Core, especially with Moses getting that pick. Candle's gonna get one of his own, but Diffuser has gone down. They don't have the bodies to keep it up, however, as JJ's in a 1 versus 5. He is going to try to retake this hatch from Candle, but Candle's well aware of his position, even though he loses the fight. And now Twist has the overwatch on that counter defuse, and Fluffy Hammers, in spite of that hell-bentedness on getting that diffuser down, aren't able to claw this one out.
A lot of small mistakes. Obviously, that one a lot more glaring. Shouldn't shoot your teammate, especially not only your player with diffuser, but also your player with an OSA shield that she still needs to put down. And I think it goes back to the idea that we've been talking about all night here on this grand final, is that a lot of the time in these best of 5 situations, obviously it doesn't decide an entire series, but the factor of teams and players just being mentally shocked, not only from their own mistakes, but just from how long these games can really go. I think that team kill is an instance, and not only that, in that round specifically, just losing that player like that is just kind of a situation where sometimes you probably had someone yell at JJ, more than definitely in that round. And this is probably one of the most important factors where Fluffy Aimers as a team, individual players, have to just kind of sit still, lock in, and not let these mistakes, not let these rounds that should go their way get to their head, because it's going to start to snowball into eventually a bigger problem. And Fluffy Aimers, they need this map. If they don't get it, they lose.
Yeah, I really do think that DK is probably where that round ended for Fluffy Hammers, just because we saw a complete switch up in the strategy after that was over. Everyone started rotating, everyone started trying to do other things. And I think Core read into that weakness. They read into that hesitation and into that confusion that was caused by that event. And it's like I was talking about earlier, if Fluffy Aimers are starting to run out of gas, if they are going to start making more mistakes, if Core can just be that little bit more vigilant, that little bit more prepared, that could be all they need. Now, Diddy is able to get a refrag on JJ, but that's all of your vertical play gone for a site with tons and tons of floors that you can break open. Although Candle's also going to be killed off by Emilio getting a little bit overzealous over by a stock. And this is a solid position that Fluffy Aimers have to work from, provided they can utilize the rest of this time effectively, because things are going to go a little bit slower now that the buck is gone.
Yeah, I think that is a very important factor here. Is sure, you have half of the round now to work with. You've gotten the man advantage, but you lost that buck. You don't really have anyone to make that vertical. You just have the secondary shotgun on Kiru and the DMR, but Deity all the way over by Cash. Essentially, your only option is going to be Kiru, and now Deity has to go big. He has to try and compensate, but because of his position, he has now forked over that man advantage, now putting Fluffy Aimers in already a difficult spot in an even more difficult one.
Yeah, the mana quality is not, it's something that hugely benefits Core here for a multitude of factors. And they do have the Blitz on the board, which they can throw into the site here and just try to make some noise and cause some chaos. But if the positioning of Rival plays out the way he would like, if Foresighted isn't careful with the way he goes for this, that pick from Moses does exactly what it needs to. And now this Blitz is entirely distracted and even dead. Everything's left up to Emilio now in a 1 versus 2. He has control of the diffuser, but no longer of his life. Is in Rio, taking control of that, added it to his deck. And now Core remain in control of this series, establishing an early lead and starting to wear thin the resolve of Fluffy Aimers.
It is really, I think the best way to put it is getting ugly for Fluffy Aimers. Because it's not like they're in these rounds in horrible positions. It's not like they find themselves 30 seconds left in a 2v5. I mean, they had the man advantage in that round, but because they allowed specifically JJ to lose his life on the buck and didn't have a ram on top of it, didn't have an Ash with a breach charge, your entire vertical play off the board just from not looking at a jump out. Sure, you did eventually trade it in, got a kill off of it, but then you had DD playing in an over-aggressive position that he had no real into on. There was no drone, there was no ping, he had no real up-to-date info. I don't even think they even had a drone inside of Tellers in stock at that time whatsoever. It's just very unlucky, and it does look like that Fluffy Aimers is just getting a little bit frustrated, whether it be just in these engagements or just how they play throughout the map.
QOR, on the other hand, it looks like they're definitely feeling the effects of 36 rounds in the first two maps, then like 11 in the third. So that's like 47 rounds. Speaking of which, betrayal from that number, but that's besides the point. 47 rounds the first three maps, and I think that both teams are starting to feel it, but I think QOR's held on a little bit better. And that's why we're sort of in the position we're in now, and why some of the mistakes we're seeing are being committed by Fluffy Aimers. Now, they're trying to clear out as much of this utility as they can early on from CEO, as it looks like they want to go for something primarily with the windows. Ooh. And Rival, or Kiru rather, makes that happen a little bit so far by taking out Inrio. That Azami is going to be sorely missed here in this sort of situation. And that Kali as well can start to apply some pressure over towards these players by Elevator.
Yeah, that's a great opening pick, but now the problem for Fluffy Aimers is QOR knows exactly what their goal is. Kiru somehow getting a second kill, Deity following it up, and now going for the execution with this shield that should be relatively easy. And Fluffy Aimers, they wrap it up. After 3 rounds, they finally get their first, and honestly, probably one of the more convincing rounds we've seen in a while.
Certainly do agree there, and I think a lot of that was just the Fluffy Aimers knew exactly what they wanted to take, and so they just worked it. They didn't dilly-dally. They didn't leave themselves really time or room to make mistakes or hesitate. They just did it. They just knew what they wanted to take, and they just made it happen. And that's the type of thing that you really want to see once you get this far into a game, and a little bit of hope for them as well, that some of the tiredness we've been speculating about just started to wear off, or like they're starting to snap themselves back into the game. But that is only 1 round, and there is plenty of opportunity still for QOR to take things. And the last time we saw them defend this site, they did pretty damn well for themselves, although by the looks of it, Goose, we have a very different attacking lineup.
Oh, most definitely. We're really seeing, in my opinion, what I'm hoping to be a more adaptable lineup. Obviously, you bringing out the knock, actually. Ooh, I love that pick out from Deity, because now what's going to happen is you have Fluffy. He's going to have can openers. Also, Deity having can openers on top of it. Kiru with that Finka. I probably would have preferred a Ying in this situation, but, I see the plan behind it. But now we're in a situation where Deity can apply external pressure over into that garage position or whatever position he wants. The way that, Knock works is obviously minus her ability. She is an operator that will lurk, that will just simply be an isolated player that will find gaps, will find little just small tidbits around the line of sight that QOR don't fully have. And this allows for, if they do lose a very huge operator like JJ again, they're going to have different avenues around the bomb site for compensating for losing that player.
See Twist on an aggressive position on Marble Stairs. They're not quite the same thing we saw him try to pull previously. We also do see a little bit more aggression from QOR this time than we saw previously, which is going to be given up effectively immediately, as they more just want to create an illusion using some smoke and mirrors just to make Fluffy Aimers work a little bit for this map control without really putting their lives in proper danger. And so far, that has worked fairly successfully. They have burned roughly a minute of actual time thus far. And now, Fluffy Aimers have to start trying to work the actual site itself. And there are a surprising amount of hatches left soft, actually, which is interesting. But there's still quite a bit for Fluffy Aimers to try to get done here, and quite a bit of utility to burn, more importantly.
It is really confusing on this overall setup. It looks like that QOR is just setting up this bomb site to welcome Fluffy Aimers to go for the execute. But I do think they're just giving
giving perhaps a bit too much if Goose has died out on the audience's end as well, though I'm not sure of that. Kira's gonna get a second pick for himself, while Deity looks to sneak in, try to find a pick onto Red Hall, which he does. Twist is all that's left now. He's gonna try to retake this hatch, but the claymores are all that's needed. Runs into one while trying to shoot the other.
Oh, wow.
And now we get the G-mod ragdolls, and Fluffy Aimers have tied us up.
Yeah, so I'm not sure if you know. You probably noticed I lagged out there. But I really love that. Right before I lagged out, I noticed that Core just gave way too much respect to Fluffy Aimers, and I was like, this looks like a relatively easy round for Fluffy Aimers just to play those swings, shut down those players. And then when I come back and my feed is back, it's a 5v1. I think I read perfectly into that round, and Fluffy Aimers also reading perfectly into that round. It's just giving way too much respect, and more importantly, just having those hatches open when you don't have a roamer, you don't really have a real plan to deny those entry points. It's kind of a situation where I think Core were not expecting enough or exactly what Fluffy Aimers brought. Again, just bringing an overall very flexible lineup if they maybe had an avenue shut down that they're trying to get into the bomb site, or if they lost a very crucial player, they still had a lot of different options to fall back on, essentially eliminating them from just being put into one win factor in that round. I think it's a great read for Fluffy Aimers and exactly what they need as they find two of their own to even us out to a 2-2 round count.
We're going to be feeling pretty good about that one as well. We're going to see an attempt on the same bomb site here from Core now that they can kind of read into the way that it was being played previously by Fluffy Aimers. We're going to see a lot more aggression here as the response, which is actually going to net an immediate pick onto the Blitz and then some.
Wow.
As Rival holds down the fort inside of open area. And that's your primary healing, and a lot of your execute utility just gone for absolutely nothing. Control of open area still is in the hands of Core.
The definition of an uber aggressive round, and a factor that we've seen that these rounds just have not worked for Fluffy Aimers, and we are now 4 rounds in, and he's about to just drop. And the C4 going out, he doesn't even get the kill on a twist. What are you doing? And now Fluffy Aimers in a 2v4. To be fair, I can't be too harsh. It was a situation. You're at 3v5. You had to make a very huge play. Unlucky enough, there was that filing cabinet in the way of his line of sight that just didn't allow him to shut down twist. But again, it's one of these rounds where Fluffy Aimers, this uber aggression that they've brought out before, just completely being punished in phases like we've seen in the past 2 maps. It's not necessarily confusing, but it's kind of a situation where Core, they know what to expect.
Twist doesn't, but I would say he's already done enough for this round, and still 4 versus 2 there that Fluffy Aimers have to come back from. They do have plenty of time to do it, but I'm not so convinced that's going to have a huge impact here, as the utility is still overwhelmingly in the favor of Core. 3 smoke canisters left, and however many Goyle canisters haven't been shot out, plus those Kiba barriers that Rival's bringing, there's just so much to crunch through, and now these 2 attackers are so isolated from one another that it is going to be truly difficult for either of them to have proper impact, especially with the smoke canisters separating them even further. That means that Emilio is effectively on his own for the next little bit, while Recited is being tied down, and he's going to get killed off with the diffuser. Recited's able to get one, but he's still locked inside of Elevator, and he's going to be completely impactless until he's permitted to pass by this smoke grenade. And even then, they know exactly where he is. There is a crossfire being held on him from so many different angles that he walks out and he's just going to die. Starts trying to take anything, but the swing from Twist is all that's needed, and Core closed out another convincing round.
I really love that call for you, especially the way you said it, where you were like, and he's going to die. I'm sorry. I found that hilarious. The way you said it was so serious, and I just loved it. I had to point that out. But I think that was a round where we see Fluffy Aimers, they start to find a successful formula, and they get too ahead of themselves. That's been a theme not only throughout this map as a whole, but the entire series. I think there is at least one instance in every single map where we see Fluffy Aimers get a lead, whether it be in a singular round or multiple rounds back to back, and then they just start to let off the gas, get a little bit ahead of themselves, and misjudge what is in front of them. But Fluffy Aimers are still in such a great situation and position to get a 3-3 half, and I think that is very important to get the 3-3 half. Bringing out the knock, I love that from DD. It worked fantastically last time he brought it. Having that buck also is great, but more importantly, having that Flores being brought out by Q, the ability to just clear this defender utility from a distance very early on is going to add a lot to this attack for Fluffy Aimers.
Heading out to defuse a bomb.
We'll see if the struggle bus that they've previously been using to transport themselves around continues, which I hope not. As much as I have joked about the infinite overtime being a bit tiring, and as much as it is, still always rather see a close game. I always want to see the teams fighting tooth and nail, especially in a grand final. That's exactly what you want. And so far for Fluffy Aimers, it looks like they have a pretty solid game plan, especially with DD working his way in the basement here. This is an area that is pretty much uncontested, at least from what I can see with the outlines. And that means he has a good opportunity to get in here and just sit somewhere and wait for someone to walk into him. As these defenses from Core have been pretty rotate heavy with how they've given up ground to Fluffy Aimers pretty willingly, that means that he can park himself like a turret and just wait for someone to walk into him or be funneled into him.
Yeah, that's exactly what he needs to do. He can't just walk into the site because he has two players upstairs that are going to rotate back down that can just shut him down. He needs to be here, but even after I say that, he just walks up the staircase. He finds two and a triple for that. Moses eventually being able to deal with him, but he's already done the damage. 1:38 on the clock. Both last of the Core players completely separated from each other. A 4v2, a phenomenal position for Fluffy Aimers to tie it up in the last.
In the dying stages of the first half, we now see Rival try to make a play to go for broke. Moses is being hammered down on in the site. All he can do is be a distraction and hope that this flank from Rival bears fruits. But it doesn't look like they know where he is. No, he wins the first fight. He almost gets the second. All he has to do is run away now, but JJ on the Blitz gets the better of him. It's now up to Moses. He has a whole minute he has to hold out here, and the Blitz is looking to pinch him out. But he has a good position here, and it doesn't look like they know exactly where he is. But JJ, he's just gonna sit on that diffuser, recited on that vertical play, does exactly as needed. And Fluffy Aimers managed to tie things out 3-3 going into their defensive half.
A great read from DD, and I think that entire first half, you could see, especially in the second round where he just walked into Tellers and lost his life. It's kind of a situation where he was always putting himself in a lurk position, but it was up until late where Fluffy Aimers put him on that knock where I think he had the most use. Obviously, 3 kills over by Marble Stairs is just phenomenal. Probably the best you could have as a lurk player, and played his position phenomenally. And, I think that is, kind of an attest at, each individual skill set for Fluffy Aimers. I think, obviously, mechanically, they are phenomenal, but the factor that makes them the best is just their individuality and their capability to just read their own positions, play their position to the fullest extent. And in pair, especially on attack, you need the team to put you in a great position. You can't just put yourself in a really great position as a knock. You have to have those drones. You have to have that additional intel being beamed to you by your team, and that's exactly what Fluffy Aimers did in that last round.
Locate a bomb and defuse it.
Yeah, that was the goal of the Blitz and the Flores, I think it was. Up top, they just funneled the players down Marble Stairs, so they had to run right into DD's crosshair, and well, DD is the GOAT, as Whiskey Glitter would say, and he just kills all 3 of them. And that puts Core in not a bad position, but I think a position that they probably would not have favored. And it means they have to work a little bit harder on this attack, and it means the Fluffy Aimers are going to be feeling pretty all right going into this defense as well, is they do have enough space to work with that they can start to get things going. So we'll have to see how that manifests itself, but who knows?
Yeah, and again, this being a CO and office hold from Fluffy Aimers, it puts Core in a position where they just have to essentially utility dump and try to get that bomb down. Usually a lot of the times you will not see an attacking team win simply by just winning the gunfights, but with this multi-directional push, this twist sitting on the window repel, having one player over by spiral stairs and then two over by stock, this allows for Core to attack Fluffy Aimers at multiple different points, and this is exactly how Core has played Bank historically, even throughout the playoffs of Blitz. And it's kind of a situation where if they're able to spot a weak point in this overall hold from Fluffy Aimers, they're going to be able to take advantage of it, and that's exactly what Candle was able to find onto JJ.
JJ gets shut down immediately by a quite clever angle being held by Candle with that ACOG, and it makes it very difficult to try to keep Candle off of this as well, unless I don't know, your bolo or something. Although it's probably not going to be able to get much done with that phone that's on the ground, but he is going to be able to help these walls get opened up. And this is going to create some pressure onto the site, which Fluffy Aimers are now just gonna have to play around. We see Rival get his way inside of the actual map itself. We see the Blitz start to push people out. And now we see a diffuser plant attempted, but 2 quick kills are gonna go the way of Fluffy Aimers. Diffuser does go down, but it's a 4 versus 0 now, as just things go out of control and Fluffy Aimers regained all the ground they need.
Yeah, that almost was a situation where if the rest of the core players were able to win their gunfights, you weren't going to be able to shoot down that ace because of that Akiba barrier. A little bit of a misplay, a misposition from the Azami in that round, but nonetheless, that wasn't the do or die position of the entirety of the map. And it goes back to my idea that that entire round was set up as a multi-directional push from core. They're trying to attack that defensive hold of Fluffy Aimers at multiple points, essentially giving them no opportunity to react. But on the contrary, it's kind of a dual-sided sword kind of playstyle for attack, is because sure, you're able to attack the bomb site, your opponents, from multiple different angles, but it also gives your defensive opponents, this being Fluffy Aimers, the opportunity to shut you down in relatively softer spots. You only had 2 players outside of stock. You were able to have a player rotate over and then shut it down. And once you only had 1 player inside of the bomb site, no other real control aside from the ace getting that bomb down, it was kind of a easy retake for Fluffy Aimers, not only to execute, but also just to spot from a mile away. And that's why Core eventually did fall short. And now, instead of going to the basement bomb site, keep in mind, Fluffy Aimers have not gone to the basement bomb site once. The second defense on their half will be an open area.
Attackers must locate and out to locate a bomb.
Oh, basement is weird sometimes as a site, as it's, I think, typically considered the best on this map, but it's also one that is a disturbing amount by the attack. So I kind of get it. I think I see the vision here, as I think that's also what they think Core expects, and so they're trying to subvert that a little bit as much as they can, which so far looks like it's worked pretty well. They've traded an Oryx for a buck, which on a site like this, I am absolutely more than happy with, is that's that vertical play basically completely gone unless Gridlock has a secondary shotty that she wants to try to use on the floor. But that's so much less efficient than the Skeleton Key.
Yeah, that's been a really big underlying factor that we haven't really touched on about Fluffy Aimers, is when they get these even trades in the entry engagement, they usually get them onto very crucial players, utility-wise, on the attack. And obviously, you can only really put yourself in a good position. You can never guess who you're going to get in a gunfight to. At the end of the day, it is at the fault of Core for putting a player like Rival on the buck, such a crucial operator in an entry engagement. Even though you did get essentially a 1-for-1, you lose that utility. And you see Inrio on the Hibana trying to get over aggressive, trying to compensate for losing this control, because they understand that they need to do something with JJ. Another, it puts them in an even worse position.
Things are going to be equalized, however, by Moses on that ace. Is now their goal is to get this quad wall open, whilst Inrio is going to provide Overwatch from this E2 hallway and just see if he could potentially get a lurk up on these players as they try to rotate. And it doesn't really look like they know that he's here. Everyone's attention is focused towards Archives and Kitchen. And that's going to give them a lot of room to play with here as they try to go for this. But we also see that Moses is going to rotate around to a similar position to him, as Twist is also just trying to get what little vert he can done with that DMR. One player's down, but two fall to a C4. As now we see Twist left all alone in a 1 versus 2, effectively a 1 versus 3 if they can get Kiru up. And now any and all gaps you could have to get into the site are, well, they're going to be difficult. And JJ going to take advantage of that fact and kill him off after he walks into a goo mine. And now Fluffy Aimers, they've pretty thoroughly taken control of this defense like we saw QOR do early on in theirs.
Honestly, I'm just really pleased for Fluffy Aimers. I don't want to sound biased here. I just want 5 maps. Obviously, I know you probably don't want 5 maps. I'm in a very different mental headspace than you are. But I think it is, in my opinion, it would have been disappointing if we just saw both maps, or both first maps, just go toe-to-toe and then Fluffy Aimers just fall off a cliff. I really would hate that for not only the integrity of this entire matchup, but this entire season as a whole. And I also think this puts QOR in a very great position to potentially start to claw their way back. They need to adapt. We've never really seen QOR in a round deficit where they need to change up something huge in their game plan on the attack to start to claw back. Usually it's been Fluffy Aimers in that deficit that have been in the position to try and make their way up, and we haven't really seen if QOR are going to be able to succeed in this position. So now, going into what could potentially be one of the last 2 rounds of this map, QOR kind of going into the unknown.
Locate and defuse a bomb.
Now, I'm pretty confident in this fact, but I'm not 100% sure. I'm pretty sure only 1 tactical timeout has been called thus far, that being QOR's on the first map. And I think that is really interesting, just with the fact that this is a best of 5, and just the preservation of your team's mental game is so important as you start to go through it. And I'd anticipate that if we see Fluff Aimers win this round, then Cohen's probably going to call one and just see if he can rally something and get his troops back on board, since... I mean, from a player perspective, I think map 5 is a really weird position to be in just because you've been playing for so damn long. And even from our perspective, just because it's been a long game, man. That being said, though, Fluffy Aimers would have to win this round in order to proc something like that, and the goal, of course, is to prevent that. JJ is going to be playing on this blue position, which we have seen him play before, which we know he is quite proficient in. And Kira is going to be backing him up as well, but he's going to give this up very, very quickly. And that is going to give some breathing room over towards QOR, but it's also going to preserve a little bit of the utility that he has and also guarantee that he's alive.
Yeah, and we can already see just how much time has been wasted by Fluffy Aimers. QOR still not having a 100% idea on what the actual site is set up itself. They don't know the defender positions. They don't know where this utility is going to be coming from. And on top of that, they're still just trying to figure out what avenue they want to take to try to get this bomb down, with Inrio right on the hatch above the A bomb site. Usually they're going to try to potentially maybe drop down this hatch. Looks like they're going to rotate him over down to blue, but these walls still yet to be open. And the only factor that's going into the favor of QOR is that they're able to just waste this defender utility, but with no real avenue into the bomb site, you don't really have a lot of chances.
They're going to start throwing out utility of their own and try to get this execute going. Everything's being thrown at the wall. But so far, nothing has stuck. No one's managed to get into the bomb site. No one's managed to open the walls they need. And there's still Goyo canisters. Trade does go out, which does take Hero off the board, but the rest of Fluffy Aimers are on top of their game. as we see things get equalized here in these last 20 seconds. And that's going to overwhelmingly favor Fluffy Aimers here, as they're the ones in the driver's seat with this round. This potential lurk from Twist is gonna have to do a ton of heavy lifting if they have any hope of taking this, along with the distraction that this blitz is gonna cause. But Twist is gonna get killed off. Diffuser does go down, but it doesn't mean anything, as Fluffy Aimers yet again claw things back, maintain the man advantage they need, and keep things going.
It really just does look like that Fluffy Aimers is prepared for Bank. They are expecting every single avenue. And on the contrary, in that entire round, Core just had no definitive plan. There wasn't a definitive player using their voice to say, we need to plant here and we need to do this. Sure, they did eventually want to get that plant down over behind the A bomb inside of servers, but they just kept eliminating just opportunity after opportunity. There was no push inside of Car Garage. There was no one applying pressure, dropping down inside of Gold. And essentially, sure, you didn't have any immediate, throwables. You didn't have any smoke canisters left. You didn't have C4. So the Fluffy Aimers players were forced to directly swing onto that planter. But you also have a position where it was a relatively easy swing. You knew exactly where the plant was going. You could eliminate the cross factor. Someone was going to be on that hatch. Someone was going to be right behind that player planting, that being the blitz. You could just double up on that player because Twist had no immediate line of sight onto those players, forcing himself to drop. There was really no real pressure or threat to Fluffy Aimers, essentially allowing them to shut down that plant with ease.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Now we find ourselves in a position where Fluffy Aimers could potentially take this map and guarantee that each team takes their own map, and throwing us into a decider. And that's certainly a position they're going to be gunning for here, especially with how lackluster the attacks have been so far from Core, and how many mistakes they've been committing thus far, and how well they've been responded to so far by Fluffy Aimers. And it looks like we're seeing something fairly similar here to a previous attempt at this bomb site, but Rival is in a better position than JJ to win that opening duel. And that's something that is going to be thoroughly appreciated by Core as they try to start whittling away at this map point advantage.
Again, it's one of those instances where Fluffy Aimers, they find a lead, they find an advantage, and also find a way to throw it away. Now, obviously, the round isn't over. Fluffy Aimers still in a relatively safe position to push it out, still using these Flores to clear these extended positions, get rid of those castle barricades, and that defender utility to finally push on. There is no real map control that applies direct pressure to Fluffy Aimers. You can see that ace does have to fall off. In Rio, though, finding one onto Deity is a fantastic opening and allows Core to now comfortably go into that execution with a man advantage and take a 2v1, a 3v1 whenever they really want to.
Just whittling away at that man count and trying to be careful has been paying dividends so far. Recited is going to be in a very awkward position to deal with, however, as is Kiru, but as I say that, Kiru bites the dust. And now it's going to be mainly Recited they'll be concerned with, although Emilio has just gotten a pick of his own. As dancing in front of the open windows, but Moses, he's read into that fact, and now they just have to take care of Emilio in order to win this round. He's gonna get the first of 4 picks that he needs from the player rotating inside of Janitor, as now he's inside of Trump. Looks like the diffuser is down, and the attackers don't have control of it, but that's not gonna matter because Twist is gonna get that pick and close things out for his team and bring us one step closer to another overtime.
Yeah, going into that round, not only is that probably one of the hardest bomb sites on Bank to win, as a defending team, but also previously Core went up not only on the same bomb site, but with relatively the same hold, and Fluffy Aimers just not doing enough to change up, especially with that overswing from JJ, more than likely just trying to shoot those Selma charges, but should not have exposed himself over by top square. But again, it's kind of a situation where not only were Core attacking a bomb site statistically they should have won, but on the contrary, they also were able to go already play it with a relatively similar lineup. Not only were they able to correct their own mistakes, but also forge and create new ones for Fluffy Aimers. Now, for what could still be potentially last round, I think the last time we did see open area, and especially this overall lineup, I think obviously you have a lot of that wall denial, the mute, the tuber out, but you also have Emilio to deny that drone economy, that cap can, and the pulse. There's just so many different opportunities for Fluffy Aimers, and on the contrary, a lot of things for Core to deal with on their attack.
We'll see if they can dismantle all those things they need to. I do really like that they're bringing out the Ram this round, as I think she's been conspicuously absent from previous attempts at attacking this bomb site. As she just, like I've said a lot this series, is just very good at making large amounts of vertical holes very, very quickly, and with very minimal effort as well, as you effectively just throw out the drone and then click a button. And that's going to allow Core to apply a lot of pressure to the site, whilst also working other areas of the map more extensively. This switch as well from Inrio can combine with that to just throw drones everywhere and get rid of a lot of the things that Fluffy Aimers are going to hold sacred, like the Mozzie pests or Capcan traps that are going to be sprinkled throughout this map.
Yeah, and I really love this very slow approach from Core in this round, and I think it is a really good attest that they're just trying to check off every mark. Even with all that, they went just slow enough for Emilio to get that C4 off, taking out that Ram. We've talked so much about her. She will not have any more use, not even being able to use any of her boogie drones. Another C4 will not result in a kill, but just apply a little bit more pressure. And with no real answer, still having that extension over by bottom square, there is just so much with Core to deal with, and Core really don't have anything in their favor. They don't have anything to work with. They don't have that map control. They don't even have a definitive idea on where these last 5 Fluffy Aimers players are playing. So essentially everything's in the rulebook. This should be a Fluffy Aimers round, unless again they get over aggressive.
We'll see here if Core are able to work any sort of magic, if they could pull a rabbit out of a hat. Although, like you've been saying, it does look really, really dire. A lot of what Core wanted to do to actually get into the bomb site and dislodge these players just has fallen apart so thoroughly and so quickly as well. And that's just gonna make things awkward here, especially with only 40 seconds left and these players in great positions. This pulse instead of Archive could play major spoiler to anything the Candle looks to do here. And these 2 players try to jump inside a printer. That can oftentimes be a fool's error, and it certainly is this time. Although we do see Moses bring one back, there are still so many positions and so little time to deal with all of them. Only about 15 seconds left here for the attack to work with, and they're all being whittled down so effectively, with Emilio being the one to hit the final nail into the coffin and secure map 5 in the series.
We indeed will need 5 maps to finally figure out who will win this entire series. And just the fact that, Fluffy Aimers were to come back and not only put up a really great game on Bank, but just so definitively, fixing essentially all of their problems. A majority of the one that being just that, situation where they get advantage, whether it be man count, control, or even round count, and then they find themselves in a position where they just get over aggressive. They give too many picks to Core in situations where they shouldn't have, and we just didn't see that this time around. And also we saw a lot more of a very definitive early round. We didn't see Fluffy Aimers get a pick and then go untraded. We see 2 to 3 picks go completely untraded by Fluffy Aimers, and they just had a really good straggle over this entire map. Used the shield to its fullest potential. Didn't even need to bring out that Blackbeard, but I think most importantly where they were able to just lock down this map was on the defense, which was absolutely phenomenal. After getting a 2-4 half on the attack, it's just really valiant an effort by them. 3-3
Yeah, once they got into the defense, they became a whole different team. It looked like they had so much more control over how everything was going, which just I think comes from a combination of the fact that on defense you set the map up for yourself, and also just the expertise they very clearly have on this map. That being said, though, it is getting late, and I'm sure our analysts have been itching to say words since they've said far fewer than us. So with that being said, I will pass it over to Whiskey Glitter and Co.
Okay. The grand final has been a battle of momentum, a true pendulum from start to finish, right? Map 1 really set the tone. Map 2 was the answer back. Map 3, a nail-biting clash. Map 4 continues this back and forth struggle with both sides refusing to let down. Pacing is so huge, Sirius, right? And has been a huge factor throughout this series. Early on, we saw some of those high-speed aggressive plays. Later, as it progressed, it started to slow down. Both teams kind of leaning into that calculated chaos. Do you think this shift in tempo kind of lines up with your pre-show thoughts, and how's it been a factor in map number 4 here?
I mean, certainly, I think a large part of it comes down to the map itself and Bank in comparison to Cafe, because I think we talked about it during the game itself, is that Cafe is more of a map where chaos can kind of thrive. It's much smaller, it's more constrictive, and so a map like that can really help core out whenever they try to go for those more aggressive plays, ones that Fluffy may or may not necessarily expect. Whereas Bank, we already kind of talked about it, is a bigger one that you have to kind of go through the checklist. Got to clear the roamers, got to clear any utility on the site, got to get in, get that plant down, or just kill everybody on the bomb site because there's just hardly anybody left. There's so many things that you have to do in order to get a successful round win as the attackers. And so, like kind of Goose said, once they flipped the switch over to the defense, it was like a completely different story. Now Fluffy can really dictate the pace of play and make sure that Core really have to go through the grueling kind of process of just going through all those steps. Make sure that all the roamers are gone. Make sure all the utility is gone. Make sure that either plant is down or everybody's dead. And it's just too much for a map that size for Core to really do anything kind of nearly as aggressively as what we saw in Cafe.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Yali, given that pace and how it's dictated how this round is, or how these rounds have been concluded, is pace to blame why the entry has been kind of non-impactful on the Core team?
I don't think pace is necessarily to blame for the, I want to say, less than impactful entry on Core. And I'm not gonna say that it's right. I'm not coming out here to say that Core has fewer entry kills than Fluffy Aimers. That's not what I'm saying. They're actually pretty even. But that being said, Core is less likely to get a trade off of entry. They're less likely to get map control off of an entry engagement. We see that all the time. I mean, Candle specifically, he has 24 entry engagements. And if we go ahead and take a quick look at his cost, which obviously calculates in trade, it's 55%. He is not getting traded on most of these entry engagements. There's not map control being had, right? And so what we see is a lot of times we get these big swings in how many players are left, right? We see a lot of 3v5s, 2v5s, and while at the end of the day, Core is still winning a lot of those, if they actually started having more consistent entries, gaining more consistent map control, they might have an easier time converting those rounds, because the conversion rate so far really has not been very good throughout this matchup, just in general. And I think that rings true for the entire team too as well. I mean, it's not just Candle getting those entry engagements, but the highest cost on Core is 60% right now, versus the lowest cost on Fluffy Aimers is exactly the same, 60.34%. So these trades are really not favoring Core right now. And so when it comes down to structured siege, Fluffy Aimers is winning every single time.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so structured siege, that's a great transition. It's our last map of the night, and it's Clubhouse, right? The great equalizer where structured default is here to stay. Serious, is this going to is the pace going to be as prevalent here in such a default map, or is this going to be really just leaning into the check boxes and trying to make sure that you're hitting your shots at the end?
I can kind of see us scenario where it's a bit of both. I mean, honestly, because it's map 5 and a very long best of 5 overall. And like you said, it's a very default heavy map. Both of these teams should know it very, very well, even if Core doesn't necessarily play it all the time anymore. They should still know exactly how to play it. If they can get their aggressive plays to work and build up some of that momentum, I can see them writing 4 rounds where they can get that kind of thing to work. On the flip side, though, Fluffy Aimers can also really nail down some of that slow, like kind of stall heavy lineups on their defenses and make sure that Core really have to work to get into a position to plant. I can see both of those scenarios happening, but it's just a matter of who first gets some of that momentum. And I think a lot of that kind of comes off of what Yali's point is just the entries and making sure that you can actually convert a lot of them into round wins.
So speaking on those entries, Yali, do you think that the bans are gonna stay the same for Clubhouse? Is it still gonna be that Deimos Monty, or are we gonna, because it can have some similarities to some of the maps we've seen so far, right? Where they're bringing that double spearhead, that double shield into play. Do you think that's going to be what we're seeing here on Clubhouse?
Yeah, I think in the exact same way. Both of these teams really like to use shields for their spearhead. And I mean, that makes sense. It's a really powerful tool that's been given to them. So I don't see why not, right? Being able to deny at least an amount of that spearhead potential is really important for both of these teams.
Okay. Well, there you have it. We're headed to the Great Equalizer, the final map of the evening, where at the conclusion, we will crown the kings of the Blitz Season 2. Ali, Goose, we are sending it back into your capable hands. Take us home, baby.
You know, usually a blitz is considered pretty quick. Anyways, welcome to map 5, ladies and gentlemen.
Great. I love that segue. And, you know, to be fair, I think it is a very stark contrast that the first 2 maps went maximum overtime, and the 2 maps after that went 7-3 and 7-4. And I think also one of the most crucial parts, I don't exactly know the meaning behind it yet, but every single map pick has been won by the team that picked it.
It's even more symmetrical than that.
It's all going textbook. Like,
you could make a conspiracy tech, not the conspiracy of like government without the amount of symmetry we've had thus far.
Nomical hates us confirmed. I think
Nomical runs the government. He wrote the script for the NAL. That's why TSM is gone.
I think if he was writing the script, SSG would have had a probably better time.
Probably. SSG would still have Canadian.
But I think, you know, going now into this one map, a very important factor is that Maverick and Two-Brow ban coming out. Clubhouse, in my opinion, compared to the 4 previous maps, is very different. Obviously, it's a lot older than, you know, the rest of the maps, but also the hard breach importance in this map is a lot higher than the previous 4, and because of that, we see Fluffy Aimers put a lot of focus into not only removing the Maverick to just get rid of, you know, the easy capability to get these walls, especially more specifically the CCTV wall, but also the Two-Brow to stop teams not from denying walls specifically, but, you know, now going into the basement bomb site from denying those hatches, essentially allowing Fluffy Aimers to put themselves in kind of a step ahead of Core Gaming, because Fluffy Aimers, they're prepared for these bans and they're going to have a plan in place to compensate for not having those players. On the contrary, if Core don't have that compensation, we're going to start to see the effect of it.
I think something that is worth pointing out is that a game plan Core has liked on maps like Nighthaven, which do bear a lot of similarities to Clubhouse, is that Core really like to shut people out of the map as much as they can by denying hard breach. And the Two-Brow being gone does make that more difficult, although the Maverick being gone also makes it a little bit easier in different ways, so we'll have to see how that pans out. But the Bandit has also been banned out by Core, which means that trying to keep those walls closed is going to be a fool's errand, effectively. Although right now, We're seeing a roam clear take place, going up against Rival, trying to dislodge him from this position, which has been unsuccessful, horrifically unsuccessful even, as him and Twist have tagged on for 2 kills and locked in a very early man advantage, which Fluff Gamers have the time to deal with potentially, but if this cards are played right by Core, that could go a long, long way.
This is a round that Core should not win. You have a 5v3 man count on probably one of the hardest bomb sites to execute on, in turn making it one of the more defender-side bomb sites, and on top of that, you still have so much intel left in your hands. On the contrary, Fluffy Gamers are forced to take these 1v1 engagements, and they're trying to act as fast as possible.
But Emilio's gonna get one along with Recited. Rival, however, he's on the board yet again, but Recited has equalized his kill count so far, with everything being left up to Emilio inside of Church. He's gaining control of the diffuser. He has a solid spot to plant, but the 2 defenders can hone in on this and look to take him down. He knows where one of them is, but they're going to lead into the fact that he is alone and isolated in this situation. He has plenty of time, but his actual control of the site itself is negligible at best. But he has to make it work! And he's going to start that process. Inrio is all that's left. Gonna tuck himself in the corner and just stick the plant. But this C4 could be all that Inrio needs. He's gonna send it out, and it's gonna work successfully as he denies the 1 versus 2 clutch and locks in the first round for his team.
A round coming down to the definition of the wire. That is as close as you could get, and the fact that Core let it slip that far through their fingers is, I wouldn't say worrying. I think this is a round where you could say it's the very first round of the last map. Both players and teams are very tired, and we just seen a lot of mistakes. I think after this round, we'll start to see both sides start to iron out those kinks in their overall gameplay. We won't see as major mistakes as losing 2 players in the first half, or 3 rather, and then losing a 5v2 man count. I think it's one of those situations where it will not happen again, and now we get to go into a new round clean slate. And on top of that, that was the most defender-sided bomb site. That was the hardest bomb site for not only Fluffy Gamers to attack, the fact they got it down to a 1v1 is admirable at best. And now going over into bedroom and gym, it's kind of a situation where we're going to see those lines of sights, especially that window play over by highway, play an absolute big factor, and it is a big factor of the entirety of how Fluffy Gamers play.
What I'm really looking out for here, right? Because, you know, as you've said, and as you've said a couple times, you start to get tired towards the end of these things, and especially if you're not used to them going this far. But I want to see if one team just starts to kind of overcome that and just lock in. Like if one team's just able to say, like, we can cross the finish line right now. This is the last map. Let's just give it all we've got. And so far, too early to tell, but that's going to be the main thing I look for in this first half, is which team starts to put their foot on the gas, starts to run on that reserve tank, and just cross the finish line.
And I think one good thing here is Fluffy Gamers, they're getting just honestly their basics checked off, getting both Jacuzzi and CC wall marked off. A huge pick onto Kiru by Inrio, shutting down Ace. You pretty much done your job. The only problem with this now found situation of not having the Ace on board is you're not going to be able to essentially deal with that, you know, mirror relatively early on. And with Deity all the way over, doesn't even matter if he can't get that mirror because he's going to be dead. He's not going to have any effect whatsoever, and we are already starting to see the difficulties of attacking Clubhouse.
Especially against the team that knows what they're doing, as this is a map that is... I mean, you know Clubhouse. If you played comp, if you've watched comp, you know Clubhouse. And so that means that there are a lot of very optimized ways to defend this map that have been figured out. And by the same token, there are lots of good ways to attack as well. But I think we're in a situation that is going to favor the defense a little bit, just by the fact that we're on map 5 in a best of 5. And so that's going to give the defense a little bit more wiggle room to work with here. Now we do see JJ, as he wants to get aggressive over towards this bedroom area. Everyone in Fluffy Amers, in fact, is trying to get more aggressive. And so far, it is starting to work. But Inrio is keeping them honest in these engagements. JJ, though, was flirting with a little bit of dishonesty, however, as he gets that pick. But he's in a 1 versus 2 now, and he only has 30 seconds left to make this work. He has to try to commit to something here. But no matter where he goes, there's no real good option here for any sort of gunfight. He gets rid of one Kiva barrier, but that's just wasting time, and QOR are more than willing to let him waste it, as he's just maneuvering around trying to find any little gap that he can, and he gets the first one he hits, and he gets the second as well. JJ with the 1 versus 2 clutch, he does it. He gets what his team needs to get them over the finish line.
2 rounds now when we've had a 1v2. That time around, JJ was able to shut it down, unlike his teammate in the round previous. But I think it really goes to show that if Fluffy Amers are able to just simply lock down these entry engagements and then go into the execution phase with either an advantage or at least an even man count, it's going to make these rounds so easy. It's kind of a situation where obviously QOR are doing a phenomenal job at just playing a killer opening. There are simply also a lot of mistakes. Twist in the right position to catch that player rappelling onto that jacuzzi balcony, and it's unlucky situations right there that if you just take a little bit longer to check your steps before you take them, then you wouldn't be able to make those mistakes. You won't find yourself dwindling down this man count. You won't really have to force yourself as a team to fight tooth and nail for these rounds, and we've seen them shut down and put themselves in very winnable conditions in the late round. And if they're able to shut down these entry engagements, or at least win them, then who wonders what they're able to do.
All right, now we see the same bomb slide being brought out, and looks like Deity has a very different idea for how this attack should go. Now, normally you'd expect him to like lurk in through Strip Club and then work his way up that hatch, but I think he's gonna try to send himself in main stairs and run at the players inside of Logi, and that's so far gonna be what happens. But he is caught in an ugly crossfire, which so far has led towards man equality, but Rival's gonna fix that right up, as now the diffuser is going to start to go down, and it is going to go down, in fact, and that's gonna put them in a pretty solid position here. But there is still that extra gun that QOR have to work with. The Fluffy Amers just don't, but the BLITZ is gonna run that right down. JJ trying his best to make sure that advantage is negligible, but it's not working as well as he would like, and it's not working at all, in fact, as Twist is able to get that pick, as both of these last players just stick together and make sure the BLITZ can't do its thing.
Another round where, sure, they didn't have the man advantage. It was a 2v2, but they had the bomb down. They were in the, I guess you could say, upper position. They had the advantage in that situation. But then they overswing. They try to push themselves onto those players. Sure, BLITZ is able to get one, and then JJ eventually does overheat, exposing his teammate, allowing him to die, and then just going for a 1v2 that should not have happened. I think it's kind of a situation where you did need to aggress. You did need to even out to a 2v2, but after that, once they went on to Rival and Twist, it was kind of an unneeded engagement that Fluffy Amers really went out of their way to put themselves in. That I think if you just maybe put a player on highway window, even maybe put a player outside in jacuzzi wall, it could have been a completely different round. And it's just a situation where we continue to see Fluffy Amers have a lapse in judgment, and when they need to get aggressive. It's a problem that has continued, and again, a great opening round. It's just one of those rush rounds that it will only really work once. And in this situation, it didn't work at all.
I think as well, something I need to point out with that rush is I think there was a lot of hesitation from Deity at the top of main stairs. Because when you make a play like that, and especially when you need to run through enemy lines, you just need to go somewhere. You need to commit to something. But we see he runs up, and it doesn't really look like he's sure what to do. And in that moment of hesitation, he is caught out and killed. And those are exactly the type of things that you really can't afford to be doing once you've gone in this far, as there are no other maps to fall back on now. Even just one round really could spell disaster, but we're gonna see something so fast here. But the Blitz is caught off first. Moses is better, so is Candle. As everyone in the attack, they just fall one by one, trying to walk into the site. Everything goes the way of QOR as they lock things out. Goose, I don't even know what happens.
When will they learn? I just don't understand why they continue to try these very fast takes. Not only 5 maps in, when they have tried it time and time again, and almost every single time it's failed, but right after a round where you rushed into the bomb site. Not only is QOR Gaming going to expect it simply because you've been doing it the entire series, but you did it the round before, and they're well prepared to stop it. They're a structured team. They had an entire defensive setup. It's not like the site was soft. There was no one in dirt, but that was a purposeful decision by QOR. It's kind of a situation where I don't even think I can really say that they're just getting lazy. Maybe they're getting frustrated. They're trying to look for an easy way out because they've been doing it all series. It hasn't worked whatsoever. And, you know, obviously it is the basement bomb site, so I guess that is probably one of the better situations to try it out. You do find yourself in a position to win 2 rounds. CC and Cash is a very hard site to defend, but you're going to have to worry about this early round. If Fluffy Aimers are not able to shut down these very aggressive players like Inrio, roaming with the Solus Twist down below inside a bar, then the round will simply end in this early round, and Fluffy Aimers just really need to focus on just making their job a lot easier than it really needs to be.
I want to add on to your point about the aggressive rounds, and that's that every time you do it, it gets harder to do it again. As a lot of them rely on just overwhelming your opponents and just the unexpected aspects of it, like them going so much faster than you'd expect and overwhelming the site. But they've done it so many times every single map. And by the time you do that consistently for 4 maps now, it just stops working. And QOR are aware of that game plan. And unfortunately for Rival, he isn't aware of Diddy on that Deimos. But Fluffy Aimers, they have to think of something new, because when they go for these fast plays, QOR are more than prepared to meet them at the front door.
A huge misplay by Rival. I'm not exactly sure what his plan there was swinging on the player. He was expecting someone to be there, but not in that exact position where DET was, and that gives that early count. But Kiru exposing himself very early on. Emilio with another, but the down will not secure the kill, but slow him down a little bit. Candle is there to shut it down. And now, with only half of the round still on the board, you have wall open, you have those head holes inside of construction. So much of the work has already been done by QOR. On top of that, you've isolated Twist. You know exactly where he is, but this play from Inrio could play spoilers.
Twist has been isolated, and Inrio fails to get the pick he needs to prevent that play. And now a 4 versus 2 here for QOR, is they need to try to find any potential gaps they can. Now, the HP for Kiru in JJ is looking worse for wear, and that is certainly an advantage they could lean into if they need to get into body shot wars. That being said, though, the Weapon of Frost, not exactly suited for that type of engagement, and so it's probably going to be up to Inrio to manage a majority of those potential fights if they do happen. There's only about 50 seconds left, and maybe more if the YouTube feed doesn't let us see anything that's going on. But now, we're going to see the point where Fluffy Aimers look to actually get into the bomb site and isolate these defenders. They get the first one that they need, and Inrio is in a very awkward position, but that headshot, so good, and he gets the first one that he needs. But preventing this diffuser, easier said than done when you have the bees and the Deimos raining down hell on your position.
Yeah, he was playing with the clock. He knew that Deimos was coming from. He had to make an action. He had to make a choice, and that choice was just going for the diffuser. Even if he went for the kill and even killed the Deimos, you still had that bomb going down. It's kind of a situation where you just kind of had to take the better of the 2 worst. And a great opening round from Fluffy Aimers, even ignoring that pick that Rival essentially just handed Deity on a platter. I think it was a really great round for Fluffy Aimers, just simply read into the entire defense. And also, on the contrary, now going into what is our last round of the first half, the last round for Core's defense, they're now going onto a bomb site that both times they played it, even if they did win one, it was very close, and a lot of mistakes made by both sides, and a great opportunity even for Fluffy Aimers to take this 3-3. And I think that with the addition of that Flores to get rid of that defending utility, to apply pressure without having to put a player directly in harm's sight, is a phenomenal adaptation from Fluffy Aimers, and could potentially be the key to winning this final round.
Locate a bomb and defuse it.
So last time Jim Bedford went pretty well for Core, although that was also off the back of, I guess you could call it a rush being brought up by Fluffy Aimers, though it didn't really have the effect that you'd expect from one. And the round they did win on this site was off of a 1 versus 2 clutch from JJ. And so for Core, they're going to be feeling pretty good in this round, I feel. Yes, they have lost it, but realistically, they probably shouldn't have, and that means there's a lot of gaps in this game plan from Fluffy Aimers, which they can exploit. And that's going to be the main thing they look to do here, is figure out exactly what that game plan is from Fluffy Aimers, and just poke holes in it. Just see if their understanding of the site is flawed enough that they can worm their way out of it. Now, they are going to give up a lot of ground very, very early on, but I think that is something that's very intentional, as we see a lot of utility that is going to be very beneficial late round, notably being the Deimos, or excuse me, the Fenrir, Goyo, and Azami, all growing more powerful with each passing second.
Yeah, that is a very important, issue, Mark, that these operators will only really have most effect on the bomb site when you go into the execution phase. But look at how much real estate Fluffy Aimers is allowed to just reside in. It resided, speaking of, shutting down Twist, and with this window play, the head holes inside of Khan single wall, no one inside of initiation. I'm not exactly sure what Core's idea for this defense is. Sure, you're going to potentially have a flank, but you have Emilio there to shut it down. Deity with another coming up those main stairs. Moses is able to shut it down, and still a lot of time left on the board for Fluffy Aimers to work with.
A lot of time and a man advantage that they've acquired for themselves, and it looks like they have a pretty solid idea of where a lot of these players are, but a couple of them are going to be isolated, especially now that it is a 4 versus 2. You could have one player by main stairs and one player tucked inside a bathroom, potentially, and the Blitz's job is just going to be to throw a wrench into that, but that C4 missing, that's a fatal mistake. And no, none of these players are on the actual bomb site itself, but the SMG-11, so good in these gunfights. He's able to get almost two, but one's going to be revived, and it's all left up to the Valkyrie of Candle. He's on main stairs. He hears the diffuser going down, but his C4 misses, and Recited uses that sound cue to kill him off. And that's the 3-3.5 that Fluffy Aimers were looking for.
I just want to give a shout out. All-time JJ decision. Just looking at a player and then turning around and getting shot in the head. All-time JJ decision. That is the definition of a JJ masterclass right there. Even though he has just, in my opinion, been one of, if not the most influential players, aside from that very first map. And Fluffy Aimers getting 3 rounds on Clubhouse Attack says a lot. And I do think this still has potential to be a very close game, maybe even go overtime. I think overtime is definitely not out of the realm of possibility on Clubhouse, but it is a situation where Fluffy Aimers, they did get the better of Core. This should have been a 4-2 for Core, but because they weren't able to lock down 2 out of those 3 bedroom bomb sites, it's a very difficult situation. And there were just a lot of instances where it should have been a lot less closer. Even in rounds where Core won, it should have been ended a lot sooner. It really goes to show that I do think now going to the second half, Fluffy Aimers mentally are just there a lot more consistently, if that makes any sense.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
If what you're saying is true, and they are starting to pick up that mental again, and they are on the defense, then it's a recipe for success, I would say. We'll have a good opportunity to see if that is the case, with them defending basement first, which is probably or realistically the best defender site on this map. And so see if they're able to use it thusly. We're seeing a lot of aggression towards these outer edges and just seeing if they can find a cheeky pick or even just make core wary of any positions they might be holding, as you do want to give up enough control that you can keep your players alive, but you also want core to feel phantom pressure. But this drone utility that Kuru is destroying, that's going to be the real winner of this roam. 3 drones so far he's gotten rid of, potentially a 4th if this one creaks out of bathroom. Oh. And now he is killed off for it, unfortunately for him.
Are you kidding me?
Oh my god, that angle that Twist has utilized. A nerd angle if I have ever seen one, but a successful one nonetheless. But only 3 drones left for core as they go into this last half of the round.
And to be fair, getting 3 drones, not only for the life of Kiru, but also his C4, it's kind of a situation where, sure, Kiru can only guess so much. I mean, that's an angle that you just cannot be prepared for. But at the end of the day, Fluffymer still did lose that engagement. Good thing, though, for them is they still have these C4s, or not C4s, but these Cade Claws still on the hatches. No Thatcher on the board. You're gonna have to work it, and it actually looks like, if I'm correct, with the utility they don't have, they're not gonna be able to get hatch inside a bar, and that little box is gonna be able to stay closed, allowing for JJ to play very comfortably.
It's also going to reinforce off the potential way that you could get into the site here and just, again, try to lock out as much as he can here, as he knows that they're going to be on the ropes with this one. They don't have an easy way in. They don't have anything that they would like going for them. And they do have that EMP being brought out by that Grim, which is going to allow them to get the hatch open. But look at how much time his Cade Claws have wasted, even a Cade Claw that he wasn't actively babysitting. And now there's only 30 seconds left for them to work their way into the site. And even with that man advantage they have, that's always going to be a tall task. But look at this position from JJ. He stuck himself in here, so anyone who tries to go for any sort of potential drop, they're going to be caught off guard. But Twist is doing so well with that skeleton key, and the rest of his team are doing well around them. They only have 1 more kill to find, but do they have the time to do it? Yes, they do! They almost don't get it. The clock almost dwindles, but just in time, the Dark Knight emerges and gets that final pick.
Another round. That time it wasn't the overall team of Fluffy Aimers, but JJ just should not have gone that aggressive. There was no reason, rhyme, or rhythm for him to be in that position. He simply just gave away an easy pick and allowed for not only his team to be in even bigger man deficit, but because they got that kill, that gave the confidence for Core to go for that drop inside of Armory. They understood that, you know, no matter what, they were going to be in a winnable position, even though that C4 almost got off. Almost the key word, because it didn't. That player was still shut down. That round was still won. And honestly, in a situation where I really don't think Core should have. It's not a round where Fluffy Aimers went out of their way to lose it. Core still fought tooth and nail. They were taking that control. They were taking the picks away from Fluffy Aimers. A phenomenal round at that for Core. Don't get me wrong. That was a phenomenal, almost masterclass of a round, especially starting off with that angle. It's kind of a situation, though, but that's a very bad way to start off your defense for Fluffy Aimers. And on top of that, they're not going to be going back down to the basement bomb site. They're going to be going up to Master and Jim.
Now, Jesse, I know you're co-streaming this, so make sure you have a new opportunity for TikTok there, a new angle that you could do one on. So I suggest you get to it, just for fun. Speaking of fun, Blackbeard's making his debut this map. I'm surprised we haven't seen him yet, although his usage has kind of waned in these last couple maps. As we're going to see Rival most likely just look to use it to try to wiggle his way in somewhere awkward and just make these defenders have to relocate uncomfortably, in combination with that Deimos doing a similar thing from below, along with the Blitz actually on this CC balcony. That's a lot of pressure from multiple different angles that Fluffy Aimers are going to have to reconcile with.
And also, the fact that this Deimos is on the board is an absolute steal for Core. Obviously, there was a lot more focus on it for Fluffy Aimers on their attack. You can see that Twist is using it not exactly to his fullest ability. He can scan this player over by Red Stairs, actually, he can't, though, because he doesn't have the Warden scan. He does have Kiru scan, but that won't give him a whole lot of useful information. And this is the problem with this opening round, is not only does Core not have relatively any map control, but they don't have any info that is as used to them as Deity finds the first. And Core, they're just going for this quick jab into the bomb site, but they don't even have the bomb.
And they're all falling while trying to do it. At least most of them are falling while trying to do it, but they do still have a couple bodies left standing, although Moses might want to call his doctor if he has one on speed dial with how low HP he is. But the Blitz still applies a ton of pressure. Less pressure, though, when all of your teammates are dead, as JJ is working hard to make sure that happens, but Diffuser goes down. Gonna be inconsequential, however, as Fluffy Amers are able to retake their own bomb site and bring things back, and even if it's serious once again.
Don't worry, Didi. He was downed.
Another.
I really love that round, because now in this final map, because Clubhouse is just the definition of basic. Both teams know how to play. Us as casters, we've seen it 1,000 times before. This map, specifically this rework, has been in this map pool for so long that it is, in my opinion, the perfect 5th map for a best of 5, because it's so well known, because it's, I don't want to use the word cookie cutter, but it is relatively basic. It allows teams, even with all the mental fortitude that they've had to go through, cook up a lot of creative ideas. That round, it was very creative. It didn't exactly lead to a masterpiece, them losing the round, but I think the lack of utility and just the overall abundance of pressure over by that Red Stairs position, the fact that not Deity, but the Deimos wasn't able to get that pick off, losing his life. They weren't able to get any definitive map control, forced Core into a very uncomfortable rush into the bomb site. It was essentially only one of their winning factors that they could have taken out, and they ended up losing it. And we still find ourselves at a 4-4 half as Fluffy Amers look to try and attempt this basement bomb site again, hopefully losing it a less losable fashion, or at least winning it.
Back down to the basement we go for Fluffy Amers, and we'll see if this time the outcome is more favorable to them, as last time was a very, very convincing round for Core. And that's going to give Core a little bit of comfortability on this site, and it's going to give them a lot of comfortability if they can take this site again, as it's normally kind of the safe haven for defenders on this map. But we'll have to see if things pan out that way. A lot of early droning is being done here, is even though Core did sacrifice a lot of drones the previous time around, they're doing so to be thorough and make sure that players like Kiru aren't able to catch them off guard and aren't able to weasel their way into some of these positions that we've seen them like to occupy. Now, we do have a couple players over towards CC, which could present some awkwardness, but given the utility being used and the fact that Candle's actively watching it, I think they're probably aware.
I really love how Fluffy Amers have put so much just defender utility and focus on holding this cash and CC position. This is a position that you rarely see being held by a defensive team whatsoever, and you can see that Core are starstruck. They don't exactly know how to approach this. You can see that Candle's just waiting for a player to maybe rotate over, but if you look at the setup, the fallback is over by Red Stairs. There is no intention to make their way over inside of Master. This is just going to be Candle wasting his own time, giving the opportunity for these Fluffy players to fall back. On top of that, Emilio still in such a heavily extended position, being shielded by this zombie barricade. I mean, there's just so much time being wasted, but on the contrary, a 5v4 opportunity for Core on the bomb site.
Depending on how he looks to play this, Emilio could have a ton of impact or, well, let's say none. And they know exactly where he is off of this drone, which means they're going to be wary of any sort of flanks he looks to make. Which the flank he's chosen is going to be over towards Master side. And there's going to be someone looking out for that. We see Kiru start to look at walking out towards the other sides of the map, but Inrio's ready for that as well. As Core, they're trying to work this site while still remaining cautious. And that caution is costing them a bit of time, but if they look to go for it, they could potentially have a great execute opportunity here, but no, Inrio misses the gunshots he needs to hit. And now they're going to try to get onto this bomb site, but no, Twist misses his shots. And it is equalized fairly quickly, but Fluffy Aimers, they have the better positioning on the site. These last two players need to get moving, but there's no time left. There's only 3 seconds left. They're going to try to run in, but both fall immediately. And Fluffy Aimers buck the back and forth trend of this half and gain the round lead once again.
That entire round, in my opinion, was lost in the early half. We saw that extension up inside of CC and Cash being paired with 3 players. Yes, 3 players in a Cash and CC extension on a basement hold, being paired with that Azami. And not only was Core never really, fully aware of what was going on, they didn't have a definitive plan to deal with that, but they just never even did. They kind of just walked away, just let Fluffy Aimers have that control, and because of it, not only did it waste so much time, essentially 2 to 2.5 minutes before Core were even ready to set up that execution, but it also allowed for those roamers, specifically Emilio, on that mute with the roam, going over inside on that vertical, over by Master and Jim. He didn't need a peek, he didn't need a swing, he didn't need to actually pull off that flank and apply direct pressure. They understood where he was. Emilio understood that he was found out, and he just applied phantom pressure, which again forced Core into a very uncomfortable and with no time on the clock, a very quick plant that just never was really going to happen.
And now they have an opportunity to extend their success a little bit. And if they win this round, they put themselves on map and match points. And that's going to be a breath of fresh air that they are going to cherish. And pressure that Core are going to have to contend. Which means there is going to be a lot riding on this round for both teams. Now we are going to see an early extension, or not extension actually. The site wall's open, I have just realized. And that's going to allow a Flores drone to open things up, and Deity is going to flirt with the idea of trying to peek something out there, but I don't know if it's worth it there, bud. Although he is kind of caught in an awkward position now, just with that wall being open like it is.
I mean, I can't tell if Fluffy Aimers have absolutely cooked or if they cooked way too hard and burnt the food. The good thing, though, for this overall hold by Deity is that Core don't even know what's going on, and they don't exactly know how to approach this. They don't have any real intel. They don't know DT's there. They actually have no idea that there was a player there, and it's kind of a situation where on top of that, they just reinforce it. What the hell?
We went from Jesse Pinkman to Jesse J. Chick here, especially with that pick from Kiru. As he's going to get rid of Moses, that's a ton of execute utility off of the board. And it's going to help them keep that wall closed again. Although they are going to open that up pretty quickly. The mute trick is going to be entirely unsuccessful. And the wall's opened up, yes, but that is, I would say, certainly a result that's expected.
I talked about how Fluffy Aimers are going to have to compensate for taking the Tuberel off the board, and that's exactly what we've seen. Indeed, able to shut down that red player and maybe potentially looking for a second, but Candle's going to shut him down.
Candle is going to get that pick that he needs. The player's working their way inside of Raptors as well. This is a lot of good pressure that Core is working on. JJ is going to try to alleviate some of it, but he only ends up getting shot almost to death. And now with 30 seconds left, Core are in a pretty solid position to go for an execute here. They just have to get Inrio inside of the building. But this position that Recited has taken up, this could be quite powerful, but no! These two Core players, their aim is better in this situation, and they end up closing things out, and they deny the match point to Fluffy Aimers.
I really love, no matter how you play that early round of CC and Cash, if you're able to get that wall open, if you're able to set that crossfire over by Raptors, it's almost unwinnable as the defense. Even with that first pick, it's a bomb site that is designed for the attackers to win. And also, I really love that, Fluffy Aimers are going back up to this master bedroom and gym. Obviously, you know, we don't have to tell you that if you're very familiar with comp or even, you know, pro league, you understand that that basement bomb site is very difficult to attack. But in this situation, the last time that we saw Core attack this bomb site, they had no real answer. They weren't able to deal with that pressure over by Red, and because of it, they just tried to take the simpler route, just rushing into the bomb site, and that was a situation where not only were Fluffy Aimers expecting that, but their entire game plan was to force Core into a very quick and very uncomfortable execution, just as they did in that round.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb. The attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped.
We did all 12 rounds of regulation at the very least to figure this out, and I would anticipate another overtime is on the books, as I believe you've said before, is that's just the direction that we're barreling towards quite rapidly at this point. Although, Gym Bedroom, it's a really good opportunity for Fluffy Aimers to put their foot down and lock in match point, which is going to put tons of pressure on Core, even if there's only a 1 round deficit. They're going to start working the CC side of the map at least enough that these Fluffy Aimers players aren't able to utilize it as much as they would like. But that would also leave a little bit of wiggle room potentially on that side of the map for these players to commit some tomfoolery. But again, I want to watch that drone game. So far, Core have lost 3 of their drones trying to probe out this CC side, despite not really making an effort to push in.
It really is going to come down to whether or not Core want to just put a lot of their focus on clearing out this cache extension. They have a great crossfire and cutoff over onto that single head hole in construction, but Twist is going to fall off that position, rather just drone below, try to get any additional info, and we can already see yet again Core not fully putting their focus on clearing this position, doing a lot of time wasting. They just aren't very confident in the intel they have on this extension, and because of it, it's costing them so much time, and also has allowed for JJ just to walk by 3 lines of sights.
Definitely not ideal thus far, and there's going to be a lot of time wasted trying to dislodge this top red player. And they haven't even managed to get him yet. They do manage to get him eventually, but there's only 1 minute left in the round. And Fluffy Aimers have been good at equalizing in situations like this. They know that Core are on the back foot here, regardless of mana quality, regardless of mana advantage that could potentially be had as well. And they're going to play like it. They're going to play with a confidence that is honestly what you need when you're in situations like this inside of a grand final. And those keeping barriers have been going up all round on site. Now is when they're going to come into effect. Now is when they become important. In these last 30 seconds, they have to go for something. Candle's gonna start it off. Gonna pick onto Recited, but these, oh my god, the 2 players, the man count's been reversed. 15 seconds left is all that we have, and it's all left up to Twist. He gets 2, he almost gets the 3rd. All he has to get is 1 more gunfight, and he's gonna get it. Twist with the 1 versus 3, denying match point to Fluffy Aimers, and gaining it for his own team as we enter the final round of regulation.
I don't even need to mention that I've said almost 1,000 times at this point that when Fluffy Aimers, they find an advantage, they also find some way, somehow, to throw it right out as soon as they got it, or as quick as they got it, rather. And to be fair, it's kind of a situation where Twist just played that perfectly. I don't think that player right by the bomb should have swung. It's just kind of a situation where, again, you just have too many over-aggressive Fluffy Aimers players, and you just let that 1 round buffer out of your sights. And sure, in the large scheme of things, it is just 1 round, but if we're looking at the context of what we find ourselves at right now, a 5-6 lead, that 1 round where you had a 3v1 could cost you an entire best of 5. Fluffy Aimers, their last chance in regulation, their last chance to send us to overtime, to deny Core that grand final, put themselves in a position to potentially go back-to-back champs, is on basement bomb sites.
Something that Core has been up to the task of dismantling before, and we'll have to see if they can do it again. Now we see a similar extension from Emilio and potentially Didi that we did before, but Core's going to be wise to that trick by this point. They've already seen it be brought out, and they have the opportunity now to dismantle that, to get rid of the circumstances that led to its success. And they've already started. They're getting the CCTV wall open just to pressure these two players out. And that's going to be something that they can use to breathe later on. They're still going to be in these positions, but the rotates they could have late round are much less potent.
On top of that, you've completely disconnected both of these players. You can now put both DT and Emilio into two separate 1vx situations and just deal with these players very early on. DT has no real way back to the site. He understands that this is a do or die position. He is not escaping Raptors without his life. The best he can do is get a pick or two. Emilio now also feeling the pressure. Enrio even holding the cross back down the site. Emilio, he needs to just play for broke, make his way back down to the bomb site. That's exactly what they do, and eventually, throughout all of that, Candle is able to shut down Deity.
And that's the exact type of adaptation we need. They've thrown a bunch of time away to do it, but they've also gotten themselves an opening pick and all but killed Emilio. One mean word on Twitter and he will crumble. And that's going to give them some breathing room now that they need to actually work the site.
Still a lot left to do on the board. You have to open both hatches over by box and kitchen hatch. Then you have to use your utility to apply pressure and then still make your way all the way back down to the bomb site. Fluffy aimers are in a position where they have to play their positions very well. They don't want to give too much away. They don't want to give another pick, but they also don't want to play too passive and give too much respect to core, allowing them to take that man control, that site pressure that they need to get the bomb down.
Walls getting opened up, flames being expelled as the execute finally has to go down. But this smoke that JJ is playing, combined with those Goyo canisters, might just be the thorn in the side of core that enables Fluffy aimers to win this round. Now we're going to see Twist make his way up the long haul, and he's gonna get the first pick he needs off of it. He's gonna get two. If he can get a third here, that's massive. And he almost does. It's all left up to Emilio, but no, he can't do it. Core deny the back-to-back championship, deny JJ another trophy, and win Blitz Season 2, 3-2. What a game.
I'm back.
For those of you who are wondering, by the way, while we wait for Goose to get back, Twist 1v3'd on round 69. Thank you to Galley for pointing that out. So there you go. You can, little fun fact for you.
Yeah. There's only so much you can say. Not only did we not expect Core to win, aside from Glitter, who just looks like, I guess, Messiah now, just was way ahead of the trend than we all were, but also did not expect it to go anywhere as close as it did today. Both of these teams absolutely showing up, but at the end of the day, and you know, again, I don't want to put too much pressure, or I guess you could say take too much away from Fluff Gamers, but those small mistakes just at the end of the day costed them this series. And I think on the contrary, it was the factor of Core being able to not only read these small mistakes, but take advantage of them. These individual players going huge and, you know, 1v3, 1vx situations like you're seeing Twist here, won them the game. Sure, it won't win you a map, but building that over time, finding these gaps like they did, even in that last round, it just builds up to a championship level team. I don't want championship to Blitz, but you understand what I'm saying.
I mean, they won, so, you know, they are the champions of Blitz Season 2, which I believe was called Asylum, which is accurate after the 5 maps that we have just casted. So we're going to throw it over to the analysts in just a second so they can do their job. But before then, thank you to everyone for tuning in and watching us yap. It's not something that I've done before personally to cast for this long, especially doing play-by-play while doing it. So thank you for bearing with me, and thank you to Nomical and Co as well for bringing me back for season 2. But that being said, let's welcome back the analysts for one final death segment.
They did it. They've done it. They are the grand final champions. Grit, check. Precision, half a check. Unmatched teamwork, double check. Right? They've conquered every obstacle. They have arisen above the rest. And the victory isn't just a win, my friends. It's a statement. The stage is theirs. The title is theirs. And the reign of champions begins today. And, I mean, who could have seen that coming?
I mean, I guess you. So there you go. Now that's gonna
Thanks
be over my head
for
for
rubbing it
forever.
in, Chad. Putting it up on the screen for everyone. No, nice, good job.
Great map, right? Great final map. It was back and forth. It was continuing in that pendulum swing. And seriously, we were talking all map about the entries and how close they were to each other's in terms of quantity. Was it quality that led to the factor of the scoreline being the way that it is and turned out?
I mean, just going off of the pure raw numbers itself, QOR ended off this entire series with 36 entry kills to Fluffy's 34. It is a difference of 2 overall, and guess what? They won by a factor of 2 rounds to end this off. So, I mean, that's just literally the defining factor, because going into map 5, they were dead even in terms of round counts. So, I mean, like, I don't know how much more perfect you can get in terms of just the pendulum swing out analogy that we keep utilizing here. It's just absolutely perfect. So, I mean, just continuing on, it's just overall, like you said, it's just the entries have just been constantly just so close to each other. It was neck and neck. There were times where Fluffy got really close to tying it up. QOR kind of threw some rounds where they were having the entries but not able to quite convert them. But in the end, it doesn't matter how pretty it looks. It just matters how you get the job done.
That's the dang truth. One thing to highlight, right? We saw the consistent bans over every single map, right? Except for, at least attacker-wise, except for towards the end. This last map had some kind of specific ones where we saw Bandit taken off the board and the Maverick to boot. Yali, was this the strat that won it? Did this line up with that coveted checklist that's needed for playing on Clubhouse?
I think it kind of was. I mean, having the wherewithal to ban 3 very specifically hard breach oriented operators. Obviously, you got the Bandit, that's hard breach denial, Tuberow also hard breach denial, but then also Maverick would be the counter to that. So suddenly you're playing 2016 Siege with the hard breach, right? And so you get the wall open. You just have to. You got a Thatcher, you throw it at the wall, it's not going to get tricked, the wall's going to get open. And so I think what I want to posit here is that it wasn't necessarily every time, it's not conversion necessarily that determined whether or not a team was going to win a round. It wasn't that true. Obviously, there were a lot of clutches, a lot of comebacks. But that being said, I think there's something that did, and that's whether or not a team completed their checklist. We don't have stats on this. My sources trust me, bro. But, a team that gets in the map safely, and then takes map control, opens up soft and hard walls or hatches, sets up for a plant, and then plants the execute, or makes an execute, almost every single time won, right? Even the team that gets through 3 out of 5 of those steps, almost every single time won. And then any team that decided we want to skip one of those steps, we want to skip getting in the map safely, for example, Fluffy Aimers. We just want to be on the site now. That didn't work most of the time. So literally just sitting down and playing extremely solid Siege, which when Fluffy Aimers did, they were dominant. I think that is ultimately what set these two teams apart, is who was able to sit down, play solid Siege, keep their wits about them, and push all the way through 70 rounds.
Sheesh. Well, a special treat. We get to find out the who, what, when, where, and why, as we got a fun little interview here from our grand final champions. We're going to send it over to Yali and Rival.
Hey, welcome back.
Can't hear.
Knew I'd see you again. It's just 1 second.
There it was. Hello, there it is.
Hey, how's it going?
There it is. You're
See,
back.
I knew
couldn't
I'd
hear. I
see
was
you
like, bro, I
again.
couldn't hear you.
No, you're good. I couldn't hear you either. It's
I
weird
knew
how
I
that
was
works.
gonna be back. I was gonna be back. We all knew it.
First off, anything to say to Fluffy Aimers?
It shouldn't have been that close, but we like to make things interesting. We gave y'all some extra views, gave Jesse some extra views, gave everybody entertainment. We had to make it a little bit close. It wouldn't have been fun if it was a 3-1, right? We all agree that.
Right. Yeah. No, I mean, you know how close it was, right? It's 2 rounds.
Uh-huh. Yep.
2 rounds.
2 rounds.
That is
for 5 maps and for the OT is kind of crazy.
Yeah, the closest it could have possibly been. No, I think you guys generally were, in terms of mechanical skill, I think it was a really close matchup. That was really awesome to watch. Super fun. I mean, the back and forth on all the clutches, that was crazy. I've never seen a match like that. Just like completely back and forth. And it wasn't like, and stop me if you disagree, but it wasn't like either team was not playing very well or anything, or not like swinging properly. It was just people hitting absolutely nasty stinkers,
I totally agree with you. Totally agree. On some maps, like, we were just cooking. On other maps, they were cooking. Like, I feel like Bank was one of those maps to where we actually just lost so many crucial gunfights. Gave them that map, and then on Club, obviously, we come back map 5. We're not a team that gets chalked very easily, so we knew coming map 5 that Club is a decent map for us. We wanted to go into it, win gunfights, play more strategic with them. That's how you beat those guys. Just playing slow, man. Like, strategy-wise, they're not very good at it. All they do is shoot. So we can win.
Fair enough. Well, you did. And tell me, how are you feeling after 70 rounds of Siege?
Definitely tired, man. I went through a few energy drinks, a few pieces of gum.
Yeah.
Like, cause I'm like, I feel like I consider myself like a big energy piece of the team, right? So like, if I'm not there vibes wise, man, I feel like I'm letting my team down. So I gotta stay energized and caffeinated at all times. So.
Yeah, no, and I mean, obviously you did a good job, because I mean, let's be clear, in the gameplay, it was pretty clear both teams were getting a little bit tired. I mean, anyone would after 70 rounds. But you kept them together. I think, just keeping it solid, making sure the team was, sticking together, playing solid Siege, like you said. I mean, that's perfect. I was talking about it. I don't know if you were listening, but like literally, it's just the checklist. Whichever team was going through the checklist, making sure they got their stuff done, that's the team that usually won the round. So I definitely applaud you guys on that. Really couldn't have gotten it any closer, but you did it. And yeah, I just want to turn the time over to you. Just shout anyone out, say anything you want to say.
Let's say, first off, I'm the 2-time BGS champ. And JJ's still a 1-time. He can get it next season. Those guys need me. The new team I'm on, we're playing great. Playing with these guys is probably some of the most fun I've had in Siege recently, and I'm super proud of the team, and I'm really excited for our Element game tomorrow. We're really showing our true colors now after time finally being together. So without these guys, I wouldn't be here.
Yeah, no, that's awesome to hear. Yeah. So thank you so much for coming on. Thank you so much for playing.
Sure.
Yeah, I forgot to mention, congrats on your second Blitz victory.
Yes, sir.
And hope to see you in the next season. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so new pro strat is bring the hype, drink the monsters, and chew your gum and have fun. I can get down with that. You think that'd work in ranked too?
Yeah, I could see that correlate.
Having fun playing Siege? No.
It won Beast Coast a major, and now it won Core a Blitz grand final. I'm saying I'm seeing a pattern here.
Yeah, similar level to competition. Yeah.
Oh man, what a banger game! What a awesome grand final. Any final thoughts, Sirius, on the match that we got to watch today?
I mean, yeah, just overall great series, just very back and forth, very exciting. I mean, definitely got bang for our buck. I mean, I kind of got brought in last second. I was not disappointed whatsoever. So just overall, very happy to see what the result that we got.
Yali, last words. What you got for us?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, first things first. Yeah, once a banger game, it literally couldn't have been closer. It's not possible. It was 2 rounds. We have infinite overtime. Could not have been closer. Which is nuts. And I personally, I just want to say, thanks to you two, and especially Sirius, for jumping in at the literally very last second. The other analyst that was going to be here got sick, unfortunately. So Sirius jumping in, super grateful for that. And also, I just want to say this: casting was phenomenal. I mean, for 70 rounds. I know I keep saying that. That's a lot of siege. It's just a lot of siege.
So much.
So
it's a
yeah,
big number.
yeah.
Yeah, no joke. The casting, absolutely insane. Ali and Goose, you guys were just absolutely amazing, bringing all of the hype and all of the great color points. It was great to watch you watch. Yeah, I guess. Core, congratulations. We just wanted to say thank you so much to the staff that put this on. Nam, Chad, everybody who was involved with it, all the way down to the stats and all the graphics being made. It's just been an absolute pleasure to work on with everybody. Thanks to the viewers for hanging out. 70 rounds of Siege. Man, it was an absolute barn burner. But we have come to the dreaded part of the evening where we must, alas, bid you adieu. So for Blitz Season 2, my friends, we're going to go ahead and say goodbye and good night.
Was never
diffuser has seconds remaining. Drop the bomb diffuser. Attackers are activating the...
Take it back!